Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh. Mwah. My kitty. Hello. Let's see. Cuckingstein files, Trump.
More money than they thought.
When did this start? Did they start late? Okay, about...
Rather than any manned rocket has ever flown, and will
oh my God, Gummy.
very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing.
The NDP just chose this guy as their new leader. Do you think he'll do well in the election? Do you like democratic socialism, which is what he espouses? He also wants to reverse immigration cuts and make all TFWs permanent reside.
So the NDP party, they're not democratic socialists, they're fucking communists. They just call themselves democratic socialists so that they can legally participate and basically destroy the fucking country. If they just called themselves commies, they'd either be banned, they wouldn't be a real party, or nobody would vote for them, but they're outright communists. I'm hoping that, like, especially after some of that footage got released from one of those NDP rallies or whatever the fuck you call it, nobody votes for these fucking crazy whack jobs. I had no idea how bad they were. I knew they were bad, but wow. They are crazy whack job, unapologetically fucking outright communists. It is fucking crazy. And again, it frustrates me so much. You have a fucking major party in Canada that are outright commies, and they're one of the fucking reasons why there's this mass immigration problem and this like dumb gun buyback program bullshit. It's fucked. They should have they shouldn't be allowed to be a party in Canada. They should be outright banned. They're just fucking communists. Absolute brain rot fucking pieces of shit. They should all be in fucking jail.
Friends, if it isn't already obvious, we are building a new foundation for our party, and we are ready to come.
And there you go. Keffia, old ladies, gay beta male twinks, like it just the usual suspects.
Roaring back on the Canadian political stage. After 7 months of campaigning across this country and speaking today commence aujourd'hui.
Well, hope the guy gets hit by a bus, along with everybody else who supports that fucking party. They're just fucking communists. Thanks for the donation, though, RV.
They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those four.
Okay, it seems that my protective cover for the power button works. I got a cap. I think it's from like a spray can of lubricant, like silicone lube. I taped it over the power button so that Gummy can't press down the power button, but I can just lift it up. It like hinges open. So I can just like press the power button when I need to, but it protects it. And so far it worked. He went in the same spot he normally does to turn off my fucking computer, and it didn't turn off. So far so good.
unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank
The only real major problem right now is just getting control of the Strait of Hormuz, because even though their missile launch capability is near zero at this point, they are still able to shoot drones, and even if they don't have the ability to produce that many, they're still very hard to deal with in that strait. And the Houthi rebels have also fucking joined in, and they're launching missiles and drones from their side. And again, all these European fucking leaders are just cucked fucking pussy faggots, including Keir Starmer, and including good old Mark Carney of fucking Canada, because, oh boy, what a great idea to get cultural enrichment from fucking Muslims, so that when we're at war with a Muslim nation that wants to kill Jews, we have a huge voting base that doesn't want us to intervene. Just fucking brilliant. Again, that's the biggest fucking issue with mass immigration, and all these dumbasses. I don't know why this is not ever brought up, but that's the biggest issue. People bring up the fucking rape gangs and shit. That's a problem, but the bigger, more existential threat is that when you have a mass amount of these immigrants, they vote. They can now decide the future of the fucking country. And liberals are absolute fucking whores. And these people are more likely to vote liberal. So you have whore-ass liberals who have no fucking patriotism, no duty to their country. They just want to get reelected, and they're just going to bow down to the fucking swarm of Muslim immigrants and be like, oh yeah, we won't intervene in Iran. We want a fucking terrorist dictatorship that kills Jews in power. Vote for us. So that's basically all that's going on. But yeah, like I said, the Iranian regime would just be fucking toppled within they are basically done within a matter of days, really.
Thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes. That hit was quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world, and now we're working along with Venezuela and are, in a true sense, joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on Earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. This
If I was Starmer, I'd tell Trump to fuck off too. Are you serious? Oh, okay, so you're in favor of Iran having nuclear weapons, and you want them to kill Jews, and you want them to mass murder their own population, and you want them to control the Strait of Hormuz and disrupt global commerce and drive up oil prices. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
murderous
Dumbass.
regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years, and
It's not a river. And secondly, Iran has disrupted the Strait of Hormuz before, multiple times. So this is something that they were probably going to end up planning to do because they're getting frustrated with the sanctions anyway. So they've used that before as leverage for like sanction relief and negotiations. So that's not true. They also fund the Houthis, which again, they've been attacking ships around the strait as well. So this had to be done either way. Fuck Iran.
should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first, and perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first.
We've annihilated Iran's military capability, but also we're not going to be able to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and also we need to finish the job in the name of the 13 that died to get nuclear material, which we def are going to get without a hitch, lololo.
Congratulations. You're a retard. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, completing very specific military objectives like having complete security in the Strait of Hormuz is different than defeating someone's military. Like, I don't know what to like, okay, have fun being a fucking 9-year-old, hang out with fucking Destiny's chat on his fucking streams, and talk about how, if the U.S. military is so strong, how come they, can't make it so that, everybody lives forever in peace and harmony, and nobody ever dies, including children? Obviously, the U.S. military shouldn't intervene. Like, great, go be a 9-year-old somewhere else. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Another big W for vegan gains over Destiny today.
Yeah. Dumbasses getting clapped left and right, including Destiny and his dumbass sycophants. Thanks for the donation, Blake.
Term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb, and he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. Had he lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be.
Alan Lichtman kept talking about how impactful the fossil fuel industry is on the planet when Trump brings up oil. He's doing like this Greta Thunberg shit when like this is going on. Like, is he out of his fucking mind? Oh, so it's a good. Okay. Let's bankrupt a bunch of fucking nations and have them completely energy deprived and have like literally entire countries basically starve, and let's all go into a fucking worldwide recession because apparently oil's bad, it releases fossil fuels. Like, so again, it's just fucking brain rotted 9-year-old fucking logic where you can't weigh out like good and bad of things. Like, no, oil bad, why Trump try get oil when oil bad?
Be winning and winning big. And then, very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash, took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland.
I don't know if any of that's true. The fundamental problem with the Obama nuclear deal is that basically it just allowed Iran to still develop their nuclear program. It's just that they weren't going to enrich uranium, and they had to abide by they had to allow for UN inspectors. But that, again, we know how reliable the UN is, and like, Iran is on the UN's Human Rights Council. Like, the UN's a fucking joke. And on top of that, they basically had sanction relief, and they were able to make money to fund fucking terrorism again. So the fucking Iran nuclear deal was just fucking horseshit. It was just out of this world stupid. Some of it may have just been out of practicality, because, like, again, at that time, the U.S. was, still in Iraq, still in Afghanistan. Going to war with Iran like this probably wouldn't have been practical at the time. But yeah, the criticism that people have made over Trump ripping up the Iran nuclear deal, they're fucking idiots and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
You mentioned it too. The problem is that Hormuz is raped forever because of drone warfare, and Trump lit that fuse off and it will never stop, when we had been doing just fine stalling them for decades. Shkpoa was fine, Trump and Netanyahu are faggots.
Yeah, you don't know what you're fucking talking about. So again, Iran has disrupted trade through the Strait of Hormuz before. They've used it for leverage multiple times, and they were probably going to do it anyway. Because they were getting frustrated with the sanctions. So again, I don't know why you wouldn't just deal with this problem now and have more long-lasting security and get rid of a fascist dictatorship. Like, just stupid. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
All the cash they had, he flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran, and they would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. It would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts, had I not terminated that terrible deal. And I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation.
It's Trump, Pete, and Vance's demeanor, attitude, tone that is the problem. Rich, they won't ever get any help from Canada, UK, Australia, Japan, the EU, and Nordics. No, it's not. So, they're dumb. They've definitely hurt diplomatic relations, but no, this is such a huge problem for everybody. The increase in energy costs, you know, from the Strait being closed down, basically. The only reason they're like the other nations like the UK aren't directly intervening and helping with their navy, it's due to it's just nonsense politicking, basically. They're just communist infested dumbass liberal cucks, and they've developed this like non-interventionalist fucking mindset. And again, all these countries are infested with fucking Muslim migrants. The whole Gaza thing has been such a huge controversy, and again, if they support this like war with Iran, they're basically panicking that again, it'll be an issue for, you know, the next election cycle. So that's why they're not. Like again, at this point, energy prices are so fucking high, it just doesn't make any sense that they, even if they didn't like Trump, again, just to help lower energy costs and get security in the Strait of Hormuz, they'd be motivated to do it.
Midnight hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American.
What's your problem with communism? You mean aside from being a fundamental violation of human rights, dignity, and liberty, and it causing a mass amount of deaths, and is clearly far more deadly than even some of the most totalitarian fascist regimes? You know, can't really think of much.
In homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on Earth, Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible, and they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And they raced for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, but in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear.
Testing, testing.
Hello, Bootycum. Appears that your test has completed. Thanks for the donation, dude.
We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight. to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I've traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives, their husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives, and every single one of the people, their loved ones said, please, sir, please finish the job, every one of them. And we are going.
Let me see, is Destiny streaming? No. Not online. Oh, Aaron's streaming.
You're easily loved.
Crimson Desert.
Your brother at the tattoo shop was pretty awesome too.
Same Angela. You are a keeper, lol.
Angela, I got a question. Would you say you're above 70 or below 70?
Jason, I wish you lived close. I have homemade maple syrup and I would gladly give you some maple leaf.
So where'd you get it, Jason? Did you answer?
My brother is alright.
Hey, what's up, Vegan Games?
This game is too complicated for a little boy like you. Play bull in the cup.
What's up, Vegan
Green
Games?
heart, green heart, green heart, green heart.
Pretty soon we can pet these puppies and take them home.
He's playing Crimson Desert.
Anybody want to take the third one home? I don't really want to. But we can do it.
Crimson Desert sucks. I don't know how anybody's playing that stupid fuck game. Nobody has any taste anymore. I find everyone's just like a brain-rotted fucktard. Like, Resident Evil Requiem is like one of the few exceptions where that game seems to be very universally liked. Even still, there's like some fucking dumbasses who are like, it's not that good. I think that guy, what's his name, Max something, the fighting game dude. Yeah, he said it wasn't that great. I think he gave it like a 7 out of 10. What a fucking shithead. I can't imagine like what an asshole you have to be to give that game below an 8 out of 10. Like, just complete fucking dickhead.
To finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East.
Oh yeah, Arc
Israel,
Raiders just
Saudi
sucks.
Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and
Destiny
Bahrain.
plays it, so that should tell
They've been
you
great,
everything you need to know.
and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned.
Yeah, Resident Evil Requiem was fucking amazing. One of the best games ever made. It's one of the best games ever made. I'd easily put it in the top 10, like, best games ever made.
To see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. The short-term increase has been entirely...
Synthetic Man said RE9 was terrible. Okay, somebody doesn't deserve to live. Let me see. I've never heard of Synthetic Man. Whoa, he has 175k? Wasted potential. Fuck this guy. Resident Evil Requiem is creatively bankrupt. Okay. Oh my god, this guy is actually a retard. Silent Hill F is disgusting woke propaganda, anti-natalist, anti-marriage, misandrous dog shit. This dude is a literal fucking moron. Silent Hill F was dealing with cultural issues unique to 1960s Japan. Had nothing to do with antinatalism, anti-marriage, misandry, nothing. It had to do with Japanese honor culture and how women ended up having to make these fucked up, difficult decisions in marriage. This guy is actually a fucking brain-dead moron. I've never heard of this dumbass. But wow, this guy is just out of this world fucking stupid. Like, honestly, it's just one of those things where if you don't like something like Resident Evil 9, like, you don't deserve to live. You clearly can't appreciate anything that's actually good in life, and like, why are you even existing? Like, you're just such an idiot. Like, you like stupid dumb fuck slop content. You can't appreciate anything good, so like, just don't live anymore.
The result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a
I love how the day before Trump bombed Iran, some dude, well, wasn't it even like an hour before? It wasn't even like a day before. Wasn't it like a few hours before? Some dude like cashed out like 540 million dollars or something in oil stocks. Like, it was crazy. There's some insider trading going on there. Man, if only I had that kind of access.
dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last.
Why does Pat love Guardian chicken tenders and vegan mayo so much? Are you prepared to spend half your income on her eating habits? Not to mention the horse and everything else.
Well, she doesn't have a horse, but I will. Dude, she is so fucking sexy. I think it would probably be worth to blow half my income if I get to fuck the shit out of her every day. Thanks for that, Nation 21st.
Administration, and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They'd never imagined it. Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no.
I'm pretty sure Russia actually does have more oil reserves. It's just that they have such a tiny population and they're so broke they can't actually access a lot of the oil in their country. It's kind of why China's probably gonna likely invade Russia after the Ukraine thing.
Country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it.
Could you see yourself marrying her? So she can stay in Canada or you in Australia? I thought you said you would never make that mistake again, but here you are on a pathway to making that mistake again. Guarantee you'll do it.
That's
Loser.
great. That's nice. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. #1, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And #2, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with.
What's fucking hilarious is fucking Carney, the liberal fucking government, After putting all these fucking restrictions on Alberta's oil production, driving up the cost of extracting and refining oil, this fucking idiot has the brilliant idea of trying to sell oil to Europe and Japan. Oh, guess what? Nobody wants it because your dumbass liberal fucking policies drove up the cost and they can get it somewhere cheaper. It's just hilarious. Just so fucking stupid.
This, as we asked, go to the strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this...
C. No answer. He didn't say he wouldn't marry her. Did you all see that? After bashing marriage hard for a year and saying how it never benefits the man. Telling everyone to never get married. He's about to do it again. Never learns. Prove me wrong.
Yeah. That's great. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Oh my god.
Conflict is over. The strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and
Oh. Well, hello there.
Whatever, nigga. As if I care. Get married. That'll just be more content. As if I don't want you to get married, lol. Content is great. Go ahead, do it.
I think you're just jealous. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Oh. Hello, my little baby. I love kissing my cat's head. He has such a nice, good, soft head. He has a really good kitty head. I love the way kitties smell. They smell really good. Oh, yeah. That's some good kitty smell. Yeah, I think once the IRGC leadership is taken out, the strait's just gonna open up. Again, the main way Iran makes money is through oil, and this is just a stupid fucking retarded tantrum they're throwing, just to cause a fucking problem before they're all dead. So
rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about...
Bro said never get married and never do long-distance relationships. If you listen to Vegan Gains for dating advice, you're a fool. He's a hypocritical moron who says the same shit over and over for a year and then does the exact opposite. Do we agree on that?
Look, I also wouldn't recommend anybody buy a Ford Mustang, but there's exceptions, you know? There's exceptions to every rule. There's always situations where something might be a good idea.
Receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible. They are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great big beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will.
Alan Wake 2 was okay. In terms of gameplay, I don't think it was as good as Alan Wake 1. I liked some of the level puzzles with the weird light and dark thing where it opened up like areas. Like some of that was interesting. Having your own writing change the level as well. Like that stuff was cool. The combat was dumber. I kind of understood what they were doing, but it just wasn't as good. It just didn't work out.
Trust me, I'm not into Indian ladies no matter how good their curries are. I'm not jealous. I just find it funny that you give dating advice when you go against all the shit you were preaching for a year and don't acknowledge your hypocrisy, lol.
Well, Pat isn't Indian, she's Malaysian. And, she's also sexy as hell. And, I love her bum. She also has nice titties. And she's also very sweet and nice. And I love Pat, and I want to pet Pat. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Sometimes Trump hits absolute grand slams, but the other shit he does, like fucking over the conservatives in Canada, letting Carney take over, is frustrating SMH.
Yeah, it's annoying as hell. The whole Canada thing was fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation.
You haven't
JT.
even met her, but you're considering getting married? What makes you so sure it'll even work out?
Never said that. So, yeah, we just started dating, okay? So, how about you fucking relax? Thanks for the donation, jackass.
No girl is special, you can always find one near you. Never do long-distance relationships. Never get married. Things you all went back on. After failing to find a girl through apps. BTW, how many likes did your profile on Tinder get for that month or so?
I think I got 9 likes on Tinder, but 2 of them were like fucking cross-dressers or trannies or something, and then the rest were like fat, single moms. I got a bunch of likes on the vegan dating app, actually, and I was going to go on a date with a chick, but I ended up just hitting it off with Pat. Yeah, no girl is special except for Pat. Pat is the one special girl, so shut up. Thanks for that donation, 21st.
We'll top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force.
Hell
the nuclear
yeah.
sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective. American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year, 7 months, and 5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days. Iraq went on for
19, really? Jeez.
Bro, only 9 likes in like a month? Yikes. I wonder if that's because you're black or just because of how rural the area is, but that is extraordinarily low.
Well, I think it's two main things. I mentioned explicitly in my profile that I was vegan, and I live in one of the worst fucking areas for vegan dating. Every other fucking girl in that dating app had like fishing or hunting photos and shit like that. So yeah, thanks for the donation though, 21st.
8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation so powerful, so brilliant against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated. And
Read through this post, the 2 linked documents, and the comments. The documents are over 70 pages, but you'll enjoy reading it all. Crazy Frank stuff.
Oh my god. Oh. Look at this. This is my chumbus. See him? He's a big chumbus. It's a good chumbus. Look how big he is. That's amazing. This is a special kitty. He's really special. You'll always be my sweet chumbus. Alright, thanks for the donation, Sleepy. This looks hilarious. Let me see. Motion to declare Frank a vexatious litigant. Bond case. New court document just dropped. Defendant is asking the court to officially declare Frank Tufano a vexatious litigant and impose pre-filing restrictions on him over 30 lawsuits in 3 years. The filing claims Frank has brought more than 30 federal cases since 2023, plus additional state cases, often repeating the same core allegations, repeated lawsuits against Taban. At least 7 to 8 separate lawsuits have been filed against Taban and related parties, all tied to the same November 2023 eye surgery. These are being filed across multiple jurisdictions, California, Pennsylvania, New York, etc. Duplicate filings plus forum shopping. The motion argues Frank keeps refiling the same claims in different courts after dismissals or transfers, essentially trying again in new venues when things don't go his way. Suing defense lawyers and others, it also highlights that Frank has repeatedly named opposing counsel, law firms, and unrelated organizations as defendants, which is presented as a sign of harassment. Allegations described as conspiratorial. The document points to claims involving Freemason conspiracies, judicial bias, and secret affiliations, arguing these are baseless and indicative of frivolous litigation. Intent to keep filing forever. During a call with defense counsel, Frank allegedly said he intends to keep filing the same lawsuit every year for the rest of his life. Oh my god, that's probably the worst thing you can possibly do. You really don't want to fucking say that publicly. My uncle was he was a lawyer, and he dealt with insurance claims primarily. He had to deal with vexatious litigants, and the one thing that will guarantee that the court will recognize you as a vexatious litigant is when you, like, there's record of you saying you're going to file the same thing over and over and over again. So what they're asking the court to do: declare Frank a vexatious litigant, require court approval before any future filings related to this dispute, prevent the clerk from accepting filings unless conditions are met, including paying fees, alternatively impose Rule 11 sanctions for frivolous, harassing filings, potentially including dismissal. That's weird. There's nothing. Okay, that doesn't link to anything. Oh, there we go.
Stitching nofap, you seem kinda obsessed, but maybe go get a job or something so you can have enough money to donate. What do you do for Richard? I support his family. You just whine and complain, chat, kinda like Cody Pink whining about Palestine or some shit.
Yeah, even though you're kind of a jackass, you do pay for gummies, num nums, and my rent and stuff. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
If I were you, I would have moved back to Toronto and had 3 Pats instead of dating one on the other side of the planet.
I think there's only one Pat, and she lives in Australia. But thanks for the donation, E-Nation. Yeah, plaintiff has filed at least 8 separate actions against Amon Medical Corporation. Yeah. So this is all just covering... Okay, and that's just the evidence. Frank is dumb as hell, dude. Like, he's not smart or mentally sane enough to be able to make any kind of self-interested decisions. Thanks for the donation, though, Sleepy.
Essentially is really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't believe the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing, the brilliance of the United States military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail. Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
Okay, is he going to answer questions?
Americans, good evening. Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch.
Really.
Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have with them. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the strait will open up naturally. It'll just...
All right, well, Iran getting clapped. And again, all you'll hear from these left-wing libtard fucks is Iran's doing just fine. There's no difference. The U.S. military's getting defeated. Like, just brain dead. Sleepy, don't need to tell us, read the comment section on the Reddit post too. Interesting discussions. Curious your thoughts. Tapon really isn't playing around. Nice to finally see someone call Frank's bluff via proper legal means. Now I just need Tapon to call Saladino and Davis as witnesses, and the court to make the trial entirely public online so we can watch Frank crash out in front of the judge. I'd love that. I'd love to see what Frank acts like in court. Frank's lawsuit days are about to be officially over. Rip Frank Tufano, pro se extraordinaire. Mandatory security bonds in many jurisdictions. Vexatious litigant can be required to post security, a cash bond, before a case can proceed. The purpose: this money is held by the court to ensure that if the litigant loses, there are funds available to pay the opposing party's attorney fees and court costs. The result: if the litigant cannot or will not pay the bond, the case is automatically dismissed with prejudice. Loss of... He keeps doing that too. which is funny. Lawson forma pauperous privileges. Many prolific litigants rely on informa paupera status, which allows them to file lawsuits without paying the standard hundreds of dollars in filing fees. Contempt of court, attempting to bypass pre-filing order, for example, by filing a lawsuit in a different county or under a slightly different name to trick the system, is considered criminal contempt. That's great. And it can even lead to jail time. He'd probably do it, too. I can guarantee you this dumbass would actually do it, just wind up in jail. He's just so fucking entitled. Apparently, if the court goes through with this, they may require Frank to ask permission to engage in a suit and require him to place in their holding a deposit amounting to the total legal costs of the defendant if he wants to sue again. He's on camera nonstop saying some form of, "I'ma sue you, so you need to pay for a lawyer. And you'll pay more than you'll gain from..." Yeah, he says that a lot. He's such a fucking asshole. Maybe this is why Frank is broke. Bro's paying to file 30 lawsuits, and who knows what else. He's not paying for them. He asks for filing fees to be waived when he files them. Dude, it's just fucking crazy. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy. I'm a need Somalian donated to... I am indeed Somalian donated $2. I know a barn kitty that looks like Gummy. Her name is Friend. I'm just gonna make sure there's no black cock in this video. Okay, good.
Look like very rusty. There's a cat. These are what the inside of your brake rotors look like. Very rusty. There's a cat.
Wow, it's a good cat. Does look a bit like Gum Gum. I think Gum Gum's a bit bigger though. Thanks for the donation. I am indeed Somalian.
What is the best dose for a lifestyle test dose? General superphys enhancement to perform and feel best as a man. Is it important to slowly titrate up even if you aren't going for bodybuilding?
So, I would say you'll find most dudes find they feel and perform the best around 1,500 to 2,000 nanograms per deciliter serum testosterone. So for most dudes, that's going to be somewhere between 150 to 200 milligrams tests per week. For like... I don't know if there's any data on this, but it seems like daily dosing tends to bring your serum concentrations a bit higher. Whereas if you just inject one large bolus dose a week or twice a week, or even 3 times a week, you might get like a big peak initially, but it seems like your levels generally stay lower. So yeah, if you're injecting 150 to 200 milligrams total per week, seems to have most dudes land somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000. And again, that's where most dudes seem to feel best. And depends on the person, kind of like some people are more sensitive to things like estrogen. Some dudes, if their test dose goes too high and they start aromatizing too much, even if they're not getting like gynecomastia or anything, they might experience reduction in libido and erectile dysfunction. Some dudes just happen to be a bit more sensitive to higher estrogen. So your average dude seems to be best taking somewhere between 150 200 milligrams. And no, for for a dose like that, you don't need to titrate up. If you're taking higher performance enhancing doses, then you do want to slowly increase as needed. But if you're just on a like more mild TRT dose like that, you don't need to titrate up. You're gonna slowly titrate up anyway. Like the drug doesn't just bring your levels super high. Like there's an ester attached, so it slowly releases over time, and it takes at least a month to build up to peak concentrations if you're on test cyp or test enanthate. So yeah, I'd say for most dudes, somewhere between 150 and 200 milligrams per week, ideally with daily microdosing, like daily injections. So that would be like, what, 20 to 30 milligrams per day. Most dudes seem to do best for like lifestyle kind of test dose. And I was doing 30 milligrams per week, so like slightly above 200, 210. So this is what 210 milligrams of testosterone a week did to me. I gained 20 pounds of muscle mass in 2 months. So especially if you're genetically gifted and you're a hyper responder, you will fucking get a lot of benefit from 200 milligrams of test a week. A whole fucking lot. So not everybody is going to have, like, make progress like that, but you'll definitely fucking feel different. I can guarantee you. Thanks for the donation, though, Dick's Erect. Sleepy, don't need $2. Let me see. Eating 4 eggs a day sounds crazy until you hear this. It's stupid. I don't know if it's crazy, but it's fucking dumb. I think playing Russian roulette is crazy. I think drinking engine oil is crazy. Eating eggs is dumb.
Eggs per week, which is about, 4 eggs a day potentially.
Oh, look, the alcoholic sex pest.
Why do you eat so many eggs?
Well, number one, I'm one of those weirdos who actually loves eggs. I love the taste of them.
Yeah, eggs taste like fart. They taste like shit.
They're a great source of protein.
They are not. They come with a ton of cholesterol. They're not a great source of protein.
Decent source of fat. Most of the fat in there is oleic acid, by the way, which is a monounsaturated that predominates. Olive oil. It's a low.
Yeah, so olive oil is beneficial not just because of the type of fat. It's also because of the phytochemicals, antioxidants, polyphenols in it. Not just because it is monounsaturated fat.
Saturated fat thing. Of course, the knock on eggs is their cholesterol content. But interestingly, it's dietary saturated fat that has the greater magnitude of impact on blood lipids than.
Yeah, so that's true, but when you compare somebody who has no cholesterol in their diet to somebody who has 500 milligrams or more of daily cholesterol in their diet, you generally see a 10 to 15% increase in their LDL cholesterol. And there's some people who are hyper responders for some reason, so your average person might see a 10 to 15% increase, which is not trivial. That does lead to increased risk of, cardiovascular outcomes. But some people might see a 20 to 25% increase to their serum cholesterol score. I can't remember the population breakdown, like what percentage of people are kind of hyper responders to dietary cholesterol, but they are out there. So yeah, your average person can expect a 10 to 15% increase, and then there's like a smaller portion of the population, it's going to be a 20 to 25% increase, which again, 10 to 15 isn't trivial, but a 20 to 25% increase, absolutely not trivial, and that will increase your risk of heart disease.
Than dietary cholesterol, interestingly enough. I recognize that the major health agencies would want you to stop your egg consumption to like 1 a day, possibly 2 a day if you're an elderly person.
None of them recommend eggs. Like 0 of them recommend eggs.
But I take the health agencies or even the consensus guidelines.
So again, this guy is an alcoholic, by the way. He's admittedly like had issues with alcoholism. Like why would you listen to this fucking dope?
As a, okay, that's cool. That's a good starting point. I happen to like eggs. I'll eat more than that. Check my blood, check my health. I'm doing just fine.
I heard that you eat.
Okay. Like, there are people who can get away with smoking cigarettes. There's, like, odd genetic polymorphisms that basically make certain people immune to the health consequences of smoking cigarettes. And that's why you'll see occasionally, like, some cigarette smokers, even heavy smokers, that live, like, into their hundreds. Like, there's smokers that are centenarians. And it's just because they have, like, a bizarre genetic polymorphism where, like, their body counteracts all of the, like, pro-inflammatory fucking effects of smoking. Their lungs, for whatever reason, can just clear all the, like, fucking tar and, like, shit that gets inhaled in the cigarette smoke. So their bodies can just tolerate it. Like, does that make smoking okay? Like, you'd still probably be better off not smoking. It's just a weird fucking thing to say that, like, oh, well, my blood, like, my lipids are good enough. Like, okay, you'd still probably be better off not eating garbage. But, yeah, Alan Aragon's a fucking alcoholic sex pest. He's a fucking dumbass.
Proteins, fats, and carbohydrates. What if I told you you only need proteins and fats to survive? If you have no carbohydrates the rest of your life, you're perfectly fine. If you have no proteins, you die. If you have no fats, you die.
That's a really cool story. This is like saying you need food to live, you need water to live, you need air to live, but you don't need money to live. So, like, why don't you just be poor and broke and not have any money? Because, like, you'll be fine. It's not like if you're broke, you can't get food, water, or air. Like, look at all the homeless people who are completely broke and have no money. They're alive. That's what he's, like, fucking saying. So... yeah, I mean, you can avoid eating fruits and vegetables, which are really good for you and help you live longer and feel better and avoid chronic disease, but you can just be, like, more prone to sickness and disease and don't live as long. It's not like you need to be healthy and live long. Stupid.
But so what we've been told, though, is that heavy carbohydrate diet, which then makes you incredibly insulin resistant,
Carbohydrates do not trigger insulin resistance. Actually, low carbohydrate diets cause insulin resistance. And the macronutrient that triggers insulin resistance is fat, particularly saturated fat. So this guy's a retard.
increases and spikes.
Maybe if he ate more vegetables, he wouldn't have died from getting shot by that gay retard.
The type 2 diabetics likelihood of profile in this country. And we're wondering why our kids are so obese or overweight, because we have literally nuclear bombed their metabolic system from a young age, where we are sending them these sugar high type concentrated foods, and they're not able to process.
I can guarantee you, if you look at any fucking obese person in the United States, they're just eating a large amount of every macronutrient. They're eating a lot of sugar, a lot of fat, and a lot of protein. KFC, ice cream, like, you fucking name it. They're just eating everything. They're just fucking gluttons. Just blaming it on one macronutrient. Like, oh, well, if you only ate the KFC, bucket every day, but you just, didn't eat the fucking soda that came with it, you'd be perfectly healthy and fine. Stupid.
Process or digest them correctly. So what can he do to answer your question? We need to blow up the food pyramid, and we need to basically say this. It needs to be more like a food circle, which is you can have maybe 10% of your diet should be.
Well, that's what they had. When was this recorded? That's what they had. It was called My Plate. Is this guy a fucking retard?
Carbohydrates, right? 30% of your diet should be proteins, and then 60% of your diet should be healthy fats.
There's absolutely no reason whatsoever to have that high of a fucking fat intake. And you can look at the prospective cohort data on this. The people who seem to live the longest, they eat somewhere around 40 to 60% of their calories from carbohydrates. And then the rest is like a mix of fat and protein, which sounds sensible, right? It kind of makes sense that, everything in moderation. So moderate amount of carbohydrates, moderate amount of protein, moderate amount of fat, a mix of fruits and vegetables. You don't have to be a genius to assume some of these things. Why the fuck would he think this?
Cashews, pecans, almonds, olive oil, avocados, so on and so forth.
Yeah, funny. I notice how he's not mentioning butter, full fat cream, yogurt, cheese, steak. Notice how those are all plant foods? So, I guess it's not that retarded, but it's still just fucking weird that he'd say that. Again, I have a funny feeling if he ate more fruits and vegetables, he probably wouldn't have died from getting shot by that fucking gay retard. Thanks for that donation, Sleepy.
Silver lining is Ukraine weirdly comes out on top despite Trump very obviously trying to fuck them over at over opportunity.
Trump threatened to stop weapons for Ukraine unless Europe joined Hormuz coalition. That's a little weird. Ukraine can help reopen the Strait of Hormuz using the experience it gained in the Black Sea. Zelensky, we shared our experience with the Black Sea corridor and how it operates. Ukraine forces were highly effective in unblocking it. I don't see how that's the case. Because again, the main issue with the Strait of Hormuz is the drones that are attacking the ships. I don't know exactly. Maybe Ukraine has some anti-drone know-how, but Ukraine wiped out the Black Sea Fleet with drones. They're it's kind of a weird claim to make. So, I'm sure they have, there is, drone warfare between Russia and Ukraine, so they might have some know-how with dealing with drones and defeating, some drone technology, but they defeated Russia's Black Sea Fleet by using drones and blowing up their boats. Yeah, I don't know. Thanks for the donation, though, Drump. Retard donated $2. Did you see this? Let me see.
Former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is asking for privacy and prayers tonight. She's said to be devastated by a report alleging her husband has been what is being called a cross-dressing double life. Senior national correspondent Rich Edson has...
Of course. Dude, always with these, Christian conservatives. All the time.
Details tonight. Good evening, Rich.
Good evening, Brett. Well, former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and now President Trump are responding to a report regarding Noem's husband's alleged online activities. A spokesperson tells the Daily Mail that she's devastated and that, quote, the family was blindsided by this, and they ask for privacy and prayers at the time. President
Oh, dear Jesus, please help Kristi Noem's husband realize that men ain't supposed to wear panties and dresses and corsets and cute little high heels, and that he should wear traditional masculine attire. Amen.
Trump tells the outlet he knew nothing about it, adding, wow, I feel badly for the family. If that's the case, that's too bad. The Daily Mail alleges that
Is this real?
Obtained hundreds.
What the fuck? Yes, it's real, stemming from a Daily Mail report. What the fuck? I love Trump's response. Wow, yeah, that's too bad. That is, her husband's a cross-dresser. Like,
bad. The Daily Mail alleges it obtained hundreds of messages between Brian Noem and 3 women involved in a site where men cross-dress. The Mail posted several of these photos and writes Brian Noem allegedly sent women in the community
I have a funny feeling he's not a cute cross-dresser.
$25,000 in virtual payments. The publication says Brian Noem did not deny the explicit.
What the fuck? I don't understand. He wants to cross-dress, but he sent women $25,000 in payments? What the fuck was he doing?
Conversations, but says he never put national security at risk while his wife was secretary, setting up a potential blackmail situation. Quote, yeah, I made no comments like that. That would lead to that. Brian Noem operates a crop insurance agency. He and Kristi Noem married in 1992. They have 3 adult-age children. Earlier this month, President Trump ousted Secretary Noem from her role leading the Homeland Security Department after congressional hearings where she had difficulty answering whether she was having an affair with top aide Corey Lewandowski. With her husband seated behind her, she also faced questions.
Okay, so they're just fucking weirdo freaks. Oh, man. It's always the fucking retarded Christian conservatives, dude.
About more than $200 million in DHS ad campaigns that featured Noem. Democrats are investigating that businesses that received money on that contract. The president named Noem as special envoy to the Shia.
That is hilarious. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Check out the comments. I don't know if wanna show the chat the whole clip if they didn't catch that stream.
Oh, yeah.
Like Sneeko.
He's a fucking retard.
Because he's a Muslim.
Yeah, oh my god. Like,
bro, W Muslim.
Yeah, the fake Muslim who doesn't know how many hadiths there are, like, complains about Epstein, but it's okay to, like, have sex with 9-year-olds. Like, give me
Bro,
a
you
fucking
think
break.
Sneeko's having sex with 9-year-olds? Like, come on.
No, I don't think he is, but again, like him making a big deal about the Epstein thing, and then he's literally part of the
Do you think that we shouldn't make a big deal about the Epstein thing? Do you think that we should let that slide?
Here's a controversial take. I think the Epstein thing, as far as like whether or not any children were abused, I think it's overblown. What seems to be the case is that Epstein had a thing for young girls, which what guy doesn't? 18-year-olds are hot.
Excuse me.
18-year-olds are hot.
What the fuck, bro?
18-year-olds are hot. No denying that. And he was a little careless when it came to hiring prostitutes. There was at least one case where a chick was like 17 years and 4 months or something. She lied about her age, hired her as a prostitute, and then that's why he got indicted for the sex trafficking thing.
6-year-olds and shit on the island though. Like, didn't you have really young kids on the island?
Well, he brought over people with their families and stuff. So the young kids on the island probably weren't prostitutes. If we're talking about like 10-year-olds, they're probably like somebody's daughter that, you know, some like politician or some scientist or somebody he brought over. It's probably just somebody's kid. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, 18-year-olds are hot. Can't deny it. Oh, check out the comments. Let me see what. There's no difference between Muhammad and Epstein. They're both harem builders, child sex trafficker. There's no evidence that Epstein was actually a child sex trafficker. Again, what seems to be the case is that he was just into like 18-year-olds, and he was a little careless with like I don't know how, because again, we know the one girl that was in the indictments. She was 17 in a few months. She lied about her age. I don't know how much, like how, what he really did to check these people's backgrounds. Like if they had a fake ID or something, like is he supposed to be a cop? And like I don't know. Like if somebody looks 18 or at least 18, they show you their ID, they're 18. The ID doesn't look fake. Like what are you gonna do, right? It's just weird. I don't know what kind of scrutiny anybody is expected to have, because if you were talking to some random chick and then you were doing your due diligence and you asked like, hey, how old are you? Or you're 18. Okay, let me see your ID. And then she shows your ID and says 18. And there's nothing, and it's a very convincing ID. Like there's nothing that gives you any red flags. Like there's a possibility she might be 17, but like that seems to be like enough due diligence. Like you can just look at the indictments. All the girls were 18 or over, aside from the one who was 17 and something, but she admitted she lied about her age. The only mention of anything of her being like any of these kids being under 18 is just in the Epstein files, but again, those are just accusations. None of that had to do with any of the actual indictments. You know, all these people are stupid. They're saying, oh, his youngest victim was 6. That's just the Epstein files. There's no actual evidence. So, like, they're just stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, nigga. Dodo donated $2. Israel passes death penalty law targeting Palestinians. That's not true. Both Israeli Jews and Israeli Palestinians, like the death penalty is just a thing in Israel. The only thing this law did was it allows for death penalty prosecutions for acts of terrorism. That's it.
The man popping champagne is...
Oh no, they can give the death penalty to terrorists. Oh, wow, terrorists should be able to murder Jews without facing the death penalty. Like, that's literally what
Israel's
they're saying.
far-right national security minister Itamar Ben-Gvir. And what he's celebrating is the death penalty, specifically a new law that just passed Israel's parliament approving the death penalty for Palestinians convicted of killing Israelis. It makes hanging the default punishment for Palestinians convicted of nationalistic killings. You can even see...
So, like, they literally just told you. So this new law allows for the death penalty for acts of terrorism. So what does this have to do with them just wanting to murder Palestinians? Like they literally just told you. So they're complaining that now terrorists have to face the death penalty for murdering people? like you can have problems with the death penalty, but it's like, what the fuck are we complaining about here? Like, these people are just fucking retarded anti-Semites. What does this rate on the stupid meter? Breaking. Stocks are up and oil down because Iranian President Pezeshkian says, we have the will to end the war if the necessary guarantees are provided to ensure that the attacks will not be repeated. The problem that is no way Israel or Trump will ever give those guarantees. Once again, the markets are in an alternate reality. I don't understand. Like, I don't know if he made a grammatical error here. That is no way Israel or Trump will ever give those guarantees. I think he meant there is no way Israel or Trump will give those guarantees. Why? This guy is just some like, yeah, okay, it's the dumbass gay retard lefty. Fucking dumbass. What a fucking idiot. Yeah, so I'd say that's like 9 out of 10 on the stupid meter.
And then it'll milk out in 6 or 7 minutes.
New food pyramid, which we just released, the dietary guidelines, stress the importance of Americans eating more and more protein. And it's farms like this that are going to produce it, and hardworking American farmers like Ron Kreider who are going to make sure that we have the protein that we need.
We're just happy to be a part of helping to improve nutrition across America with real
This guy seems like he is a product of inbreeding.
food. They love to get on for the ride.
It's like Disneyland. They can get our children.
Weird. Vegan for, what, 16 years? And I don't appear to be protein deficient, so I don't think I need any cow titty juice.
And the kind of food that they need, the healthy, nutrient-dense protein, is going to allow their brains to grow, allow their bodies to flourish, bolster their immune systems, and help them be a productive generation of America.
Yes. Milk to grow your brain. Uh-huh.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Fucking idiot. Yeah, that's RFK Jr.
If in 2019 Huawei was not banned from using TSMC, they would have kept gaining share and they'd likely be TSMC's biggest customer. The Huawei Ascend was like 2 months before the TPU and like 4 months before NVIDIA's A100, I think. It's very arguable that Huawei, if they had TSMC, would be better than NVIDIA. Huawei is arguably the only company in the world that has all the legs, right? Huawei has cracked software engineers. Huawei has cracked networking technologies. That's, in fact, their biggest business historically, right? But furthermore, beyond NVIDIA, they actually have better AI researchers. And furthermore, beyond NVIDIA, they have their own fabs. They were the first with a 7-nanometer AI chip as well.
Well, guess that's good. Don't want China with any of that shit.
Yesterday, the most ironic thing ever happened, and
Okay, we'll watch that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Sleepy, donated $2. Frank Tufano, the financial genius. B. Frank Tufano owes $600K plus attorney's fees when he loses lawsuit against Saladino. Oh yeah, he's on the hook for Paul's legal fees, right? Oh, $400K plus interest when he loses lawsuit against American Express. Oh, $100K in attorney's fees when he loses lawsuit against Taban. Lose $25K on his ruined roof. Probably more than that. Lose $22K on his totaled BMW. Lose $60K on defective potato chip machinery. Why, like, he even admitted the fucking, the what was it, the Christian retards that he was buying food from? The, what do you call them? Not the Mennonites, the other ones. You know what I mean? They were making potato chips for him with a fucking pot. They would just boil a big pot of oil and then dump, you know, the potatoes in them and make potato chips themselves. Why wouldn't he have just gotten his own pot? Like a big pot can't be that expensive. Yeah, the Amish. Like, he could have just gotten a big pot for like what, a few $100 or something. But instead he bought that ridiculous fucking potato chip machine from fucking China. Why didn't he just get a fucking pot for a few $100? Try to sleep off the complete and utter financial ruin, lay down in twin bed and moldy roofless house, which he'll soon lose to when they seize all his assets. Friendly reminder that not even declaring bankruptcy will save Frank from being over $1 million in debt. Banks rarely let a $400K debt disappear without investigating. In the event of Frank declaring bankruptcy, American Express would file an adversary proceeding inside the bankruptcy court, arguing that the debt should not be legally erased. To win, Amex would have to prove he committed fraud, for example, by lying about his business income on the card application, hiding assets before filing, or intentionally maxing out the line of credit, knowing he would file for bankruptcy. Yeah, they're probably going to be able to subpoena some of his like emails or conversations and see if he's ever mentioned. Well, there's even video footage of it, right? Like he's talked about filing for bankruptcy on his YouTube channel, so they'll probably find that out. Who wants to bet that Frank Tufano lied about his business income, which he's done already in multiple lawsuits, claiming he makes millions while also claiming he makes nothing? Hence the judge writing the famous line, "There is no universe where Tufano's claims can factually exist together." Hid assets, which he already did in the Saladino lawsuit, hence the whole "they filed against the wrong LLC" bullshit that Frank unsuccessfully tried to pull. 3, intentionally maxed out his credit, knowing he'd declare bankruptcy, which he's already admitted in videos from last year that he intended on declaring bankruptcy in advance. Dude, I would hate to be Frank Tufano. Short, dumb, and literally just makes every wrong fucking decision, just totally fucking his life up. Such an idiot. He's probably going to end up in jail. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy. You know, what's funny is he's mentioned about, like, fleeing the country, actually. How many times has he talked about, like, just going to Thailand or Spain or China or something and then just hanging out on a beach somewhere? He's probably going to try fleeing the country. It wouldn't surprise me. Take Madame Zeroni uphill. Donate $2. Do you and Isaac ever emerge from your perspective door frames synchronously in your bathrobes and race each other to the fridge to get breakfast first? No, that's never happened. You can start this video at 45 seconds in. Let me see.
Well, you know what, man?
Oh, I think I've seen this.
It's a beautiful thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It really is. It really is beautiful. Yeah.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, man.
Pretty serious?
Yeah, of course.
Will you grill me on this grill?
Wow.
Is that crazy?
No.
Hmm? Is that crazy?
I wouldn't even.
Wonder how long it would take to die if you hopped in a big grill and just closed the lid. You'd probably suffocate pretty quick, but that would... Even if you suffocate in like 30 seconds, that'd be a very long 30 seconds. That would hurt.
Wouldn't be one to say, really. You know, who am I to...
I hate living.
Mm-hmm.
I hate my family. But I love grilling. I don't see any other option.
Well, that sounds like a really tough situation, man. And I just want you to know that
It has to
I'm
be
here
done.
for you.
It has to be done. It has to be done. It has to be done. All right? It has to be done, okay? Let's do it.
You know, is it even big enough?
What?
What the fuck does that mean?
I didn't know.
You don't think this grill is big enough to grill me?
I didn't.
This grill can grill anything. It's you. You. You don't have the balls to grill me. You don't have the balls to close the lid. It's you. But it's not your choice anymore. Cause I'm getting grilled today. And when I'm crispy and done, you better empty the grease tray or my soul will haunt this grill for eternity.
I'm going in.
Please don't. Please don't. Please.
Okay.
Yes! Yes! Close the lid! Close the lid! Oh my God! Yes! Oh, I can feel it inside me! The fire is inside me! Don't let me out! Don't let me out, please! Please don't let me out! Don't let me out! Don't let me out, please! Please don't let me out! Where's my daddy? Oh, God. Oh, God. Where's my daddy? Oh, God.
I have a funny feeling at least one person somewhere has like actually done this.
What did you do?
There was actually a black pill crazy nut job named Baraka. That was his like online name. I think he was on YouTube. He killed himself by setting himself on fire. He was one of the most miserable, depressed, like fucking idiots on the planet. Talked about how he's like a loser, his life is meaningless, he'll never get a girlfriend, and then he set himself on fire, killed himself. So, like, I have a funny feeling somebody somewhere has actually done this.
I'm sorry, I have to go. I'm sorry. You always get grilled at the ball. You ain't got the ball. It's grilled. You better empty the grease tray. Oh, shit!
Yeah, I've seen that. That's a good animation. Thanks for the donation, dude. Grey Knight donate $2. CCP left this commies hero exposed. Oh yeah, this fucking asshole.
And you're not a professor. I know it's your YouTube moniker, but you're a high school teacher. You're not actually a professor.
Right. Yeah. And I'm not a professor. I'm not a professor. But I never said I was a professor. It's the internet who called me professor.
Hold on.
Hi, YouTube. This is Professor Jiang. Hi, YouTube. This is Professor Jiang. Professor Jiang here. Professor Jiang here. Professor Jiang here. Professor Jiang
Wasn't he a teacher in China at some point?
here. You do call yourself Professor Jiang.
I don't know if he was technically a professor, but I know he did have a teaching job in China.
And you're not a professor.
Look. There's a guy on the internet who calls himself the God.
I'm good friends with a radio host called Charlemagne the God, but no one actually thinks he's a god. People actually think you're a professor.
Professor Jiang here.
You're an English lit graduate, and you're not a professor. I know it's your YouTube moniker, but you're a high school teacher. You're not actually a professor.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I hate that guy. He's just a CCP propagandist and another one law.
President of the United States again in November, and he will pick Nikki Haley as his VP.
Dude, it's so funny how people talked up his amazing predictive powers by saying Trump would win the election. Like, wow, dude. So dumb.
So a lot of what he will do as president depends on if he picks Nikki Haley to be VP or not. And I'm making the prediction that he will win in November and that he will pick Nikki Haley as his vice president. Given the way things are turning out, I imagine that Nikki Haley becomes vice president. And I'll make the bet that he picks Nikki Haley.
Trump wrote, quote, Nikki Haley is not under consideration for VP slot.
She's not going to be chosen as the vice president.
Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, has called for an early election. And it's possible in 3 months' time, Marine Le Pen's party will run and govern France, okay?
In a shock result for all, the far left coalition has unexpectedly become the biggest party in the French parliament. Stunned by tonight's results, Marine Le Pen's National Rally Party.
The Iranian president died. There's going to be a election, okay? So in late June, there will be someone to replace the president. And it's most likely that the current vice president, who is Mohammed Mokhtar, will become the new president.
In Iran, where in the last few hours, the reformist candidate Masoud Pezeshkian has been elected the country's new president, beating his hardline conservative rival Saeed Jalili.
Donald Trump to make Nikki Haley.
He's wrong about literally everything, always. And just listening to the guy talk, he's clearly a deranged whack job who doesn't know shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. Madame Zeroni from Holes donated $2. Let me see. Oh, yeah. The
Best girlfriend ever?
I do.
Who just bought you all this stuff?
She did.
And all the stuff?
My girl bought all of it, and I'm about to eat this, and then we're gonna chow on that after. So, happy Easter.
Yeah. But we're not eating it all. Just know that. Because we gotta save some.
Yeah.
You know? Budget cuts, you know?
Happy
Save. You know? So we're gonna scoff this stuff down. Because Boo deserved it. You know? Even though we get in our arguments sometimes, I still love you, okay?
I love you too.
Yeah.
I love you too, baby.
Yeah, you better. So I just spent some money on you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little disturbing. He looks like he's being held hostage. Average VR chat conversation.
Please don't walk into me. I've got phantom sense and phantom touch. Basically, just please stop. I can physically feel you going through my body.
How long do you have to play this game to get that?
I practically live in VR and I've got an actual headset.
Can you feel like if I throw emotes at you? Can you feel that?
Yeah. You're cute.
Are you guys the eat-aters?
Excuse me?
Can I help you? Like, is it that desperate, like, for information? Like, do you need to ask stuff like that? Keep making silly comments.
I don't think that's a silly
It's
comment
really
at all.
funny to me.
We're on VR chat, and you guys are talking about dating, so...
We are dating. We are dating outside of VR chat.
Oh,
we
nice.
are in a relationship outside of this game.
And I'm gonna go visit her in March.
So.
Oh, you're gonna go, oh, hello.
Why is it okay for women to say, oh, you're 5 feet on dating site? You should be dead? That's okay?
Who said that to you here? Nobody.
Women in general have said it on dating sites. You think I'm making that shit up? Everywhere I go, I get the same fucking smirk with the biting lip. Shut your mouth. You're not God or my father or my boss.
That is a very angry man.
You want
Very
to step
short,
outside?
angry man.
You want to step outside? Huh? I'm not scared of you, pal. No. You shut up, too. Just no. Go ahead and attack me, Jake.
Oh my god. I just wanted bagels. I recorded the whole thing.
That's good. Thanks for the donation, dude. Retard $20. Fox News didn't show leaked photos. Whoops. Okay, adult content. I'm not gonna show this on stream just in case, because YouTube's stupid, but you can look it up yourself. That makes no sense. He's wearing, like, yoga pants and spandex women's shorts, and he has, like, big fake boobs. I don't know if I'd call that cross-dressing. That's just weird. Thanks for the donation, retard. Emma donate tellers, what's funny is Christians are so opposed to truth that they refuse to accept that Jesus was Palestinian law. Well, he wouldn't have been Palestinian, he just would have been a Jew. Palestine didn't exist at that point. Thanks for that. Well, I guess at that point, did Romans rename Israel Palestina? I don't know. Thanks for that donation, Emma. Retard donate $2. Let me see. Christy Gnome asks husband if there's anything he needs to get off his chest. Yeah. I love Washington, D.C. because what do you mean? A local gay bar already announced Bimbification Night in tribute to Brian Gnome. That's funny. Turns out Christy didn't really know him. Yeah. I have a funny feeling she knew. Again, it's not like that sexual, but I'm just because YouTube's stupid with certain things. I'm not going to show it on stream, but it's pretty embarrassing. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Richard, I have a question for you and I recorded this to ask you what your opinion is. I already know what my opinion is.
Oh my god. He's so sentient. You can see the sentience right there.
I have a question. So, in your opinion, do you think if somebody is in the bathroom all day and it's a kind of a poopy day, it's one of those cleansing days, would you say that that is something that takes away from the day, or would you say that it's just a day spent having satisfying poops? I'm just wondering.
Just a day having satisfying poops.
What your viewpoint would be.
There's no point. There's no problem with pooping all day. It's fun to poop. This cat poops. This cat also poops. She's good at pooping. I love Joey. Tell Joey that I love him. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, now. Dodo, donate $2. Let me see.
Tell me your previous job and your first and last name, please.
Sure, it's Gregory Bovino. Previous job was Chief Patrol Agent, U.S. Border Patrol.
And how long were you working there at ICE?
Approximately 30 years.
All right, thank you so much for talking with us. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that was my interview with Greg Bovino. Tell me your...
That was weird. Russian farmers.
Если уничтожат мой скот, я остаюсь без средств существования. Мне придется все-таки сжечь себя.
He's gonna set himself on fire? Rabies and pasteurellosis. I don't know. Severe bacterial pneumonia. Rabies. That's a weird one.
Приезжали только что ветеринарные врачи, предложили добровольно сдать скотину. Я сказал, что без документов, без результатов анализа я не согласен на это.
Yeah, Russia seems to be down bad, and I feel bad for those cows. This looks so creepy and weird. Look and him kiss children.
Not only acknowledging casualties, but glorifying those killed as martyrs. This was in the summer, when Kim paid a rare public tribute to those who've lost their lives in Russia's war. He's now even built a brand new housing complex for families of troops killed in battle.
That's...
Now some analysts...
It's a little weird. This one's for you. Oh, great.
Still dares.
Dude, this chick is just so fucking hideous.
I want to address this to anyone out there who still dares to call Israel a democracy, and politicians
It is a democracy.
like California Governor Gavin Newsom, who has presidential ambitions and just said he reveres the state of Israel. Well, did you see that the, quote, democratic Israeli Knesset just passed legislation to invoke the death penalty against Palestinians?
Yes, when they commit acts of terrorism and murder people.
And did you see the disgusting spectacle of National Security Minister Ben Gvir and his racist buddies
Yeah, it's racist to kill people when they commit acts of terrorism.
popping a champagne bottle to celebrate? Do you know that Palestinians in occupied territories are not tried in civilian courts like Israeli citizens, but in military courts?
Depends on what they do.
Courts that are run by the occupying army itself. Do you know that
Yeah, so if they commit acts of terrorism, that kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
the conviction rate in those courts is over 95%?
Yeah, that's probably because they did it.
And these are courts where
Oh my god, this bitch is so stupid. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. Oh yeah, no, we're not gonna bother with that, dude. Thanks for that donation. Madam Zeroni, lazy ass donators. I'm not a big Audi fan, but do you like the Audi e-tron GT, the RS version in particular? You don't need to let the whole video play.
Okay, I don't even know how to...
Audi e-tron GT. Not a big fan of the styling. Is it a hybrid? Oh, it's just electric. Yeah, fuck this. Stupid ass fucking electric car. Yeah, no. I'd never buy this piece of shit. So yeah, no, it's just
How to
garbage.
describe this. I was standing in line at the guy behind me, right before I go up, says something incredibly offensive. And so offensive that I don't even feel comfortable saying it. I would grab him. I grab him hard and I bop. I bop him on the head with my head. I give him a head bop. Say that. You could hurt someone's feelings. And he gets the message at that point. You know? Cut your nuts off, huh? How much, alright? I need you to back off. You! You make it rotten for all of us!
I've seen that. Thanks for that donation, dude.
Anthropic, a $380 billion startup built on the idea of safety first, that advocates for closed-source software for the supposed benefit of humanity, a company Elon calls Misanthropic, whose logo is definitely not.
Dodo, donate $2. Let me see.
This is episode 5 of I'm Still Vegan series, where I'll be spotlighting non-vegan restaurants that have great vegan options. Today we're heading to the Chai Tapri, a vegetarian restaurant. The thing about a lot of Indian vegetarian restaurants is that most dishes tend to contain some form of dairy, but not here because there were plenty of delicious vegan options. We started with a pani puri and we could just tell it was going to be so flavorful because there were 4 different types of spiced water. They also had masala potatoes inside topped with coriander. I think this might be one of the best pani puris I've ever had in Singapore. It was my first time trying palak patat chaat, which is basically crispy spinach with chutneys and pomegranate
That looks good.
on top. It was so refreshing and delicious. Then we had the pav bhaji, the first one I'm having since I turned vegan because it almost always has butter, and this was absolutely fire. But my favorite here was really the vada pav, which tends to be naturally vegan most of the time, but this had spicy potatoes, bright green chutney, garlic chutney, green chili, and it really hit the spot. And all of this cannot be complete without chai. We got the masala chai and roast chai with oat milk. They were creamy and perfectly spicy. We also got a filter coffee to go, enjoy, and follow.
Yeah, looks good. The military sued, so they have to build a bunker under the ballroom because that can be targeted in the event of war, so it's needed.
Now the military is building a big complex under the ballroom, which has come out recently because of a stupid lawsuit that was filed. But the military is building a massive complex under the ballroom, and that's under construction, and we're doing very well. So we're
Good. So, even more expensive.
ahead of schedule. It's part of it. The ballroom essentially becomes a shed for what's being built under the military, including from drones and including from any other thing. The glass on the windows, you see the big windows, the glass is extremely thick. It's high-grade bulletproof glass, so all of the windows are bulletproof. I think the Times wrote, gee, some of the windows are fake. We have no fake windows. They said, they talked about a stairway in the south. We don't have a stairway in the south. That was replaced a long time ago.
Okay. Oh. Mr. Kitters. Oh, Kitterverse. Wow. Saying hello. I'm scratching. Wow. Those are nice, friendly kitties. I like how they're friends. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Cody Pink is so retarded.
They are. They are indeed. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Caleb, Claude code wasn't leaked. Anthropic said today it was an April Fool's joke. Okay, I didn't hear anything about that, but thanks for letting me know. Sam and Richard TRT Bros donate $2. Have you seen Sam's new gaming channel with his buddy Chris Lynch?
Tinty. I'm Tinty. Head shape. Whoop. Whoop. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Are you going to bring it all the way in?
Whoop, whoop. Tinty.
Yeah.
Have you been ready and waiting for Tinty?
Have you been good?
Have you been good? Have you been good? Been good or have you been...
None of these are funny.
And can we combine them? That would be pretty darn neat. Nice.
Oh yeah, you made a joint.
Some Scooby-Doo powder. Sweet.
This piece should bonk it.
Too epic. Kind of weed.
No, when they're...
Yeah, these aren't funny. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Not a sphincter, whose CEO has been warning us for years that human programmers will be replaced by AI in 6 months. It just accidentally leaked Claude Code's entire source code to the internet at 4 a.m., officially making
Yeah, that's Yes, April Fools, apparently.
Anthropic more open than OpenAI. Within minutes of the leak, Xiaofan Xiao, a security researcher, discovered that version 2.1.88 of the Claude Code NPM package was shipped with a 57 megabyte source map file. You know, that file that's only used in development with the full readable source code of your project. This holy grail of leaks containing over 500,000 lines of TypeScript code quickly spread across the internet like wildfire. Anthropic's legal team courageously issued DMCA takedowns, but by the time they woke up in San Francisco, it was already too late. The code was mirrored countless times and cloned by slop tubers like Fireship, which the Supreme Court says I can do legally, by the way, as a world-renowned journalist.
I know a lot about the law and various other lawyerings.
In today's video, we'll look at all of the incredible discoveries in the code that Anthropic doesn't want you to know about, like its anti-distillation poison pills, its mysterious unreleased features, its undercover mode, its regular expression-based frustration detector, and many other super secret techniques at the foreskin of AI research. No, this is not an April Fool's Day joke. It is April 1st, 2026, and you're watching the Code Report. Unfortunately, my lawyer just informed me that showing you Anthropic's TypeScript code would be a violation of my parole, and I refuse to go back to jail. But luckily, the open source community has already created a loophole. Ironically, Claude's most prolific user used OpenAI Codex to rewrite Claude Code's TypeScript code to Python code, resulting in a new barely legal project called Claw Code, and it's already become the fastest repo in history to surpass 50,000 GitHub stars. Not only that, but somebody else slop forked the leaked code and made it work with any model. They're calling this new project OpenClaude, and it makes projects like OpenCode completely obsolete. But maybe now that the code's out in the open, Anthropic will just make it open source. Somebody tried to make a pull request with the leaked code, but not surprisingly, it looks like Anthropic already deleted it. What a mother effing crazy 24 hours, but how did this code end up leaked in the first place? Well, as I mentioned, the source map was accidentally packaged in an NPM release, but that's weird because build tools normally strip out source maps automatically. Well, Claude Code is built on Bun.js, which as you might recall was recently acquired by Anthropic, and it just so happens that about 3 weeks ago, somebody opened up an issue on GitHub about Bun.js serving source maps in production. Wouldn't it be ironic if the fastest JavaScript runtime in the world also turned out to be the fastest way to ship your entire codebase to the internet? And execute bash commands, which might be the single most important feature in Claude and open source projects, so AI code doesn't get scrutinized when it breaks things catastrophically.
Apparently it was just fucking April Fool's joke.
The person in chat that the Claude leak is April Fool's is wrong. There was this viral post which in of itself is a April Fool's, but no, it really did get leaked.
Yeah, who knows? I don't know. Whatever, just some dumb AI bullshit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Alright, Larry Wheels, the Cuck files continue.
On the Bradley Martin podcast that they broke up because she cheated on him. In the meantime, he wanted her to, and here he's admitting it.
And so woke up the next day and he had obviously read the messages on his phone where I told him that I'd hooked up with someone. He came downstairs kissing, hugging. I love you so much. You are amazing. Da, 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 da. And I was feeling so much like I was feeling shit about myself. And he was like, look, I understand if you don't want to do it again, but if you do, like I would really want you to get video footage of it.
They're going crazy now. What's up, wife?
Why are you filming me?
Because I'm surprised for you. Yeah, I think it's one you will like, too.
Wait, I need you to came out.
Yeah, of course she's gonna like it. Because she knows exactly what it's gonna be.
Can you see it?
I am.
But you can't see it just yet. Yeah, close your eyes.
Girl?
Yeah, he wants her to close her eyes so she doesn't see the train that's coming for her, that asshole.
Hold on, let me put my shoes on.
Okay, give her a second to put the shoes on.
She don't need her shoes, because all that shit's about to come off anyway.
Where do I go?
Okay, just, I'll guide you. Go left. All right, wait, stop. You ready?
Yeah. Come on, let me see it.
Left seeing her die in anticipation.
I'm impatient.
So wait a second. Do you know what I thought the surprise was? 500 men lining up outside, ready to run a train on her ass like Bonnie Blue. Just like that cuckold's dream that he wanted with his last girl. But it turns out, it wasn't a train. It was a Bentley. But she didn't like it anyway.
Whoa! Damn, it's a new one! Damn. Sheesh. That's my new baby, huh?
Our new baby.
That's a surprise for me.
Oh, jeez.
They didn't have burnt orange one, though?
What do you mean?
The color?
Burnt orange exterior?
Yeah.
I looked everywhere for it. There was no burnt orange.
Intellectual laziness is bothering me. VGS, it did get leaked. Stop being like, who knows, are you fucking retarded? It absolutely got leaked. That I. In chat who said the leak was April Fool's is mistaken. Continue watching.
Strip out source maps automatically. Well, Claude Code is built on Bun.js, which, as you might recall, was recently acquired by Anthropic. And it just so happens that about 3 weeks ago, somebody opened up an issue on GitHub about Bun.js serving source maps in production. Wouldn't it be ironic if the fastest JavaScript runtime in the world also turned out to be the fastest way to ship your entire codebase to the internet? It's unclear if that was the root cause, and it's also possible that some unfortunate developer did this by accident, or perhaps some rogue developer did it on purpose. We may never know the truth, but now it's time for the fun part. What did we actually learn from the leak? Well, first, we learned that Claude uses Axios. If you subscribe to my channel, then you know that Axios was compromised by North Korean hackers yesterday. The exploit can install a remote access Trojan on anyone using this package, and in theory, if that happened on Anthropic servers, it could be a massive disaster. But the next thing we learned is that Claude Code is basically just a dynamic prompt sandwich glued together with TypeScript, and not some magical piece of futuristic technology. In a basic AI chatbot, you typically have a hidden system prompt that gets combined with your prompt, then the base model uses statistics to regurgitate a bunch of data it stole from the internet. But in Claude Code, things are far more complex, with a total of 11 steps from input to output. Somebody already vibe coded a website that breaks down every step, but the most interesting part about this code base is that it contains tons of hard-coded instructions and guardrails that basically beg Claude to please don't do anything weird. Like there's just file after file of these massive hard-coded strings telling Claude to be a good boy. And that's kind of surprising because if this code were ever leaked, it would instantly turn from a black box into a blueprint for Claude's competition. And ironically, that's exactly what happened. What makes that even more funny though is that Claude was actively trying to stop their competition from copying Claude code by implementing anti-distillation poison pills. It does that by pretending that certain tools exist when in reality they don't exist at all.
You're a big fat phony!
That means if you're some Chinese guy trying to train a new model on Claude's outputs, it's going to talk about tools that don't exist, which will point your model in the wrong direction and just make it suck. In reality, Claude Code only uses about 25 different tools or so, and now the Claude distillers know exactly what to look for, and they're likely going to have a field day with the bash tool. This file contains over 1,000 lines of code that helps the large language model reliably parse and execute bash commands, which might be the single most important feature in an AI coding assistant. The next thing we need to talk about though is undercover mode, which is a set of instructions that tell Claude to never mention itself in commit messages or outputs, where the main idea is to make the outputs look as human as possible. The stated purpose of this feature is to prevent things like model codename leaks, but many have speculated that the true purpose is more deceptive, like they're trying to covertly use Claude in open source projects so AI code doesn't get scrutinized when it breaks things catastrophically. A very misanthropic idea indeed. But the irony continues. Another funny thing found in the code is its regex frustration detector. Your state-of-the-art AI model uses simple regular expression matching against your prompt to look for keywords like shit, fuck, cock, balls, and so on, to determine if you're not having a good experience coding with Claude. If it detects a match, it'll simply log an event. The bottom line here is that we're not looking at some sort of alien superintelligence, but rather basic programming concepts that have been around for 50 years combined with a bunch of prompt spaghetti. It's all just an illusion. On top of that, this codebase has a ton of comments, a lot more comments than you would typically find in a human-written codebase. And what that tells us is that these comments aren't actually written for humans, but rather for the AI to write its own AI coding tool in an infinite loop. But perhaps the biggest problem about this leak for Anthropic is not the code itself, but rather the feature names and roadmap hidden within the code. Like there's a hidden capability under a feature flag called Buddy, which appears to be a new Tamagotchi-style companion that every developer can customize and raise like a little digital pet. This might just be Anthropic's April Fool's Day joke, but there are also references to Opus 4.7 and a new model called Capybara, which might be their new recently teased Mythos model. There's also things like Ultra Plan, Coordinator Mode, and Demon Mode, but perhaps the most interesting is
this
Kairos.
Anthropic CEO looks like a little bitch.
Which is a Greek word for an exact moment in time, or God's time. I hate to beat off a dead horse here, but it's a bit ironic that Anthropic Anthropic didn't get to reveal Kairos at the exact time it wanted to, and instead, God chose the right time. The feature itself seems to be some kind of background agent that keeps a daily journal, uses dream mode to consolidate memories, and does work for you in the background on a specific schedule. They're pretty cool, but at the end of the day, this leak is a pretty huge setback for Anthropic, which hopes to IPO later this year and offload their bags to the retail public. And it's yet another reminder that your top secret application is just one npm publish away from becoming open source, whether you'd like it or not. And that's why the most advanced AI labs out there use Temporal, the sponsor of today's video. When you're building an AI application, it's basically a giant distributed system where one flaky API can bring the whole thing to its knees. Temporal is an open source, durable execution.
Yeah, well, that's AI stuff. Seems like mostly retarded brain rot.
You can wrap it.
You're not happy with the color that it is right now?
It's okay.
Yeah, yikes. Definitely the reaction you want from a chick when you get her a new BMW. Or BMW Bentley.
I'm joking, Jack. I'm fucking gassed. I'm just joking. Hopefully that gets clipped. So
There's truth in every joke. She goes, oh, there's no burnt orange? You barely don't even make that shit.
Big kitty.
I'll take one for sure.
He does not look happy.
Why?
Jeez, he looks fucking miserable.
So it looks like Larry the third wheel is still simping and cucking his way around town like a asshole. He's going on podcasts again, lying out of his ass. And you would think by now he would have learned from his mistakes and stopped lying, especially with me on his ass, right? But no, it's in his DNA. This piece of shit can never stop lying, no matter how many times I catch his ass. So you know what I had to do? I had to open up those Larry files again, no matter how much I had inside me telling me not to do it, because I had to find out the truth, and I had to dig deep, deeper than we know. Larry likes to dig inside for those apple pies to get that truth. Wait until I show you what I found.
You know, I remember at that time in my early 20s, like where sexual thoughts were like obsessive. You know, when my mind wasn't occupied, it just went to sex. And it became a real problem where, like with any addiction, you know, a pair of boobs, for example, blows your mind. But then after a few months of looking at that same pair of boobs, like you need something more potent to get the same rush. So I wanted to get custom videos and like have these girls act out these crazy fantasies of mine, because like I was getting so overstimulated. I needed like these crazy kinky stuff to get off.
So as you saw, Larry the asshole bought his Sharmuta girl a $370,000 Bentley, right? Even though that bougie bitch didn't like the color, he still bought it for her, right? But you would think, you know, oh, when your friend Daniel, $50,000, he was your friend. Instead of paying him back some of that money, you buy the Sharmuta a gift that she didn't appreciate. And you know what that reminds me of?
Yeah.
I mean, they always say, what's the quickest way to lose a friend? Lend them money, right? Because they're never going to pay that shit back. You never hear from them again, right? Well, how many times? Maybe you experienced it yourself, or you've heard stories. You lend somebody, a friend, a close friend, money, then all of a sudden, he's not paying that shit back, and you see them driving around in fancy things, buying all this stuff, right? You would think that they would be kind enough to pay you back the money instead of buying and spending the money on stupid shit, because you were nice enough to lend them the money because they were in a bad spot. But no, they don't do those things. And Larry, he's doing that same shit. So the other day, I saw Larry the third wheel, because we know how much he loves being that wheel, on a podcast with Bradley Martin. I wanted to watch it because I wanted to see what lies I can catch him in, right? And then he starts going off and talking shit about his ex, Nicole Drinkwater, saying that she was going on podcasts, saying his name and talking shit about him.
What's up with one of your ex-girlfriends like going on podcasts and just like running her mouth about it?
Dude,
Like,
she's been dragging my name for years now.
you helped her in a lot of ways. I don't think there's a way to deny that.
I think I did help her significantly, and she was at a point where she wasn't making any cash doing PT. I put her onto OF by doing collabs with her that got millions of views. She ended up becoming basically a millionaire, and now she still does it and lives a good life because of it. But now I'm the guy that's the villain, and she's dragging my name ever since. Doesn't feel right. Like I feel like I contributed to her financial success significantly, and it's like me going and attacking you after you helped me so much with my brand.
So when I saw that, I wanted to find out, is this true? So I went to Nicole's Instagram, right? And I saw some clips of her talking shit about some ex-boyfriends.
This is insane. Like, this man is giving me the most attention that he's ever given me in our whole entire relationship.
And then he goes to Bradley, he goes, you know, years ago when I was on the podcast, I talked shit about Nicole Drinkwater, and I regret doing it because I said that she cheated on me, and I wish I never did it.
And I think what triggered her is when I said something about her here, and I wish I didn't.
Yeah.
And I think that was what started that, like, oh, well, he went and dragged my name, so now I'm going to do the same to him. I think that's what started.
So I went to see if I could find the original clip of where Larry was saying that Nicole Drinkwater was a cheater.
My ex, I was ready to engage, but shortly before, you know, I learned that she wasn't ready, right? So that was that, right?
Like she told you, I'm not ready. Or you...
I did some snooping and found out she wasn't ready.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's so annoying.
You know, but
you found some shit out.
I found some shit out, right? And basically she wasn't ready, but it all happened for the best, right? Because that door closed, another open. And what I have with my fiance now is something that I thought, you know, you only see on Netflix.
So when I saw that, I go, you know, it's time for me to see if this is another one of Larry's lies. Did Nicole Drinkwater really cheat on Larry?
Can you just get Isaac to do live streams? Let him know I'd watch them and donate to him. I'm kind of sick of watching you since you're mentally retarded. Like you're genuinely stupid and you don't know shit about fuck. Whereas Isaac is actually smart.
Sure, I'll tell him you said that. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Was it one of his cucking ways stories? What was it? So, like I told you in the beginning, I had to dig into those sick Larry files because I remembered when I was originally reading them, I found some things about this situation. But the interesting part is, I didn't just catch Larry with one lie. I caught him with two. And now let me go over them with you. Alright, so now it's time to dig through those Larry files again, even though you guys know I don't want to, because I remembered about this situation and now I'm gonna read you what I found. Alright, so this is a message here from Nicole Drinkwater to Larry. Larry, why did you say that on Bradley's podcast about me? Larry goes, what did I say? I was super tired, probably said something I don't mean. She goes, go take a look. I've respected you.
What do you think of Claude overall? I have no fucking idea, dude. All these AI chatbots just seem fucking stupid.
You so much, and you basically insinuated things.
I don't know if Claude's a chatbot. I don't know. I haven't heard anything good about any of the AI coding systems. Apparently they're just like fucking annoying.
I snooped and found out. I ended it with you for a very good reason, and I've stayed quiet this entire time. I've been so respectful, even though it's taken me over 2 years to fully heal from all the bullshit of manipulation, porn addiction, online cheating, and grooming me into sleeping with men. So she's having a conversation to him about what he did to her with the apple pies from the other guys.
I decided to meet a guy and I said, look, I've never done this in my life. I've never cheated. I've never laid eyes on another man when I'm with another man, but this is what my boyfriend has always wanted. And I think that he, could we do sex? I was so unbelievably drunk and I was also on my period. And he was like, yeah, that's fine. And I was like, really?
She goes, I haven't said a word to anyone. because I respect you and your business, and you decide to speak about it publicly, which makes me look bad. Larry goes, how do I make this right? Admitting that he was fucking wrong and lying. Delete it and ask Bradley not to post about that. And in the future, just say you prefer not to say. It's our business and no one needs to know for your benefit.
Jeez.
I'm not against you, Larry. I've forgiven you and moved on. But 2 years later, you continue to
Dude, Larry is such a fucking lying jackass. Why can't he just leave it alone? And, like, what a fucking asshole.
Respect me when all I want is for you to be happy and a good person. Now remember, guys, these messages are from during the time period of the first time he was on Bradley, not the second. They don't speak anymore, I don't believe. So Larry goes, which clip exactly? Can you provide a link? Is there something on my page as well? So she sent him the link, and she goes, but also make sure he doesn't put it in the podcast, period. And she goes, people are already messaging me saying I cheated. It's so fucked up, Larry, when that is far from the truth. I gave everything to our relationship, you know this.
And so I ended up doing the sex with this guy, and I remember obviously going back home, and I couldn't sleep in the same bed as him that night, and I was crying, like hysterically crying, like on my sofa, because I just felt disgusting, because I felt not very consensual. It didn't feel like this is something that I wanted to do. I did it for someone else.
I guess I'll take the hit and save your ass like last time. Then he goes, I'm sorry I was put on the spot, and I should have said I prefer not to say. Even though the part I said was true, it's not the whole story, and I know it makes you look bad. I don't have any malicious intent towards you. And then she goes, Larry, after you shopped and found who you knew that I was chatting to, you said it's a cuckold's dream. So now if you guys think about that, okay, you see where Larry goes,
dude.
Even though the part I said was true, it's not the whole story and makes you look bad. And you see how she said it's a cuckold's dream? That's because he was having her do this shit to give him his sick cuckold's dream. So he went on the Bradley Martin podcast that they broke up because she cheated on him. In the meantime, he wanted her.
Why the fuck does he even have to talk about this? It's so retarded. Like, this guy's a two-faced lying asshole.
Her too, and here he's admitting it.
And so woke up the next day, and he had obviously read the messages on his phone where I told him that I'd hooked up with someone. He came downstairs kissing, hugging. I love you so much. You are amazing. Da, 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 da.
No, don't see myself having a relationship with a robot in the future since I'm with Pat now.
And I was like, I was feeling really shit about myself. And he was like, look, I understand if you don't want to do it again, but if you do, like, I would really want you to get video footage of it. And I was like, the fuck? Like, this is insane. Like, this man is giving me the most attention that he's ever given me in our whole entire relationship.
Then she goes, yeah, you also saw that I didn't want to marry you at the moment in time because of all the shit that was going on. It wasn't a normal relationship. He goes, I saw that you didn't want to marry me, and that was the nail in the coffin. You had every reason not to. I was a mess. Yeah, you were a big mess. Think about all that messes you were doing down there with the apple pie. She doesn't want to marry your ass, you sick fuck. Then she goes, have you changed? He says, with the help of my fiancé, yes. She says, smack in the face, Larry. I helped you first. Don't forget that. But good. I just built you up to be better for the next girl. And then he goes, not what I intended. I can have Bradley remove the clip of me speaking about you for damage control. It's possible, hell, be open to removing the episode entirely. Yeah, I mean, it would be great if he can remove the clip and the podcast, but I doubt he would. I'll see what I can do right now. If I get any more messages, we might have to do a video, or you do a video or something. It's
Pat was a robot, would you still be with her? Yeah.
Just unfair. Then Larry goes, if we speak about it...
That's a pretty fucking awesome robot if Pat was a robot.
More. It's only going to create more unwanted attention to both of us about that. And we know when he's saying about that, exactly what he's referring to. And something I'm going to mention about that, okay? And I'm not going to mention girls' names, okay? I'm just going to say girls. That they didn't want to do that shit with the other men. And you know what they had to do it? They had to get blacked out drunk where they can't remember shit the next day in order to please this asshole. So when he's saying he doesn't want attention to both of us about that, he doesn't want all the details of this shit coming out. So by reading these messages, okay, we caught Larry, the piece of shit, lying again 2 times. One about saying she was a cheater when he wanted her to cheat, the sick fuck. And then secondly, more proof that he loves that cuckold shit, that he's been trying to say I'm a liar everywhere he goes on all the podcasts, because how many times is it gonna take for me to catch you in lies before you learn to tell the truth? Because I said, people don't care about the truth no matter how bad it is. But you know what they do care about? Is if you're a fucking liar.
I mean, it's kind of embarrassing and weird, but like, I mean, at this point, like, just give it up. It's fucking retarded. Not everybody, but I mean, like, so many people have weird things. Who was it? Pyrocynical, who's into like fat furries. He's in like some of the shit he was into is fucking weird. He's like literally into obese furry cartoons. That's some weird shit. Some of the shit I'm into isn't that weird. Like, I'm just super obsessed with ass. Just love sniffing butts. But, this behavior makes him seem like he's just genuinely fucking unhinged. Why in the fuck would he have to make up a lie about some chick cheating on him? When it seems like they had a pretty amicable breakup. Nothing exactly went wrong. And they just parted ways. And then, like... And she kept a secret for him, and then he just makes up a bunch of bullshit about her cheating?
So, like I said, many times, admit the truth, stop lying, because nobody cares about your apple pie fantasy with the other guys, you asshole.
Oftentimes, when someone's struggling with addiction like mine, we tend to hide it. That's the most common behavior amongst addicts. Like, you just are ashamed of your behavior. You're guilty. You don't want to tell anybody because you're fear of getting mocked, or you're afraid of hurting somebody. But when really, by hiding it, you're hurting them more than if you just be transparent and tell them what your struggle is.
And babe, you know,
the BBL smelling thing just sounds like something that happens post-surgery. It's not like a BBL just smells bad. It doesn't even make any sense.
Jordan Peterson believed he discovered the key to fix...
Oh yeah, the carnivore diet.
Key to fixing all of his chronic health problems.
Well, I've only been eating beef fundamentally, for almost 5 years now. I never imagined in my wildest dreams, number one, that you could just live on meat, and number two, that it would have such a salutary effect.
Unfortunately, going full carnivore failed to cure Peterson's chronic pain and anxiety. So in the years after...
Chronic pain, anxiety, and apparently it does not give you protection against ghosts. So if you are being haunted by... phantoms, spirits, demons, poltergeists, gives you no protection against that. And if you don't understand the joke I'm making, Michaela Peterson, his daughter, said that she thinks he's being assaulted by spiritual attacks.
After that recording, he sought out ever more speculative remedies. In late 2025, his daughter Michaela announced on social media that Peterson had been hospitalized for pneumonia and sepsis. and he has yet to return to public life.
Dad was in an ICU suffering from pneumonia and sepsis.
This is the second video in a series where I am investigating the allure of regenerative medicine, the idea that the right mix of stem cells, peptides, exosomes, and assorted scientific-sounding health tonics can reverse inscrutable chronic diseases.
What I believe is you have 3.2 trillion cells or so in your body, and I believe they're working for you, but we have to figure out and give it the right signals so that you can heal disease.
The promises are astounding. So too are the risks. The largely unregulated field promotes the belief in an all.
Do you think most Christians believe there is an actual God, or do you assume they want to believe or say there is one to benefit themselves?
I'm not sure what the proportion is, but I can tell you for sure there are a hell of a lot of Christians that fit into the second category where they don't really believe it, but they sure as hell want it to be true. So like a good example of this is look at how many of them are afraid of dying. Look, if you truly believed there was like some infinite paradise that you're going to go to after you die, where everything's perfect, you're never going to suffer anymore, and you're going to be in like some bouncy castle in the sky going la 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 for all of eternity. Not only would I not be afraid of dying, I'd be really fucking looking forward to it, and I'd probably just start smoking cigarettes like crazy, like Andrew Wilson, so that it just happens that much faster. So, yeah, there's a lot of Christians that have a crazy fear of dying. You kind of see this with some religious figures too. Like, look at fucking the Prophet Muhammad. He was talking about like this awesome paradise after you die if you're a good Muslim and shit. He was terrified of dying. He was doing absolutely everything he fucking could to stay alive after he was poisoned. He was slowly dying, and he was like having people pray for him. He was praying to Allah and different angels. Like he knew he's either just gonna, it's just, blank. There's nothing that happens after you die. Or he may have been fearful of just going to hell because he knew he was a bad person. But yeah, just the fact that so many of these Christians are afraid of dying, and like they're so sad when other people die. Like if they really believed in, this paradise after you die, they wouldn't be so fearful of death and so remorseful for other people dying. So yeah, there's a lot of Christians and just religious people in general who fit in that second category where they don't really believe it, but they really want it to be true, and it's just some coping mechanism to deal with the fear of death. Thanks for the donation, though. Human supremacy can suck my ass.
Almost phoenix-like rebirth after their customers purchase any number of poorly studied treatments.
The simplest way to explain that is it's the opposite of degeneration.
However, in the cases where something goes wrong, those very clinics are shielded.
One donated $2. Let me see.
There's no evidence that 30,000 people were
Oh, Jesus.
killed. Show me the evidence.
There's no evidence 30,000 people were killed. Yeah. We can watch that in a bit. I just want to get through this first. Thanks for the donation one.
From ever having to report complications, even when they involve the deaths of patients. Now, in the first video in this series, I showed how the most influential functional medicine doctor in the world, Mark Hyman, traveled to a regenerative medicine clinic in Mexico that he promoted on his show called Eterna Health, and then, shortly thereafter, almost died of sepsis.
Yeah, that's where you want to go to get the best medical treatment, fucking Mexico.
If you're just tuning in now, you might want to go back and check it out before you watch this one. After all, seeing that video might give you some context for why Michaela Peterson wrote me this colorful note on Instagram. Expect a letter from our lawyer. Way to capitalize on my dad's neurological illness for clicks, you absolute psychopath. Then again, if you just want to skip that investigation because you want to know what is happening with Jordan Peterson, well, you're in the right place.
Now, you're going to treat me for something tomorrow, as I understand. So
Yes.
exactly what are you planning to do to me?
Are you not scared of dying, especially since you don't believe in an afterlife? Yeah, why would I be? You never meet with death. So long as you're alive, you're not dead. And once you're dead, you have no consciousness or awareness. So all you'll ever know is life and existence. So who fucking cares? Once you're dead, it's not like it's like nothing ever happened to begin with. So I'm not really too worried about it.
If you haven't heard of him, Jordan Peterson is a controversial clinical psychologist who waded into the culture wars in 2016 and gained notoriety for climate denialism, a stance against woke ideology, and what he calls classical liberalism. His books and lectures set him up as a conservative thought leader, and he became the intellectual guiding light for the manosphere.
The Marxists, of course, divided the world into victim and victimizer, essentially on economic grounds. The difference now is that the same narrative seems to play out. There are victims and there are victimizers, but there is a number of dimensions along which that axis of inequality can reveal itself.
I'm not really going to go into his philosophy here, except to say that it mixes some pretty common sense advice with truly unscientific statements of faith that are difficult to untangle and sometimes hard to reconcile. More interesting to me, however, is how his 9 million social media followers, who take his word as gospel, react to his personal experimentation with various wellness Hail Marys, something that pushed his audience away from philosophical smugness and into the booming business of peptides, stem cells, fad diets, and bro biohacking. Peterson has been quite open about a lifetime of health problems, from autoimmune conditions to difficulty sleeping to chronic back pain, mold exposure, and a troubling reaction to benzodiazepines. Many people can relate to Jordan's sense of betrayal with Western medicine and the reason that he started seeking out more novel self-treatment.
So I asked my doctor to increase the benzodiazepine dose, but what seemed to happen as a consequence of that was that I just got more anxious. Again, in retrospect, it seems like I had a rather uncommon but not unheard of reaction to benzodiazepines.
At first, his search for relief took him outside of traditional Western medical models towards an intense focus on an all-meat diet.
There's a recent trial done for inflammatory bowel disease, which is a really terrible condition.
Yeah.
And right now, the only really medications are like methotrexate or immunosuppressants.
Carnivore diet.
Yeah, carnivore diet. It does work, actually.
From there, he went right into dangerous fringe treatments in foreign countries.
We went to Russia, of all places, near Moscow, to try a treatment offered by a clinic there that used...
they used propofol and Dextor.
Right. Propofol as a heavy sedating agent, which basically made me unconscious for 9 days.
Yeah, so you were completely out for 9 days.
A few months ago, Dr. Joseph Witt-Doring, who goes by Dr. Joseph on YouTube, produced an excellent video examining what we know about Peterson's health history and a theory for how he ended up getting sepsis.
Now, everything that's happened with Dr. Peterson has surrounded a class of medications called benzodiazepines. These are sedative medications that slow the brain down. And common benzodiazepines are things like Xanax, Klonopin, and Valium.
I stopped taking them entirely and tried ketamine, which is a treatment for depression. Well, neither of those were a very good idea, as it turned out. So I had to stop taking benzodiazepines.
This is funny, too, because this is the guy who promoted antidepressants for the longest fucking time. Sengoku no Nitiller is no different than before you were born, but humans develop coping mechanisms to deal with their awareness of their own mortality. This is coming from someone who comes from a radical Muslim family. Yeah. Did you have a problem with not being born? So yeah, it's just retarded. Just get what you can out of life, and once it's done, it's done. It's not like it's gonna bother you. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku. What's hilarious too is Jordan Peterson probably would have gotten better treatment if he just went on testosterone. Like, this guy cries like a little bitch fucking constantly. Like, he probably just needed to go on testosterone, and, like, I don't know what the deal is with his crying. Like, maybe he over-aromatizes or something, but, like, I mean, even if he got, even if he got a little more emotional, he'd probably still just feel better.
Entirely.
Joseph pulls on recent clinical research into benzodiazepine withdrawal that shows how prolonged use can create a rare reaction that decimates a person's physical condition.
And the condition that he's experiencing is a condition called BIND. It stands for benzodiazepine-induced neurological dysfunction. And essentially, it's a type of neurotoxicity that happens when you take benzodiazepines long-term. This does not happen in everyone, but there is a substantial minority of patients where this drug actually hurts their brain over time, and they get sicker, almost like a chemotherapy or some kind of toxic reaction. It actually damages neurons, and people feel sicker over time.
For Peterson, 4 years of benzodiazepine use transformed into akathisia, which he described as...
Yeah, I think Vigorous Steve would recommend cerebrolysin, the neurogenerative peptide.
Being stabbed with a knife all day long. In 2020, he checked into a hospital in Toronto, and when he didn't feel like he was making any progress, he tried something even more radical. This conversation with his daughter, Michaela, explains the lengths that Peterson was willing to go to in order to seek relief.
They weren't willing, because of your akathisia, which was making you crazy, they weren't willing to slow taper you down. They just wanted to stabilize you by keeping the benzodiazepines there. So Andre and I found a clinic in Russia that would actually put you to sleep using propofol so you wouldn't have to suffer while they took the benzodiazepines out, and doing a detox.
Or suffer as much.
Well, at least you'd be unconscious for that period of time. And doing a detox on benzodiazepines isn't recommended. You're supposed to do a slow taper. But your akathisia was so bad that even staying at the same dose was dangerous. So we needed to get rid of that. So we spent time in Russia, managed to get it out, and it was horrible.
Well, you guys took a big risk taking me out of the hospital in Toronto, which nobody recommended. The psychiatrist certainly weren't in favor of it. And taking me somewhere as foreign as Moscow. And
yes, the good old listen to the doctors, they know best, and then they nearly fucking killed the guy. Again, it's just fucking, it's hilarious how people will tell you, oh, don't take testosterone, you gotta listen to your doctor. If the doctor doesn't recommend it, then it's not a good idea. Yeah, then they'll put you on benzodiazepines and nearly fucking kill you. And ruin your life. This seems to have, like, actually ruined his life.
And then attempting this, generally unadvised treatment, it was all surreal.
Yeah, it was terrifying.
And when I woke up, so as I said too, that was complicated by the fact that I had developed pneumonia in both lungs. But when I woke up, I was first catatonic and then delirious. I can remember the delirium that lasted a whole day. Consisted of a sort of dreamlike hallucination that I had been kidnapped.
While going against his medical team's advice is troubling, I also understand the impulse for someone to jump ship when they feel like they have no other options. The problem with evidence-based medicine is that, by and large, most medical evidence only points to partial or unsatisfying outcomes. While many acute symptoms will reduce over time, the reality is that evidence rarely points to magic bullets. And the idea of skipping out on painful side effects with a medically induced coma, well, it just sounds enticing. And in this case, his treatment even sort of appeared to work. Peterson recovered enough from his withdrawal to return to public life, but he did continue to have chronic problems. Then in 2025, Michaela Peterson dropped a bombshell on Peterson fans.
Dad was in an ICU suffering from pneumonia and sepsis after dealing with a host of neurological issues this summer that we believe stem from CIRS, which is chronic inflammatory response syndrome due to decades of mold exposure. We don't have a better explanation for his neurological symptoms at the moment other than spiritual attacks.
Remember that last line.
Spiritual attacks.
Because it's important. Michaela sees a supernatural element to her father's illness and tacks on an additional, it's a fringe medical theory of mold exposure. Now, on his part, Dr. Joseph more or less ignores Michaela's explanation and instead suggests that all these symptoms really do come back to bind the original benzodiazepine cause.
I've seen this with some of my patients where after they get benzo injured and then nervous system is sensitized, they start reacting, you could start reacting to mold, you can start reacting to different types of foods and things like that. And so he may have been able to handle this before, but now it's affecting him at a much greater level. That's my speculation.
On her part, Michaela Peterson is adamant that Joseph's idea is wrong. On Twitter, she wrote, "This isn't about akathisia or medication. He's not on any medication. It's an immune system dysfunction. CIRS, chronic inflammatory response syndrome." Again, she states that only their idiosyncratic strategies have helped him so far. Only eating meat helped keep the symptoms under control, but it hasn't been enough recently, she wrote. Okay, so we got to talk about all meat diets for a second.
I'm going to attempt to eat my body weight in testicles today.
The internet has been fascinated with them for a long time, and personally, I've heard a mix of things about their various rates of effectiveness for treating autoimmune conditions. I mean, the problem that all humans face collectively is that at some point we reach limits with what medical science actually knows, and yet we are still stuck dealing with the same symptoms that we've collected over a lifetime. It can make us feel desperate, and in Peterson's case, at least some of those symptoms originate from inside the evidence-based recommendations of Big Pharma itself. Benzodiazepines. And here's the thing with alternative treatments, sometimes people feel relief from just changing up their habits. It's something that I've written about extensively in my book, The Wedge, where you can actually increase the effectiveness of the placebo effect by sticking to a highly specific alternative routine, regardless of whatever the actual routine is. I mean, you could get the same bump if you designed a program around an all-meat diet or spiritual warfare or a fungal infection regimen. Simple adherence to a new medical paradigm can sometimes help all on its own, but that doesn't mean that it's always enough. It's no surprise that alternative treatments, well, they also fail. To some degree, getting well, even in evidence-based medicine, is a game of trial and error. And the more vague or disparate the symptoms are, the higher the rate of error, which is a long way to bring this back to Peterson's actual recent hospitalization, the one that still has him out of commission. When all other options failed him, Peterson pursued a series of pseudo-medical balms. Activating his network of celebrity contacts and internet-famous wellness influencers, he embarked on a whole cornucopia of alternative treatments both inside and outside the public eye. Here is Peterson discussing his health with the regenerative medicine doctor Adil Khan in a video with the hopeful title, "You Don't Have to Live with Chronic Pain," from December 29th, 2023, shortly after he came back from Russia and like about a year or year and a half before he came down with sepsis. I think this video is key to understanding Peterson's condition, and I want to look at...
Kid Boo, only $2. Let me see. That is a good butt. I do like butts. Yeah, those are good butts. These are cute anime girls. I like that one. I like girl on girl. That's a good butt. Those are good butts. Those are Dragon Ball Z butts. What's this?
My face.
Go.
You better get on my face.
Go.
Man, get off me.
Go, man.
Get
Go.
off. Move.
What's up?
Move, man.
On my phone, Courtney. Oh, y'all, look. Touch me. Get me out. Touch me. Touch me again.
Yeah, man. If you ask for it, you get it. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. La Boobies donate $2.16. This may be out of your scope, but I got accepted into a tough university program. I'm considering hopping on sports TRT for the cognitive benefits, muscle growth too. Has test improved your cognition and motivation / drive? My natty test is 736. Well, yeah. Testosterone helps with motivation. Again, the dopaminergic effects. It gives you a bigger reward for completing tasks. So anything that would be kind of dopamine releasing. So exercise, like finishing work, moving towards some sort of goal, you're going to get a bigger reward from anything that, releases dopamine in your brain. So it is going to motivate you more. I've also found that testosterone helps with executive function, so your ability to kind of like figure out how to deal with problems improves. So yeah. Thanks for the donation though, Laboobies. Appreciate it.
Didn't you talked about bupropion the other day? My doc wants to prescribe it to me cause of my depression and cause it also helps with ADHD. I rather know about escitalopram and lisdexamfetamine. Should I consider SSRIs over NDRIs?
Yeah, it's an NDRI. I've been on Wellbutrin before. It worked well for me for about 2 months, and then it just didn't do anything. And I think with that one in particular, when I stopped using it, I got a weird... I just stopped taking it cold turkey. I think that one in particular, I had some weird withdrawal symptoms from it where I had this crazy feeling of like amazing euphoria for about 3 hours. And then for about, I think like 2 weeks, I had this strange feeling of vertigo whenever I'd move my eyes left to right. I did find that it did help with my attention span, but again, it only really helped for, like, I'd say about 2 months, maybe 3 months tops. I wouldn't really recommend taking it. Like, with any of those reuptake inhibitors, your brain just compensates, so they don't have any long-term effects, and then when you come off, a lot of people have some pretty bad withdrawal symptoms. So, like, for me personally, I wouldn't really recommend taking something like that. It's up to you at the end of the day. So, like, I would rather take something that's going to help and work, like, long-term. But, should I consider SSRIs over NDRIs? again, they do have different effects, and depending on your own reaction to these drugs or what the exact reason your depression is manifesting, they may be more or less effective. But like any of these reuptake inhibitors, they only seem to really have a temporary benefit. So in cases where you're suicidally depressed, where you're at risk of actually killing yourself, yeah, if you can prevent suicide from being on them, then that's a good clinical outcome. And if your depression is kind of phasic, where you get into these depressive symptoms for like, say, like 3 or 4 months out of the year, and your depression is really severe where it like massively affects your ability to like work, yeah, like if you can take a drug that you only need to be on it for a few months and it lets you just be productive and get on with life, and then you can just come off it, like it makes sense in those sort of use cases. But again, if it's like an ongoing constant thing, I wouldn't really rely on that sort of treatment. From what I've seen, the 2 most effective forms of treatment for depression are 1, exercise, and 2, testosterone. Testosterone, as far as any drug is concerned, seems to be the most effective drug for treatment of depression, and just lifestyle intervention like exercise. It seems to be at least as effective as any antidepressant drugs. But hope that helps. Thanks for the donation, Nick the Wigger. Frank's Milk Dud Nips donated $2.
I hate football. I hate video games. I don't want to be like you, Dad. I want maximum sparkle. Like honey, paint my nails, do my eyelashes.
Send him 2 to 3 years Dagestan and forget.
From Disney and Pixar.
He's a little twig. I've got no choice.
He's your son.
I know what I have to do. This Christmas.
Where are you taking me?
I broke legs, not arms. Good. More. Come on, let's rip it tight. Hip go chest high now. Pull. Yes, up, lock
it. I'm coming for you, Dad.
2 to 3 years, Dagestan, coming soon.
That would be funny. That would be better than most of the horse shit made by Pixar. Thanks for the donation, Frank's Milk Dud Nips.
2 different sections with you. The first explains Peterson's own idiosyncratic approach to treating his illness. He asks Khan, who is the doctor who I've previously connected to the treatment that caused Mark Hyman's own case of sepsis in my last video, to discuss the difference between functional medicine and the traditional Western medicine that got him hooked.
Dodo, don't need tellers. Did you watch this already?
Watch what happens if you take a credit.
No, haven't seen that yet. We'll watch that after the Pierce Morgan AIDS. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
On benzodiazepines.
Allopathic medicine is traditional medical doctorate. You get a doctorate of medicine, and that's a traditional, drug-based, surgical-based interventions that we learn in medical school. So, which is great.
Right. So disease treatment.
Disease treatment.
Yeah.
But then functional medicine and integrated medicine is taking naturopathic stuff that's evidence-based, that has actual science behind it, and lifestyle measurements to intervene and treat chronic disease. So,
I went to the Temple of Asclepius in Greece recently. Yeah, it was extremely interesting. A very large compound. And at the Temple of Asclepius, there were rooms where you could, they actually had people sit and dream in rooms full of snakes.
Did you catch that? Khan was talking about a scientific basis for functional medicine to bridge the gap between Western medicine and wellness. And then Peterson has gone all the way over to wellness being at least sometimes about sleeping with snakes. And I'm just beside myself, watching Khan, trying to keep this conversation on track.
Right, and God only knows what the reason for that was. My daughter used to have snakes as pets, and she said that she would often have nightmares as a consequence of having the snakes in her room, and I suspect it had something to do with their odor. So God only knows what dreaming with snakes would produce in terms of visions.
Again, just watch Khan's reactions here.
But anyways, there was a place set up where you could have a healing vision. But there were also theaters and stadia there, and places for massage and for saunas, essentially. Like, it was a compound that was devoted to health that was multidimensional, right? So, and there were theaters there because part of the healing healing process was drama, and part of it was exercise, and part of it was vision. And when I went to that temple, I thought, these people were more sophisticated than we are in their approach to disease, right? Because it wasn't merely a matter of, I know there are modern medical miracles, and certainly surgical bone setting and that kind of thing, hip replacements and so forth. Some of the things that can be done are absolutely miraculous. But our notion of what constitutes health and how to progress towards it, I don't think it's certainly not as sophisticated as what the ancient Greeks managed at their height.
Ask yourself this. Do you think Peterson is thinking straight in this video? I mean,
no, he is just fucking cracked. Dodo Donate Tellers, remember you used to not like Veritasium, but now you like it. I don't recall a time where I never liked Veritasium. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
I mean, to me, he sounds like someone desperately on a search for any lifeline to alleviate his painful symptoms. It's an entirely reasonable reaction to years of pain, which is where this gets so weird. Because Khan actually tries to agree with him by pivoting to common wellness complaints about the broken Western medical system.
No, and I believe in 30 years, we're going to look back on this era and be like, wow, we did a lot wrong. And the reason is because, just as I was saying, we realize now that the system is broken.
I don't actually believe that Khan really believes that in 30 years, we will look back on Greek snake dreaming and think that they were onto something. But that doesn't stop Khan from pulling Peterson into his clinical orbit. And this next section, I think it might be the most important part of this entire interview because it explains the root cause of Peterson's decline. Now, listen closely.
Now, you're going to treat me for something tomorrow, as I understand it. So exactly what are you planning to do to me?
Well, as you have talked about publicly, you have toxic mold. You've been exposed to it, right? And I think it's lower.
That's the theory.
Yeah, that's the theory. And so what happens with toxic mold is it kind of hijacks your immune system and makes it difficult for your immune system to function properly. And so what we did for you the first time was we did intravenous stem cells, which is to help your body to build some resiliency and to strengthen.
Right, and that was different than the exercise. Tammy did that.
Oh my god, stem cell therapy. Oh yeah, stem cells just fix everything. This guy is a fucking quack. So he's just offering quack retard expensive therapies that just probably don't do shit. I've never even heard of stem cell therapy for fixing immune function issues. I've seen stem cell therapy for like healing joints, cartilage, connective tissue, but that's a new one. This guy just seems like a fucking quack who's taking dumbass rich people's money.
That as well, but she also did the exosome treatment, which I didn't do.
Yes, yeah. Because your problem's more systemic. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to do what are called intravenous natural killer cells. And natural killer cells, as we talked about earlier, are the cells in your innate immune system that can kill it can kill cancer, it can kill chronic fungal infections, which is kind of what happens with mold.
So right here, Peterson described how Khan was going to become his doctor and do a whole array of different treatments. And you'll remember that this Adil Khan also treated Mark Hyman with stem cells right before Hyman was admitted to 2 different hospitals with sepsis and then almost died. Yeah, that's the whole theme of the series.
And in a closed space of the spine, it just took off. And very quickly, within a couple of days, I couldn't walk. Within a week, I had surgery. They opened me up. They closed me up because they couldn't reach the abscess. It was on the front. And they said, we can't do anything. And basically left me to die. Gave me antibiotics and said, cross your fingers and here's some painkillers. And
they said there was no cure.
Both Hyman and Khan talked about the specific treatment regimen that they were undertaking, and it's reasonably similar to what Peterson was doing.
Well, the main reason I'm seeing Dr. Khan is to deal with chronic disc degeneration and disc herniation.
So we injected them epidurally using catheters. We also injected them into the facet joints.
In his 2023 conversation with Khan, Peterson seemed to be willing to go all in on whatever Khan suggested. Here they are talking about fecal transplants.
We probably give you the FMT as well, so we can give you your...
And FMT is
the fecal microbial transplant.
Oh, yes,
because then your body, again, we're strengthening your immune system and we're building resiliency for you to deal with these chronic infections in your body.
It sort of feels like what Khan is really offering is just to throw a bunch of clinical spaghetti medicine at the wall and hope that some of these alleviate Peterson's symptoms. But the problem with getting more and more treatments is that sometimes just getting treatments can be dangerous, just in and of themselves. And according to the FDA, for instance, sepsis is indeed a possible outcome of a fecal transplant, which is not shocking since fecal transplants are literally moving poop from one person to another. So here we have a case.
Would you trust a gay doctor? Wouldn't really be concerned with whether or not he's gay. I'd be more concerned with whether or not he's like trustworthy or competent.
Of 2 different well-known health influencers, both coming down with sepsis after taking treatments from Adil Khan. Is it possible that something that
21st Only Tillers, what is this communist horseshit? Nobody in the US makes $25K per year unless you're not working a full-time job. And then, yeah, why would you expect to not be poor?
This is what a $25 million a year.
I guess minimum wage varies from state to state. Florida minimum wage, 14 an hour. That's not great, but times 8, times 7, times, so that's, well, times 4, times 12. Yeah. Yeah, there's no chance you're making 25K working a full-time job.
Year salary looks like versus a $25,000 a year salary. About 20% of Americans live on this amount of money or
They're not working full-time jobs.
less. So let's say I make $25,000 a year. People in this income bracket spend about 41% of their pre-tax.
You know, what's funny too, there are a crazy amount of welfare queens. I've only really just dug into this. Like, I've always thought this was like weird Republican propaganda. It's a real thing. Like, there are whole communities of people who literally just choose not to work, and they leech off the welfare system because they're just fucking lazy and they have no aspirations. So they end up just getting like welfare or assistance payments, and they just fuck off and do jack shit all day and maybe just make some extra money selling weed or whatever. So that might account for some of this low income where you're seeing people who are making like peanuts. A lot of this might also just be like fucking retarded welfare queens. But yeah, I've been kind of red pilled on that. There's a lot of people, like the Somalian thing, the Somalian fraud with the daycare, system. That's another big example of it. There's a lot of people who just take advantage of these programs.
Tax income on housing. I've got about $850 for all my housing expenses. That's nearly half my after-tax budget. I'll definitely be renting instead of owning a house. I really can't afford to live downtown, so I'm gonna look in the outskirts. And I found this place right outside the city, and it's within my budget for rent and utilities. So how am I gonna get to my job? It's 20 minutes away from where I live. And like
it's called a bicycle.
Most American cities, there's not great public transportation here. So I'm gonna
it's called a bicycle.
Need to have a car. I spend about
No, it's called a bicycle.
15% of my income on food. That includes
Oh my god. This is just You gotta be like fucking kidding. This guy's an idiot. 20-minute car ride, depending on especially if you're talking about city commuting, that's doable on a bicycle.
Includes both groceries and eating out. A lot of people think that this income bracket just goes to McDonald's all of the time, but the reality is the average order amount at McDonald's is between $7 and $8, so that will not get me through the month. That will get me through 13 days worth of food. So I gotta go to the grocery store. Unfortunately, in most lower income areas in this country, there aren't a ton of grocery stores, and the ones that are available.
Great, good thing there's e-commerce, so you can get food delivered to your fucking door, and a lot of the time shipping's either free or minimal.
Are much less likely to carry fresh produce or other nutritious food. So I'm gonna see what I can do by stocking up on beans and rice, peanut butter and jelly, Wonder Bread, Top Ramen, freezer meals. For fresh options, I'll be looking at potatoes and some of the cheaper produce.
Potatoes are extremely nutritious, very high in vitamin C.
And no eating out, or rarely, occasionally, on special occasions, eating out. If I do, I'll be looking at the value menu at a fast food restaurant. To get government assistance, I need my savings account to be less than $2,000. Check. My income needs to be lower than $19,578. And I make $25,000, so nope, I don't qualify. Georgia's Medicaid website says that I qualify for government help, but even with that, I will be paying around 10% of my income on health-related expenses like medicine, doctor visits, getting care that isn't covered by this government insurance. This is one of the reasons why people in my income bracket live around 7 years less than the richest Americans. Laundry, internet connection, cell phone. Conservatively, that adds up to $105, not taking into account the overcharges and hidden fees. Like, you're starting to see what's happening here. This doesn't add up. Entertainment, fitness, and travel just isn't feasible. I have no emergency savings, no rainy day fund, and live in stress of an unexpected car repair, a health emergency, I'm probably gonna have to join the huge number of Americans that rely on debt to get through the month, whether that's credit card debt or short-term loans with high interest rates. Maybe I'll need to move back in with my parents or take on a second job. Maybe I'll start driving Uber or DoorDash. But what's clear is that my full-time job, which pays much more than the minimum wage, is still not enough to make it through the month. This is what a $25 million a year salary looks like.
Yeah, so that was all dumb. It's easy to live off potatoes. You don't need a car. You can just ride a bicycle. And if you want to make more money, work more. Easier said than done in some circumstances, because I know there's a limited amount of jobs, but if you're working full-time hours, you're not making $25K. Even minimum wage, you're probably going to be making at least $35K. So there's also food banks. Those are a real thing. You can literally get free food. So look, if you're broke too, you kind of figure out how to do things. So like, again, you just figure out how to save money. Like, you go to a food bank rather than the grocery store and get free food. Like, or you'll find out what social assistance programs that are available for you and your income bracket, like stuff like that. You just figure things out.
Khan does in his clinic. Maybe it's poor preparations or shoddy stem cell lines or some other factor connects their two cases. When I began reporting on this 2 months ago, that seemed like the most plausible explanation. Indeed, in the next video in this series, it's all about Khan's clinic and the over-promising and under-delivering of regenerative medicine. But in Peterson's case, actually, there seems to be an even more troubling explanation than what I had anticipated. While Peterson didn't post about his ongoing treatments with Khan again on his channel, his daughter Michaela actually had Khan on 2 more times on her channel after that father introduction. And she has continued to post shorts with Khan as recently as May 2nd, 2025, just a few months before her father was admitted to the hospital with sepsis that July.
When you take healthy young poop, literally from like a healthy young mice, and put it into old mice who are on the end stage of their life, it can actually extend the lifespan of the old mice.
That's crazy.
I reached out to Jordan and Michaela.
Yeah, that's mice. So dude, when you hear that shit from somebody claiming to be a doctor, that is a huge fucking red flag. If you give old mice young poop, the young poop in the old mice makes the old mice live longer because the young poop is so good. Like, how are people so fucking stupid? This is what, like, I don't even blame people like Greg, honestly. Like, this is what dumb people are for. I mean, it just makes society work. You know, it's like this funny little trade-off we have, you know. Somebody has to clean toilets. Somebody has to work as a Walmart greeter. Somebody has to bag your groceries. You know what I mean? Like, and yeah, unfortunately, there's like quack lying assholes who will sell you testosterone or poop transplants, and then you know, they get a load of cash for something they really don't deserve. But that's what dumb people are there. They're there for, you know, cheap menial labor, and they're there to just enrich yourself with nonsense. But like, I mean, yeah, on the one hand, you're taking advantage of idiots, but on the other hand, like, they're dumb. I mean, they'd probably do something else stupid with their money if you weren't there to rip them off, right? So, who knows?
Peterson on several different occasions because I wanted to know what they thought of my sepsis theory. And, well, actually, Michaela got back to me with several emails, and I just want to read to you what she said. Dad's sepsis was definitely a complication of pneumonia and intubation in Switzerland. It came as a secondary problem to pneumonia. I had a few treatments, no stem cells, with Dr. Khan, and Dad never got FMT treatment or fecal transplant from Dr. Khan, but he did have elbow stem cell injections, which he said helped to help his elbow stiffness. My mom had wrist stem cell injections that she said helped too. So the whole family, who talks about their various chronic health problems on their channels all the time, well, they were going to Khan for all sorts of things. However, she maintains that her father's condition was at its heart neurological and not related to Khan's treatments. Now, I asked her what...
BG, can I buy one of your motorcycles? I got $2,300. I don't think any of my motorcycles are that cheap. So I don't think so.
What she thought caused the pneumonia, and her answer, it was revealing. I can't explain what he's sick with quite yet. I think we're going to announce it this week, though, but the whole sepsis pneumonia seemed to be bad luck, maybe just because he's so sick already. I also need to make a correction. He didn't have a stem cell treatment with Dr. Khan last summer. I forgot it was with someone who he had connected with through Tony Robbins.
I think Dr. Khan is absolutely brilliant practitioner.
But definitely not Dr. Khan. That's important. His stem cell treatment with Khan was years before, like the podcast said. And then he also had that stem cell elbow injection at some point after that, maybe 2024. Apologies for the confusion. Lots of doctors this year to keep track of, but no Khan over the summer preceding the sepsis. Definitely unrelated. That's a lot of information, and the Peterson team is going to give an update soon, maybe around the time that this video drops. Importantly, though, according to Michaela, whatever complications arose are most likely not directly related to Khan's expanding network of high-end celebrity clinics. But what stands out here is that the Petersons are still incredibly devoted to the speculative and experimental treatment pathways. You see here, this is the sports code of future Scott. I'm breaking in because as I was going to press, Michaela Peterson watched that first video in the series and was decidedly unhappy with my reporting, writing that I should, quote, expect a letter from our lawyer, way to capitalize on my dad's neurological illness for clicks, you absolute psychopath. Now, I felt like that was a little unfair, especially since her most popular video in the last few years has literally been monetizing her father's illness for clicks. This is from her first update on her father's illness, which now has 3.9 million views, which includes a plug for a book tour and the Peterson Academy.
He's hopefully recovering. And like I said, I'll keep people updated. He has a team of people, including myself, continuing his mission, including Peterson Academy, and will be releasing his We Who Wrestle with God tour to everyone on YouTube, which he's wanted to do for a long time. And given we think there's a spiritual element at play here, we believe the right way to fight back is to keep going and push.
Would you give me some poop for transplant for health purposes? No, I need all my poop. It's good poop.
Harder, if anything.
And look, getting threats like this isn't new to me or my channel. I mean, a year or so ago, I went to court to defend my cat from government overreach.
Because my cat got arrested. Well, my cat got me taken to court. Oh my God. Let me explain.
Ichabod, however, remains free. And right around the same time, AG1 hired one of the most powerful legal teams in the country to try to shut down my...
He must live in a liberal state.
Reporting on their scammy green powder. Those didn't work out. Obviously, she hadn't seen this video yet because it wasn't out yet because I'm recording it right now. Anyway, at the time that I'm recording, which is on March 25th, I haven't seen any legal letters. That said, I reminded her that I take ethics around reporting seriously, so I wrote her back this. Everything in that video adheres to what you wrote me. Please let me know what I said that was factually inaccurate, and I will make a correction. Happy to put you in touch with my legal team if that is the direction you want to take. Now, we went back and forth a couple more times until she finally blocked me on Instagram, and you can pause to read that exchange here. So I guess we'll see where all of that goes. Anyway, I think the whole point of covering Peterson is both clear and relevant to the theme of the series. Peterson's trip through poorly regulated and mostly unaccountable clinics didn't stop at Khan's brew of stem cells and peptides and fecal transplants and exosomes, but extended into a network of off-book doctors that originally, ultimately, from celebrity recommendations, not medical experts. Peterson has seen so many doctors that she has had a hard time keeping track of them all. Her father's ultimate admission to a hospital for pneumonia and sepsis is, at the very least, a testament to the fact that, just like the mainstream interventions that failed him, the experimental ones did too. And this is maybe the real story here. It's one thing to point to one potentially bad actor in a space that is barely regulated. It's another to explore an entire regenerative medical industry that maintains a veneer of medical credibility and shiny glass offices, while it has no accountability outside of whether or not its services create a reliable stream of revenue. It's easy to forget that American hospitals are supervised by the FDA, and they have to file reports that account for all their patient outcomes, both the good and the bad. Now, this is the very reason that we have reliable statistics that show that almost 200,000 people die from medical mistakes in hospital care in America every year. And just to quote one recent study, medical errors have a high cost, with some experts estimating adverse events costing the healthcare system $20 billion each year, and others approximating healthcare costs of $35.7 to $45 billion annually for hospital-acquired infections alone. That's terrifying information. It's the sort of statement that would make anyone want to run away from the mainstream medical industry towards any other bastion of credible health treatments. But now let's just consider the per capita number for people who die of unapproved health treatments from clinics that have negligible regulatory standards to adhere to. Oh wait, we can't actually consider that number because no one is reporting on them. We literally have no idea how dangerous these treatments actually are. All we know is that when bad things happen, neither doctors nor the influencers who recommend them in the first place will say a single thing about any of it. It's almost as if, so long as nobody is watching, that we are supposed to believe that there aren't any problems, which has got to be some sort of mental condition all of its own. It's like if you ignore something, maybe because you've ignored it, it's actually good for you. It's at least a logical fallacy of some sort. But then sometimes the rubber does meet the road. The stories do leak out. And here's one example. Here was a comment by someone on my channel when I released that first video. I had 3 cases last decade I assisted with on
I think I need a snack. I am feeling very hypoglycemic. I'm going to just make a quick protein shake and get a couple apples. But I'm like actually kind of feeling shaky. Oh, here's my kitty. See him? Look at him. It's my kitty. She's good at dangling. Oh, there's my handsome. There's my big handsome boy. You're so big and fuzzy. You know that? Yeah. You're so big and fuzzy. Love my big fuzzy boy. Oh. All right. Oh, I can't eat rice cakes with Gummy around. He will harass me like crazy. But yeah. I'm just gonna make a protein shake real quick and then just get a couple apples and I'll be right back. Oh. Oh, dude. It is very cold down here. Very, very cold. I really should get another space heater.
Richard, did you change the light bulb? Well, can you change it? It's been out for like 3 days, dude. I'm going to feed Jake. I don't feel like watching any movies with you later. My friend is going to call and we're going to play chat.
Okay, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, dude.
On autopsies where patients had been to Mexico for surgeries that were either denied here, they're cosmetic and they had rotten cardiovascular health, and one woman's aorta, yikes, or went from procedures not available here in Canada, like MS treatments. Okay, so what that comment was saying is that he had 3 cases of people who died because these were autopsies, because they went to Mexico to seek out these unapproved and unregulated treatments. And yeah, I know that's just a comment, but that's hardly the only case. The actual medical literature is full of case studies of people who met the same fates. In the next video, I'm going to take this story right to Khan and the regenerative wellness industry itself. What do we really know about how Khan runs his practice? Do stem cell, peptide, exosome, fecal transplant therapies offer any real clinical benefit? I mean, there are scientific papers out there. Or are they little more than snake oil wrapped up in plausible medical explanations? Was Hyman's case a fluke, a sort of chance mistake? Or is there a systematic problem with the facilities they go to? Well, I've spent several months digging up answers to exactly these questions. And I've also reached out to Khan several times directly. And maybe his answers through his lawyers are more telling than anything else, because they've made it very clear that they do not want me digging any further. They even denied that Khan gave either man any stem cell injections, in apparent contradiction to their own public statements. So, what is Khan really hiding? Coming up next, the degenerative medicine of Adil Khan. Blazer Scott cutting in here. Quick note, after releasing the first video in the series, I've gotten a lot of feedback and leads, and of course, Michaela's legal threat. And it might take me a little longer than I had anticipated to get the next video out because there is just so much information that I need to comb through now. But know that I'm working on it, and we'll be posting updates as I go in the notes section on YouTube and also over on Substack. So, help join the investigation and see where this goes. I'm really excited to get into that next video because it actually raises much bigger issues than just these sort of...
So after literally claiming he gave him stem cell therapy, he's denying that he gave him stem cell therapy?
There's no evidence that 30,000 people were killed. Show me the evidence.
That 30,000 people were killed. I heard it from your mouth.
Where is the evidence, Elika?
Silence, and I'm going to tell you.
You're disgusting.
Oh, good. Insults. That's good.
President Trump says the war in Iran could be over within 2 or 3 weeks. The aftershocks, however, even if that is true, will last for years. Trump has told the Telegraph newspaper in the UK that he's now strongly considering a move to quit NATO altogether. The biggest military alliance in human history is a paper tiger, he said, and Putin knows that too. In a press interview, this is what the former NATO Commander General Sir Richard Sheriff said to me.
That Donald Trump has pretty much single-handedly torpedoed NATO as an alliance. 2 months ago, Donald Trump threatened to attack the territory of a NATO ally, Denmark, over Greenland. Nobody has forgotten that. Europeans will not forget that. That is a grotesque breach of trust. I think the special relationship is a fantasy put about, if I may say so, peers by the media and politicians.
Well, just about everybody agrees that NATO and Europe have been complacent about living in the comfort of US security. That's why at Trump's insistence, they're all ramping up spending, and so they should. But just about everybody also agrees that both America and Europe are significantly weaker on their own. NATO and its member countries have refused to join the Iran war for very sound reasons. First and foremost, it's a defensive alliance. It was created to maintain peace, not create war. Second, by any reasonable definition, the Iran war is to many people an illegal one. If there was evidence of an imminent threat and a right to self-defense, we've yet to be presented with it. Many people in my country and across Europe are asking, why should our men and women risk their lives for a war that you began without coherently explaining why? The so-called paper tiger has been ready to support the United States on countless occasions. 13 countries mobilized after 9/11 and fought alongside the US for 20 years in Afghanistan. European allies supplied 30% of the airstrikes in the fight against ISIS. They share intelligence and assets all over the world. They were there in the Gulf War. They were even in the US after Hurricane Katrina. Trump is threatening to walk away and leave the global oil supply in chaos because he says the US has plenty of its own resources. Well, that would leave America's closest ally stranded, with the notable exception of Israel, which has no intention of ending hostilities anytime soon. It would also leave the Iranian people stranded. For all the talk of liberation and Trump to the rescue, they'll be living under the same regime, weakened but angrier than ever. Joining me to debate all this, attorney and Iranian-American activist Elika Lebon, Aaron Mate, the journalist with the Grey Zone, Iranian-Canadian activist and former MP Goldie Gamari, and Anna Kasparian, the host and executive producer of The Young Turks. So welcome to all of you. Elika Lebon.
Based, gay and retarded.
I honestly can't keep up with where we are with this war, other than I read somewhere today, I think Axios reported this, that one of the Trump administration has said Trump isn't playing 3D chess, he's playing 12D chess, and that he basically throws out all these contradictory things because he wants to keep the enemy guessing. Now, maybe that's true, But it might also be, I would offer up as an alternative theory, that he's got himself into something that he quickly has realized is not a good idea, but not because taking out the Iranian regime is not a sound idea in principle, or that they've been an appalling repressive regime. But not a good idea because the Iranians have hit back in a way I think that they've been taken by surprise by the scale of it, economically, by closing the Strait of Hormuz, by attacking the Gulf states, and that the combined effect of this has been a shuddering shock to the global economy. And so Trump wants out, and yet it's very difficult to see how he gets out with a convincing claim of victory. So those are the theories. What's your view?
I mean, at the end of the day, my view from the very beginning, and still my view to this day, is that this operation, whatever it is, has to be seen through to the end, because the worst case scenario is that this war ends and the regime is still in power. That's worse than if the war never happened at all. And so in terms of what I'm here to do, or what Goldie is here to do, is represent, these sentiments of the Iranian people and how we feel about what these military strikes are doing, which are targeting an oppressive regime that, has been oppressing the Iranian people for 47 years. In terms of the military strategy, that's not really within our purview. The only thing that we can do is trust that the United States government knows what it's doing and has an effective plan to remove this regime.
Okay, but explain this to me. I get that. But let me just ask you this. Donald Trump said yesterday that the mission of making it impossible for Iran to develop a nuclear weapon had now been achieved. It seems to be where he's edging now as the sort of totality justification for the action he took. But there's one problem, is that all the enriched uranium remains untouched, underground in Iran. The capacity to develop that into a nuclear weapon remains exactly as it was before this war was started. So I don't understand how Donald Trump, or anybody, frankly, can claim that they have stopped Iran from being able to develop a nuclear weapon when all the tools they need remain exactly where they were before it started.
Well, that's the question that's on everybody's mind, right? The only thing that we've ever asked is for this war to go to completion and for this regime to be removed. It was never in our imagination that you would stop at the point that their nuclear capabilities were decapitated. We were told that the end of this war would be when this regime fell, that uncompromising surrender. That's the only ambition that we were ever told. So I don't know what to tell you about this falling short at just. Well,
I'm going to bring the others in. I mean, Annika's parent. That's really interesting because Annika's reflecting there what so many people are thinking, which is the goalposts have changed so often. It was early on, this was going to be regime change. And they thought by decapitating the top of the regime, killing the Ayatollah and a lot of the top people, then naturally, and apparently this was what the Israelis told the Americans, there will be uprisings and the regime will topple. None of that has happened. So they've now moved, it seems to me, to a different game plan, which is actually what we meant all along, was degrading their military and stopping them building a nuke. They've done the first, that has to be accepted. They've massively degraded the Iranian military, but they've come nowhere near to stopping them developing a nuclear weapon, if Iran chooses to, because the uranium is still there.
Unfortunately, you have two different countries that are involved in this effort to, I guess, either topple the regime in Iran, which isn't going to happen, or, degrade Iran's military capabilities and ability to build nuclear weapons. For the Israelis, it was never, ever about nuclear weapons. It was never about degrading Iran's military capabilities. It was always about regime change for them. But in order to build consent or manufacture consent among the American people for a war that we all knew was going to be a disaster, the American people were fed.
If she's claiming the Israelis were motivated for regime change, okay, why is that a bad thing?
Lies and all sorts of fear-mongering about how Iran is such a threat that we need to get involved and we need to disarm the Iranians. Okay, how is that working out for us? There was no strategic military plan
Working out great. Iran's fucked.
in place. Elika is on the propaganda wing, and she's like, oh, it's not my job to think about the military strategy. No, Elika, it is your job to think about military strategy because you're advocating for something that's going to get American soldiers killed. It's going to get innocent civilians killed. In fact, that's happening right now as we speak.
Oh my God, as if she cares about innocent civilians. Again, bring up the 30,000 Iranians that were murdered in the protests. What's your evidence for that? I don't believe it. It's made up.
And so you should ask yourself, is there really a reliable path here, a militaristic path that's going to secure what I personally want, which is regime change? And honestly, there isn't a path. There isn't a path. First of all, I don't have a path because I've analyzed the situation and realized that Iran has a formidable military and that you're going to put soldiers in jeopardy by taking them over there. I didn't interrupt you, and you're interrupting me. Why are you interrupting me? Pierce, are you going to intervene? Because she's interrupting me.
Yes, I think that's a fair comment. You shouldn't interrupt each other because we can't hear either of you when you do so.
I appreciate it. It is important to ask yourself, as you're advocating for military action, whether or not that military action is going to secure the gains that you're advocating for. And if you looked at the landscape, if you looked at the terrain in Iran, if you looked at what Iran is capable of doing, the fact that they control the Strait of Hormuz, you would think about all these elements before spouting off about getting the United States involved in a war that isn't going to secure what you think it's going to secure. There isn't going to be regime change in Iran. And by the way, I think it's disgusting that we are dragged into a war on behalf of a foreign country that does not plan to put any of their boots on the ground. Not a single IDF soldier is planning to be on the ground.
That's a really interesting point. Let me bring in Goldie Gamari. Welcome back to Uncensored, because it seems to me, look, I'm not a military expert, but a lot of my family has served at high level in the British military. And there's only one way to get that enriched uranium and therefore be sure that you can prevent Iran in the future developing a nuclear weapon, because they're very advanced as it is with this uranium. And the only way you can do it is with ground forces. The problem is it's incredibly dangerous, that operation, because of the terrain there, because of the way you would have to do it, because of the embedded defenses that the Iranians clearly have, the drones they have, and so on. This could very quickly, if America tried to do this, and I think it's perfectly reasonable, Vanna, to point out, so far there's no suggestion the IDF will join this, even though it's clear from Marco Rubio's own mouth that America went into this because the Israelis said, we're doing it with or without you. If it becomes a ground war, this could become very quickly disastrous. I mean, do you accept there's that risk here?
There's always a risk in everything that happens, but I mean, ultimately, we're dealing with the most powerful military in the world, the U.S. military. Their intelligence is top notch. President Trump himself has said that the reason that he decided to begin this as he calls it, an excursion into Iran is not because of Israel. It's because he assessed the threats to the United States, and obviously, the commander in chief of the United States of America has way more intelligence information than just random podcasters on YouTube. So I trust President Trump. I trust his analysis, and Pete Hegseth has also said that the vast majority.
Anna Kasparian is like a random dumb shrieking bitch on the internet. Like I don't know how she can claim the US military had no strategy going into Iran. On what basis does she have to make that claim? Like the idea that they haven't for years been cooking up some sort of strategy in the case of an Iran war.
Of the Islamic regime's ground forces, it has been destroyed. Their drones, their missiles, everything. So the only thing that's really left of the Islamic regime is just their paramilitary forces. In fact, they're so weak that they're now not only bringing militia groups from Iraq, but they're now actually conscripting 12-year-old children, which is a war crime. So the Islamic regime is now using children to fight.
But if they're that weak, all right, let's take for a moment your premise that they've been almost obliterated, which I keep hearing. Okay, but from where I'm looking, the regime has not been displaced. I mean, Donald Trump this morning put out a new post on Truth Social saying Iran's new president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors, has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire. We will consider when the Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, we're blazing Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. His usual hyperbolic rhetoric. But we don't know who he's talking about, by the way, because no one's come forward from the Iranian side to say, yes, that's me, and we are talking to the Americans.
And Piers, I think that's actually very funny because as far as we knew, the president was Pezeshkian. If President Trump is saying that there's a new president, does that mean Pezeshkian has been obliterated?
Well, that's why I said, we don't know who this guy is. We don't know that he's much less radicalized because we've no idea who it is, or that he's more intelligent than his predecessors. It could just be Trump playing games, trying to divide and rule with the IRGC. That's highly likely, I would think. And maybe that's an effective tactic. We shall see. with all these things, once a war starts, it's very, very difficult to predict how this plays out. But what I would say about the strength of the American military is there's been an asymmetric war going on here. And I'll bring Aaron in here. The asymmetric war is that you've got the American and Israeli combined incredibly powerful military, the most powerful military we've ever seen in this planet, waging merry hell across the skies of Tehran. But at the same time, the Iranians, like I said earlier, very skillfully. And
they have no radar, no air defense. I think 2 weeks into the war, 85% of their missile launch sites were already destroyed at this point. They must have like only a handful of launchers at most, if any, anymore. And all they can do is really shoot off drones.
And with great cunning, it has to be said, doing a very effective job in economically strangling the world through the Strait of Hormuz, and also strangling the economies of the Gulf states, its neighbors, by attacking refineries, by attacking tourist areas and so on. This has been very effective. I think far more effective than the Americans and Israelis thought may happen. So you've got two wars going on here. And my guess is because of the pain that's happening at the gas station prices, food prices to come because fertilizer's been shut and so on, you're going to see a lot of fallout from this all summer. You've got the midterm elections in America in November. Donald Trump is many things, but he's not politically stupid. He will know that they could take an absolute beating in the midterms and render him a lame duck if he doesn't do something to resolve where he is right now. I think he wants out, which is why he keeps talking about 2 to 3 weeks, I'm gone, and whatever. What do you feel?
I think his foremost concern right now is calming the markets, and that's why he keeps saying that he's having these great talks and they're getting somewhere. He's going to wrap this up really soon. I can't divine what's in his head anymore. I used to think he had smart political instincts, but I think going to war against Iran in a completely unjust, unprovoked fashion has blown up.
Yes, unjust and unprovoked fashion. Let's see. They were behind the October 7th attack. They attacked one of our biggest allies. One of the worst terror attacks that has ever been fucking committed. They've also again, they're the biggest world sponsor of fucking terrorism. They have Iranian agents in just about every fucking country. They seem to have been behind the Bondi Beach attack. They were also against other gay and anti-Semitic attacks in Australia. They've they have actually assassinated a Canadian political dissident, the IRGC, fairly recently, just a couple weeks ago. They've also attacked and nearly killed an American journalist, I think twice. They, like, this idea that it's unprovoked, like, where the fuck is he getting this fucking idea from? It's just so retarded. Like, I mean, would he say that if, like, a similar political situation were to happen with North Korea? It was unprovoked. Like, why does he have this, like, insane interest in protecting a fucking, a fascist Islamic? Oh, yeah, he's a gay fucking beta male twink communist retard. Like, go fuck yourself. Look at this little bitch, like, gay haircut. You little stupid, dumb fucking curls on your head, fucking loser.
That impression for me. And there's a debate going on right now that we're having about whether or not the Trump Netanyahu war in Iran is effective. I think we're missing a more fundamental question. Is it right? Is it just? And the fact that Iran is waging asymmetrical warfare underscores a really important point. It's the weaker party militarily, which underscores it's not a threat to anyone. Trump went to war because Iran acts as a deterrent to U.S. and Israeli hegemony in the region. That's not a threat to anyone's security. It's a threat to domination. And that's why Iran is being subjected to these attacks. And it's whether or not Trump can achieve his goals or not, it doesn't obscure the fact that it's fundamentally illegal. Under the standards of the Nuremberg trials, aggression is the supreme international crime. That is what Trump undertook here. Even his own intelligence agencies affirmed a year ago, and this hasn't changed, that Iran did not have a nuclear weapons program. It limited its missile ranges. At best, they said.
But we do know. Okay, but hang on that point, because we do know they were clearly lying about the capacity of their missiles, right? They fired a missile only last week, which went twice as far, a ballistic missile, twice as far as they had said that their missiles were capable of going. It didn't actually land on its target, but the distance it traveled would mean it could potentially get to Europe, it could get to London, to Paris, whatever. That is in direct contradiction to the undertakings Iran are given.
Well, whoopee fucking diddly do. They're out of missile launch sites, so.
About the distances where its missiles could go. So they've clearly been lying.
Well, not necessarily, because first of all, even NATO said we can't confirm that Iran fired that missile. So I'm not even sure that it was Iran. But let's say it was Iran. If it was Iran, it's quite possible they put on.
Well, who else fired it?
Well, listen, I wouldn't put anything past Israel. They carry out all sorts.
Oh, yes, it was the Jews. They were behind 9/11 after all, right? Like, what an anti-Semitic fucktard.
Of nefarious acts all the time.
By the way, this is such a bizarre, retarded claim. The amount of forensic evidence that would be left behind if Israel launched a fucking missile towards Europe or something. Like, are you fucking kidding me? The amount of people that are in the chain of command that would be responsible for firing a fucking missile, it would be over. Everybody would know they fucking did it.
I wouldn't be surprised if this was a false flag. Listen, let's assume it was Iran.
Well, hang on. Aaron, you're expecting me to believe that Israel deliberately fired a ballistic missile at an American base?
Yeah, that happens. Believe it or not, that has happened in the past.
Yeah, Israel decades ago attacked the USS.
Oh my God. Yeah, here we go. The fucking Egyptian war. So something that happened in the fucking 1960s when an American warship visually resembled an Egyptian warship almost identically. And they're like, Israel did it before. They deliberately attacked the USS Liberty. Like it's just such fucking retarded nonsense. Like, my fucking God, dude.
Liberty killed a bunch of U.S. soldiers. So actually, I wouldn't put...
Like, you know what? If they ever accidentally run over a kid when they're driving, like, you know, they're driving down the road, then some, like, dumbass kid just runs out onto the street and they, like, hit a kid by accident. You clearly did that on purpose. Don't your brakes work? I don't believe you. You deliberately ran over that kid. Like, what a fucking... just stupid.
Put it past it. Listen, let's assume it was Iran. Let's assume it was Iran. Just hold on a second. I'll just finish this point. Is it
possible?
If it was Iran, if I can finish this point, it's possible they put a smaller payload on the missile, which means it can travel further. And regardless, look, this whole debate is skewed because Iran is defending itself against an act of unprovoked aggression, an act that is not targeting the quote-unquote regime. It's hitting schools. They massacred over 150 girls in the opening hours of this unprovoked war. They're hitting pharmaceutical plants. They make medicines for Iranians.
On this point,
they're hitting residential buildings.
Yeah, but Aaron, okay, but look, I have serious misgivings about this war and have done from the start. I do not think that Iran had an imminent capacity to have a nuclear weapon or to use one. I think that is nonsense. And also flies completely in the face of what we were told after the 12-day war last summer. We were told that whole capacity had been destroyed anyway. And none of that makes any sense to me. But the idea that Iran had never provoked either Israel or the United States. I mean, that is also patently disingenuous because Iran, for the last few decades, has systematically waged a campaign of terror through the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and other proxies against Israel. Ayatollah has led the chance of death to America, death to Americans. They have killed, I think, more Americans than any other nation in the world, right, in the last 47 years. So this idea that this has all happened out of nowhere, I just think it's disingenuous.
I think the fundamental problem in the region is that you have an Israeli government that gives itself the right to displace the indigenous Palestinians, steal their land, and deny them a homeland. And Iran, on that question, has been far.
I can't even. Like, I'm so sick of every time they make this fucking claim, having to go through the whole history of, like, the Palestinian territory being owned by the fucking British, and then, like, the land transfer thing. Like, buddy, you're a gay retard, okay? You can't even bench 2 plates. I don't even think this guy could bench 135. I'm not confident that this guy can do more than 10 push-ups. I would bet my life this guy can't even do a single fucking pull-up. Like, what the fuck do I care what some dumb bitch fucking beta male thinks? The poor Palestinians, they don't have a right to their homeland. Well, you know what? If they want to live in a certain area, maybe they shouldn't, like, go to war and try to kill Jews and shit. That seems to be their fundamental fucking problem, so... It's kind of like if you invite me over to your fucking house and I start pissing and shitting everywhere and try to kill your wife. I shouldn't be surprised if you try to kick me out of the house,
Far more accommodating than Israel and the U.S. have in terms of accepting the international framework for the Israel-Palestine issue. Iran has said that they would support the Arab Peace Initiative, which offered Israel full normalization if it allowed Palestinians to have a state in just 22% of historic Palestine. Iran has cooperated with the U.S. in the past. You mentioned earlier that Trump's turning his back on NATO, and NATO helped the U.S. in Afghanistan. So did Iran. Iran provided critical intelligence to the U.S. that helped the U.S. capture fighters from Al-Qaeda and the Taliban. And that was blown up when George W. Bush gave a speech declaring Iran to be part of the axis of evil. The U.S. Ambassador Ryan Crocker said that seriously undermined Iran's cooperation, which was very, very fruitful. And there have been so many more diplomatic initiatives since. Iran sent Bush a letter offering to resolve all these issues. Bush ignored it. There was the Iran nuclear deal, which even Trump's own administration certified that Iran was complying with.
And what about the slaughter of thousands of protesters, including many completely innocent civilians on the streets of Iran in January, for example? Because the noise from the left, I have to say, was pretty... I'm not accusing you, and I don't know what you both said about it at the time. You can enlighten me. But there was a definite...
Well, I'll tell you what I said.
Well, hang on, there was a
don't speak for me. Don't put words in my mouth.
No, I actually remember very well.
Sorry, I'm actually talking...
You know what I had to say about it.
30,000 people were killed. I heard it from your mouth.
Okay.
There's no evidence that 30,000 people were killed. Show me the evidence.
There it is. There it is.
How many do you think were killed?
Where's the evidence, Elika?
So the Iranian health service is the one who made the 30,000 claim. That was their best estimate. That's based on all the body bags that they basically had in the country ended up being like over capacity. They ran out of body bags. Their emergency rooms and shit were at like over capacity. And I think this was last week. They've been trying to verify the number of deaths. I think they've gotten to about 10,000 verified deaths out of the estimated 30,000. So we're at about and that was last week. So we're at about a third of the fucking deaths being completely verified. So like just given the scale of these massacres, the 30,000 figure sounds about right. So, and again, this is coming from, like, the Iranian health service. This isn't, some fucking Jew somewhere made up this fucking claim. No, this is coming from Iran themselves.
You want me to tell you?
What's
you
the
want me to
source?
tell you?
Yeah, go ahead.
I can tell you the source. I can tell you the source because how quickly you believe a terrorist regime, but you don't believe.
Just give me the source. I don't need to.
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now. Violence, and I'm going to tell you every single hospital in every single city in Iran gave a tally of how many corpses were in their beds. In total, that amounted to 36,500 people, and that didn't include the
What
people
is your
that were
source? What source compiled those numbers?
That was the Iranian health service, you fucking idiot.
Okay, so you yourself talked to every single hospital?
I saw the list. I saw the list of every hospital with every number.
You saw the list.
Google it.
Who
Google
published
it.
the list?
How do you know 2,000 people died in 9/11? Did you contact every hospital? Like, fuck me, dude.
Who published
It's
the list?
everywhere. Human rights
Oh, it's everywhere.
organizations.
You should know the source. You should memorize that. If you're so heated about
I'm
this
telling
issue,
you.
Okay,
you
but
should
you know
memorize
what's
that.
interesting? Okay, hang on. You know what's interesting, Anna? Yeah, you're having
Yes,
the
go ahead.
complete reverse. You're having the complete reverse.
No, I'm not.
Well,
I'm not.
okay, I'm
I'm
going to
not.
explain.
The New York Times just published a piece on this.
Oh yes, the New York Times, the unbiased New York Times.
Haven't
that I
heard
hope
my
you
question
read.
yet.
That I hope you read.
Haven't
Go
heard my
ahead.
question yet.
Right. You care about the deaths in Palestine. But
No,
you don't
no,
care about
not
the
that.
Iranian
Not
people.
that.
I do care about the
You-
Iranian
you got
people.
utterly-
Unfortunately,
you got-
they've
hang
been
on.
She doesn't give two fucking shits about the Iranian people. She completely flat out denies like any of the deaths.
You got utterly enraged when people questioned the number of people who'd been killed in Gaza, rightly, because it turned out those numbers were broadly accurate, have now been admitted by Israel. And yet here you are doing exactly what so many Israeli guests did on this show about the deaths in Gaza. You're just refusing to believe any of the numbers coming out of things. So my question for you would be, well, if it wasn't 30,000, then how many do you think were killed?
Like, it's crazy. So she's relying on the Gaza Health Ministry for the death toll in Gaza, which it seems like the total deaths are accurate. The misreporting is basically it's the proportion of adult male deaths versus women and child deaths. They've revised that. So she's fine with getting data from the Palestinian Health Authority, but then when the Iranian like health service fucking does this tally of the fucking death count, oh, it's made up. Like, why?
I don't know. I don't know
So how
exactly.
do you know it wasn't 30,000?
Hold on. Let me explain.
Hang on.
Elika,
Sorry.
Oh, I don't know, but I know it's fake. Okay.
Let me make my point. If you're going to ask a question, let me answer it. Let me answer
I am
the
moderating
question.
this. Anna,
I
so
know,
my
but let
point
me
being,
answer the
my
question.
point being, the very question that I used to ask all the Israeli guests who would try and cast
I know.
aspersions
I know.
is the same
Let me
question I'll put
explain
to
myself.
you. It's the same question to you, which is, if you don't know, how do you know it wasn't 30,000?
Okay, let me explain it. Okay,
You don't know.
No, Pierce, let me explain it. Okay, when it comes to Gaza, the Gaza Health Ministry, historically, you look at the history, they have historically been accurate and very careful when they publish death tolls. Okay, they're always confirmed. In fact, oftentimes they're an underestimate. So I know to trust the Gaza Health Ministry because of its history of publishing accurate data. In the case of Iran, we know a few things. We know because so many American former government officials and current government officials and the Israeli media were literally bragging about putting Mossad on the ground, arming people. And that's why so many of the law enforcement or police officers, security forces in Iran were also killed. Okay, there's a lot of disinformation coming out, and there are different sources publishing different information about the death toll, which is why I don't know. I have not found a source that I fully trust
and yet you
that's
are
giving me accurate data.
No, but Anna, again, I would use the same questioning I did to people about Gaza.
How many of them were killed by Mossad operatives? How many of them were actually killed by
I'm not
Israeli
asking you
government?
that.
Oh yes, Mossad operatives. They massacred over 30,000 Iranians, right?
No. I'm simply saying once you've admitted.
Like, by the way, if they're Mossad operatives, why would they have a motivation to quell the protests? Wouldn't they want the protests to like continue? Like you'd think Mossad operatives would help them attack the IRGC, right? And the security forces. So like this doesn't make any fucking sense.
You have no idea how many were killed. I find it extraordinary that you would be so emphatic in refuting the 30,000 number. You don't know.
You think 30,000 people were slaughtered in 1 week?
I think it could easily have happened from the scenes I was looking at. Yes.
I don't
Okay, you don't believe it. Okay, but
I don't believe it.
given that you've admitted you don't know, you don't know. Let me come back to Elika. You know, I have noticed there has been I think there has been a double standard here from people on the left who I respect, where they seem to care an awful lot more about Palestinians being killed in Gaza, which I also shared their care about, and the protesters killed in Tehran at the start of the year. And it was deafening. It was deafening. And Hollywood was deafening by its silence too. And I just think that's another thing that is just wrong about this. It's intellectually dishonest to people, right? To pick and choose which
You know what's
innocent
dishonest, Pierce? The fact that Iranians are getting killed right now. Civilians are getting targeted right now. This war began, okay, with 175 people getting slaughtered at an elementary school? Elika, you got anything to say about that? Do your people feel liberated?
Yeah, I do,
You don't live in Iran? You've never lived in Iran. And you have
I've been many times.
Again, highly skeptical about these supposed child fatalities because, like, knowing the history with the Gaza situation where you saw just... You were inundated on the internet, like Instagram everywhere, with tons of fucking photos of kids, like, blown to pieces, like, under rubble, killed... You're telling me in Iran, a regime that has every fucking motivation to push whatever propaganda they can to make Israel look bad, America look bad, no photos of these kids have been released. Like, not only just like dead bodies of children, but I mean, like, you don't even see any kids like at a morgue or body bags or any funeral services, nothing.
Talk about this as if it's the liberation of the Iranian people as they're getting killed, as their hospitals are being bombed, as healthcare workers are being killed. Disgusting.
All right, let Elika respond.
Hospitals being bombed, right? The U.S. is bombing hospitals in Iran because that's just so important to their military strategy, right?
Elika, respond.
I'm not going to shut up.
Well, you let her respond because you asked me to stop her interrupting you. So I'm now saying to you,
Okay, go ahead, Elika.
let her speak.
Please go ahead.
When you talk about the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry, you say their numbers have historically been accurate. Well, did they ever
You're
separate
disgusting.
civilians from Oh, good. Insults. That's good. Did they ever separate civilians from combatants? They didn't. And in the end, we discovered that that number did include many combatants. Okay.
The idea
that's
did,
the first
actually.
thing.
We know their numbers.
Correct. That's good.
83% civilians.
Okay, are you going to interrupt?
83%.
Are you going to interrupt? Actually, Hamas said that 50,000 of them were combatants. Regardless, you are quick to trust the Hamas-run health ministry, which just shows who you trust, right? Which is terrorist regimes. Second of all, you sat there just right now and said 178 school children were killed. First of all, you said nothing about the hundreds of children that were killed on January 8th and January 9th by the regime. And second of all, where did you get that number from? The only people who have confirmed that number is the regime. And that just goes to show.
Wait, hold on. Are you denying that 175 people were slaughtered in that school? Are you denying?
The point is she's trusting the regime. Like,
Are you denying it? Let me finish my point.
like we can't trust Israel. They all lie, but we can trust a country that's completely adversarial to the United States.
Point. Let me finish my
Because
point.
you did deny.
And
Let me
Israel.
finish my point. Are you going to let me finish my point? There absolutely were children killed in that strike. How many? We don't know, because the only people who have confirmed it is the regime.
Yeah, but again, Elika, okay, well, now let me, Elika, hang on. Let me jump in there.
She's just pointing out she has no epistemic standards.
Because you're now doing exactly. Sorry, you're now.
All she's doing is pointing out that Anna has no epistemic standards. So we can't trust Israel. We can't trust America. We can trust Hamas. We can trust the Iranian regime, but we can't trust the Iranian healthcare system. Like it doesn't make any sense. So she's just adverse to any information that would go against the Iranian regime, but she isn't adverse to any information that would go against Israel or the United States.
If you let me, Piers, if you let me finish
we
my
know,
point,
we know how many children were killed.
No,
we know how many were at the
that's
school.
not what I'm saying. Piers, let me finish my point and you'll see what I'm saying, okay? I'm not saying what's real and I'm not saying what's not real. Here is the point that I'm making. When the people, okay, tell you something, doctors, witnesses, eyewitnesses on the ground tell you something, okay, it is questioned. When the regime says something, it is believed. So what I'm saying is that
trans man is mourning a terrorist.
As of 5 a.m. Iranian time, or 5:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei of the Islamic Republic of Iran is dead at the age of 86, following the attacks by the U.S. Zionist coalition that happened last night. The Ayatollah's offices were one of the targets hit in the attack, and among those dead with the Ayatollah was his daughter, his son-in-law, and his grandchild. May they be welcomed into the arms of Allah.
There's no help for some people, dude. This is not a trans person. This is just somebody with mental issues. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I'm pointing out to the hypocrisy of how easily they believe regimes, which they might be true. It might be true.
Yeah, but you know, the trouble is, again, you're both basically casting doubt over the death toll numbers.
It's not about casting doubt.
You're both casting doubt over the death toll numbers of the other side, and that's my point about intellectual.
It's epistemic standard. Why is Pierce such a fucking idiot? He's an airhead too.
Dishonesty. I don't think it's honest to do that. I mean, in relation to the attack on the school, it's pretty obvious to anybody what has happened there.
We know that people were. We know why.
It used to be. Let me finish my point, please. It used to be part of an IRGC compound. Then it was moved out several years ago to be just outside the compound. I suspect they clearly deliberately attacked the compound, and the missile was slightly off and hit the school and killed over 160, 70 young schoolgirls at school. It was a disgusting thing to happen.
Nobody fucking knows exactly how many kids were killed, if any, really. Like again. With something like this, why is there no media about it, like showing any of the bodies, any like funeral services, nothing?
And what America should have done, what President Trump should have done, is just immediately had the investigation, concluded it immediately. They know if one of their missiles hit that school or not. They knew immediately. And they should just say, we made a terrible mistake. We were aiming for the compound next to it. We hit the school. Terrible things happen in war. Terrible mistakes happen in war. We are owning this mistake. I would respect any country that says that when that kind of thing happens enormously more than I respect the obfuscating and disingenuous bullshit we've heard about the attack on that school. Right?
Absolutely, but Piers, that's not the point. The point is that how quickly people run with numbers provided by a regime that historically does nothing but disseminate propaganda, and how quickly they question the words of the witnesses of people who have seen this massacre on the ground. That shows you who they defer to, and that is what's worrying.
Okay, let's just
make a point here. The government published a list of people that it says were killed during those protests. If people think that list is false, what they can do is
they're either alive or dead.
There has been.
You know what? They're either alive or dead, and it will be verified. And my guess is that many thousands were killed. Exactly how many thousands, I don't know. I'm intellectually honest enough to say I don't know, but I certainly because I don't know, I'm not in a position to emphatically deny any figure because I don't know. Let's just turn. I want to turn to another. Hang on, listen, we're running out of time.
Because those numbers are ridiculous.
I want to turn.
Those numbers are ridiculous.
Oh yes, those numbers are ridiculous.
Turn to another issue. All right, we've done the ridiculous numbers. All right, stop talking, please.
Because you're
I want to change the subject and bring Aaron in here. All right, Aaron, I want to talk about this extraordinary thing yesterday where Israel's parliament approved a law that would make the death penalty the default sentence for Palestinians convicted of what they regard as deadly terror attacks. The legislation was pushed by the far right with Ben-Gvir, the National Security Minister, its driving force. After the vote, and I found this particularly sickening, he was seen opening bottles of champagne and celebrating, posting on X, "We made history, we promised, we delivered." And I just found this, I have to be honest, completely repellent. I find Ben-Gvir and
I don't know why anybody is particularly adverse to death penalty for terrorism.
Modric repellent anyway. I think they are unbelievably far right. I think they have dragged Israel into very dark places, this Israeli government. And I think that this...
this is ridiculous. Very far right. Guess why Israeli politics have swayed so far right? Because all the left-wing fucking lib cucks in Israel fell for all of this white guilt bullshit. They trusted Hamas, they tried to play nice, and they got fucked over from it. So they allowed all these fucking terror attacks to happen. They allowed so many innocent Israelis to fucking die. All of these fucking peace talks fell completely flat. They never wanted to negotiate any kind of fucking peace deal. They fell for all the fucking retarded Palestinian fucking propaganda, and it didn't work, and it got innocent fucking people killed. So this whole, you need to show humanity and be nice and open up pathways to peace, that only works when you're talking to reasonable fucking people, and these people are anything but fucking reasonable. They follow a death cult. They hate Jews for religious fucking reasons, has nothing to do with being thrown out of their homeland. It's a religious thing. It has to do with radical Islam. So that's why Israeli politics has swayed right, because the right-wing narrative is correct.
This is indicative of what I mean by that. The death penalty has existed but not been used in Israel for decades. They're bringing it back only for Palestinians who they deem guilty of terrorism. Some will have committed acts of terror. Others are furiously disputed by the Palestinian side. So it's an arguable point. And we'll have to see who they decide they're going to kill. Ben-Gvir and others were wearing...
Seriously, how did we get to a point where people are mourning the deeds of terrorists?
Just white guilt, cuck bullshit, dude. It's fucking retarded. Oh, it's just so ridiculous. Oh. I don't know why people are so fucking brain broken. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Nooses as badge lapels on their suit. It was sickening. But also, they're saying it won't apply to Israelis. Right? So you won't have Israelis being killed under this new law in Israel because, of course, they're not going to convict any of their own for any act of terrorism, even though many other people view a lot of the behaviour by some of the more rogue elements of the IDF to be acts of terrorism. So there's a terrible double standard there, which and the way the Ben-Gvir and others have been celebrating it is sickening for anybody.
Can you react to WTC collapse compilation? What is that?
About an hour after the actual explosion, which was about 9:15 in the morning, If you wanted to calculate a time to cause maximum disruption, you would calculate that time as the start of the working day and perhaps the biggest, busiest complex.
Is there any particular reason you want to...
Whoever you are, what's your view of this?
Yeah, and this is the government that working class American soldiers are being forced to die for. Nobody signed up to defend this fanatical Jewish supremacist state, but yet this is what people are being sent off to West Asia to defend and to die on behalf of. And as Anna pointed out, the Israeli military won't even send its own ground forces if there is a ground invasion of Iran. This is what the Israeli government is. People like...
Oh my fucking God. Do you think that has something to do with Israel not wanting to sacrifice their own soldiers, or do you think that has to do something to do with their operational capability? Just like, again, fucking retarded.
To think there was maybe an earlier time when the Israeli government was more liberal and things have gone the wrong way. Well, when you found your country...
When they were liberal, they were allowing for fucking crazy retarded terror attacks and trying to get peace deal done that, like, the Palestinians never had any intention to fucking agreeing to. So, they've went the wrong way. They should go back to letting innocent Israelis get fucking murdered and trying to sign peace deals that will never get fucking through because Palestinians would never agree to it anyway.
On ethnic cleansing, when you claim that there's a divine right to steal land from somebody else, when you establish an apartheid regime that privileges one group, Jews, over another, Palestinians, this is what is going to happen. This is the inevitable result of Zionism. And it's what so many people around the world now are waking up to as being just incompatible with any basic standards of humanity. But yet we're constantly told by all of our leaders that Israel is a top ally, they share our values. Well, these aren't my values, and these aren't the values, I think, of most decent-minded people. So what you're seeing now, I think, because of Israel's actions, and it's not just, it goes far beyond this.
You're a fucking piece of shit. You're a fucking communist fucktard who supports regimes that are completely antithetical to, the nation you live under, because you're a brainwashed communist fucktard who's bought into this idea of, like, fucking white guilt. So you're human scum. People like you are the people who have the wrong think.
Measure. We've just seen more than 2 years of a mass murder campaign against the defenseless civilian population in Gaza, which is ongoing. And also you're seeing...
Oh, yes. The war is against the innocent, defenseless population, not against Hamas, right? That's why when you look at the casualty figures and military-aged males are overrepresented in the fatality figures, it's just, luck. It's not like Israel's trying to attack Hamas. They're just trying to just kill everybody randomly. What a fucktard. Like, fuck this guy.
Concurrent acts of terror every single day by Jewish settlers backed by Israeli soldiers in the occupied West Bank. People are waking up against this. And
here we go. The Israeli settlers. Like, this is just fucking ridiculous. According to Palestinians, every Israeli is a settler, no matter where they are. Israelis living in Tel Aviv are settlers. So what he's saying makes no fucking sense, and it's just delusional, whack job, fucking retarded bullshit.
Global opinion.
Yeah, look, I would agree with you. I would agree with you on the settler point. I think there's been some outrageous aggression by Israeli settlers.
Somebody's fucking brain broken.
Against Palestinians in the last few months. I would take issue again just with the way you characterize the defenseless civilians in Gaza. Of course, they're surrounded by Hamas terrorists who committed one of the worst acts of terrorism in modern times on October the 7th and are still embedded all around civilians and have been from the start of this war. So they're not, if you're being honest again about what's happening in Gaza, they're not defenseless. I think it's gone way too far what's happening in Gaza. I think the initial defense I made of Israel's right to defend itself, its duty to defend itself and its population has been just desecrated by the scale of what has gone on there.
Just fucking retarded. Like, would he say that about the Dresden bombing? Would he say that about the bombings of Berlin? Like it's just. What about the Tokyo bombings? It's just retarded. Makes absolutely no fucking sense. They have a military objective that they need to complete. Like, in his mind, like, oh, well, I guess we're just supposed to let terrorists just do whatever the fuck they want because innocent civilians.
And the fact they still won't let journalists in to verify what has gone on there says everything to me. It says they know what they've done does not live up to their claim to be the most moral army in the world. They've done stuff so bad, they won't let journalists in to look at it. And so, that's my view about it. But I think the idea that no one has been there armed in Gaza, able to fire back. Obviously they have. That's what Hamas have been doing.
I didn't say they couldn't fire back. I said they can't defend themselves from one of the most sophisticated armies in the world, dropping 2,000.
Clearly they fucking can.
pound bombs on residential areas and
No,
destroying
I get that, but the
tiny
truth is
concentrations.
that war went on for a long time because actually there was a lot coming back the other way too, right? So I agree with you. I don't disagree with your overall point. It's just language is quite important. Let me bring in.
I agree.
Let me bring in.
Let me say one point,
Goldie. I want to bring in Goldie on this point. You know, Goldie, you can defend Israel's government and so on. I hate the way people conflate the actions of the government with Israeli people or Jewish people. To me, it's a ridiculous thing to do. It's anti-Semitic to hold the Israeli government to account that they're this right wing and doing such terrible things. You know, when I looked at what Ben Gvir was doing there, right there. You know, I think I posted this on X. This is despicable to see a senior government minister of any supposedly civilized country cracking the champagne open at the thought of killing people. Whatever your argument about the people that they're going to put to death, wearing nooses on the thing that they've gone back hundreds of years into the Wild West. You know, this is wrong, isn't it? Can you condemn this?
I mean, my understanding of this law is that it is limited to Palestinians and Hamas terrorists who were specifically involved in the October 7 attack. So this is basically a law that's only for that particular incident. With respect to internal Israeli politics, I mean, I don't really comment on internal politics. Not really my thing. I mean, I would.
You do for Iran.
So yeah, because I'm Iranian. Of course, I comment on Iran. I'm Iranian.
Okay, well, you're not American. So why are you trying to drag America into wars that you want America to fight?
Why are you commenting on Iran? You're not Iranian.
Okay, then how about you leave America out of it? You want to comment on Iran, that's fine, but demanding that American soldiers die on behalf of your little agenda.
What do they get paid to do? Like, by the way, especially when you're talking about Marines and other special forces like Green Berets and shit. Like, they kind of want to go to war. That's the whole reason they signed up. Like, I can guarantee you every single one of these fucking dudes in the Marines, they're like, fuck yeah, finally get to fucking kill shit. Like, have you asked a single fucking Marine their opinion on, like, whether or not they have a fucking problem with going into Iran? Like, why are we spreading this fucking narrative that, like, oh, the poor U.S. military members, like if they want to go in, if that's what they signed up for, what's the fucking problem?
Is a little disrespectful, isn't it?
I think it's absolutely insane that you think that I have anything to do with President Trump's decision to go in and destroy the Islamic regime. I think you're absolutely insane.
I mean, he takes counsel from the likes of Laura Loomer, so you never know. You never know.
I have nothing else
I'd actually like to go back to someone who has things of substance to say.
We'll come to you about this issue, but I just want to finish one point with Goldie. It's not true that this only applies to Palestinians who were involved in October the 7th. It doesn't. So that's not.
If that's the case, then I mean, as a former parliamentarian, I probably wouldn't be, sipping champagne and celebrating. I think, it's a very grave.
Well, especially a law that only applies to one ethnic group.
So I mean, I would not.
But it only applies to one ethnic group, right? I mean, how can that be remotely acceptable to anybody?
So, like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Israel has capital punishment. So this is probably something that was done just to ensure that perpetrators of the October 7th attack get killed. And they don't just get, like, life sentences or something. But, like capital punishment exists in Israel. That's not unique to any racial or ethnic group.
I'd have to go look at that legislation, but ultimately, I mean, this is what they voted for, so it's their internal affairs and their sovereign state, and and
you know what, we're perfectly entitled to call it.
After what happened on October 7, I can see why there's a lot of passion around this situation.
Okay, Alec has dropped off. I don't know why. I wish people wouldn't do that, or at least say they're going to do it. Oh, technical issue. All right, I hope it was. Anna,
may I jump in? Thank you.
Final point to you.
I appreciate that. So, look, in regard to that law that just passed in Israel, it isn't just the fact that it goes along with the existing apartheid state of Israel, where Palestinians are treated as subhumans. It's also the fact that Palestinians are tried in these kangaroo courts, basically military courts, that have a 96% conviction rate. And
yeah, so you think that might have something to do with them actually being guilty? Like when there's video footage of somebody stabbing multiple people to death or shooting a bunch of people, do you think it's pretty easy to get a conviction, dumbass?
Often these so-called admissions of guilt are secured under duress, under torture. And so a lot of innocent people...
Literally no evidence of that whatsoever.
...are going to be hanged And that's the whole point of the law that just passed. That's why the terrorists within the Knesset, the Ben Gavirs, the Bezalel Smotriches, they were celebrating specifically because of the fact that they know that they're going to have some legal path to justify the slaughter of more innocent Palestinian individuals. That's what's going on. And can we just have Aaron say one last thing? Because Aaron's reporting on what happened to a toddler, a Palestinian toddler, who was detained alongside his father in central Gaza is something that people really need to know about. Aaron, can you just briefly talk about that? Because I want people to know about what's going on.
Hannah, you're giving me too much credit because I haven't really done anything on this, but I do know the basic fact that there was a toddler seized in central Gaza along with his father, and he came back with burn marks. And the doctor says
the last report I saw about it. Sorry, the last thing I said was that was erroneous, that reporting, and it was denied, and then the verified reporting came back. I think that it was not true.
Okay, well, I haven't seen that. But
we'll look into it. My understanding is
Israel slaughtered thousands of Palestinian children. The Washington Post.
Okay, but we're moving into a different. Okay, we're moving into a different.
This is totally.
I wish you guys cared this much about.
I don't want to move into other more general arguments about it.
You're getting slaughtered right now. They're getting slaughtered right now. They're getting slaughtered right now. Right now. Because of what you want. Because of what you want. Because of what you want. You're disgusting.
She doesn't give two fucking shits. Again, she doesn't give two fucking shits about the 30,000 plus Iranians that just got massacred. She doesn't care about any of this. All this is in service of just promoting anti-Israeli and anti-American rhetoric.
It would be mandatory that in the last 3 minutes of every uncensored debate a member of the Young Turks team comes on. You all lose your shit. It is possible.
How can I not?
Well, it is possible to end on a more civilized manner. Just accept
it's really difficult.
Well, you have different opinions, you know. That's why I get the body on with different opinions. We should never lose our basic sense we shouldn't lose our sense of civility when we debate things, because that way madness lies. Anyway, it's always good to have you. Thank you to my panel, I appreciate it, and to Elika, who apparently has tech issues. Well, joining me now is the Palestinian political leader, Dr. Mustafa Barghouti. Welcome back to Uncensored. I just want to read what you published on X. You said the Israeli Knesset's approval of a law allowing the execution of Palestinian prisoners is a racist, fascist, and dangerous escalation that directly threatens thousands of Palestinian detainees and further entrenches Israel's apartheid system and policy of collective punishment. And that comes along with Amnesty International, who said the law creates a dual legal system because Palestinians in the West Bank face a death penalty.
Do an impression of that trans man crying over the death of that terrorist gone too soon.
I want to make this video apologizing on behalf of all Americans for killing a brave freedom fighter of the Islamic regime, and I hope you have a peaceful afterlife in Islam heaven. There you go. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
As a default in military courts, well, Israeli settlers in the same territory are tried in civilian courts, where the penalty is discretionary and harder to apply. So there is a two-tier legal system clearly being established here. What is your response to this?
Well, exactly. Two different systems of laws for two people living on the same land is apartheid. That's how you classify and identify.
Yeah, it's not apartheid. If they're not Israeli citizens and they're committing acts of war, why the fuck would you... Why would you expect them to be tried in the same criminal system?
Apartheid. But it is a much worse apartheid than the one that prevailed in South Africa.
It is not apartheid.
Africa. Even in the worst time of South
like, by definition, this could not possibly be apartheid because they're talking about prosecuting non-citizens. You fucking idiot.
African apartheid system, nobody dared to say that if a black man kills a white man, he will be executed. But if a white man kills a black man, he will not be judged. That's exactly what this Israeli law says.
That is not how South Africa worked, you fucking idiot.
It's first of all, it's illegal by...
So this guy literally made up retarded horseshit. You would be tried for murder in South Africa if you murdered a black person and you were white.
International law, because Israel has no
jurisdiction. You could make arguments over like the justice system would be prejudiced. There's going to be some sort of prejudice or bias in any legal system, but that's not how things worked in South Africa. Whites could not just murder black people willy-nilly.
Jurisdiction over occupied territories.
Like these people are insane.
Second, it is legalizing what is already going on of executing Palestinians. You know, since October 7th, in Israeli jails, in the West Bank and in Israel, 90 Palestinian detainees have already been killed, either by torture, either by starvation, or by deprivation of medical treatment. And more than that, to prove that it is a system of discrimination, there are two very interesting figures. 99% of Palestinian cases taken to Israeli courts are convicted, 99%, while 96% of any Israelis attacking Palestinians or conducting violence will never be convicted. As a matter of fact, out of 10,000 cases of Israeli terrorists, settlers, gangs attacking Palestinians, out of 10,000 cases, only 8 were convicted. So clearly, this is a system of discrimination. But more than that, I said that this law shows how far and how fast the Israeli establishment has gone in the direction of fascism. Imagine, not only they passed such a terrible law, which is considered a war crime by international community, but more than that, they are celebrating it, drinking drinks, celebrating the passage of the law, and putting on their chests, men and women, Israeli members of the parliament, putting on their chest, whether they are men or women, symbols and pins of hanged man's knots, the rope that they will use to hang Palestinians.
It was disgusting.
Totally. And more than that, is that the
Yeah, snapping somebody's neck and having them die instantly. We should do what they do in the United States and use drugs that kill you over the course of hours and hours, where you slowly suffocate to death, or your body heat gradually increases and you're cooked to death. That's much more humane, right? Than just instantly killing somebody quickly and painlessly. Like, this guy's a fucking idiot. Like, just because it seems less aesthetically pleasing, hanging somebody, I don't know why that's less humane.
Israel that some Western governments say it's the only democracy in the Middle East? Is this democracy?
Well, it's not democracy. I think when you have a two-tier legal system, that is not democracy. You know, I live in an actual democracy here in the UK, and everybody is treated the same way under the law. There is no two-tier law. If there was a law brought in specifically for one ethnic group that didn't apply to others, all hell would break loose. And yet this seems to have been widely accepted and applauded by most of the Israeli population, according to the polls I've seen.
And that's what worries me more than anything else. It's not just the Israeli government that has moved towards fascism. It's not just the Israeli governing establishment, including 2/3 of the Israeli members of the Knesset, the Israeli Jewish members of the Knesset, but it's the whole society. 90% of the society supports the war now. And the vast majority support such a terrible law. That is dangerous. If I was an Israeli, I would worry very much, because this fascism will not only hurt Palestinians and kill Palestinians as they are doing, it will eat up the Israel from within. And that's why some people in Israel are protesting, because fascism is never good for anybody. And this fascism would not have grown so fast and so big if it wasn't for the world's abstention from establishing sanctions on Israel, for committing genocide, for committing collective punishment and starvation against the people of Gaza, for allowing Israeli terrorist gangs to move around and attack every day 10 to 12 communities, burning houses, burning cars, shooting people. That's the result of the weakness of the international community and the absence of sanctions on Israel.
Mustafa Barghouti, always good to have you on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And in return, we will continue our mission to inform, irritate, and entertain. And we'll do it all for free. Independent, uncensored media has never been more critical. And if you did subscribe...
That was just as retarded as I would expect it to be. All right, let's watch this first.
Card and stick it in a beaker of acetone.
Nail polish remover, basically?
Nail polish remover.
Okay.
It does start to work very quickly.
That is crazy.
This is one that we started about 30 minutes ago. We'll do a little...
That's a credit card from 30 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Why does it look... Okay, so I see this like frame on the inside now.
Yes.
Is that all antenna bands, basically?
Exactly, that's the antenna and the chip right there in the middle. And what we're going to do now is show it's still working.
Ah, okay.
Oh, there you go.
That's the important part. All right.
That's it? Yeah, that's your credit card.
Theoretically, if you just touch that here, I think it would work. Come on, little card. You can do it.
Yeah.
You still have $20. You got to believe. I guess that's why the antennas are so important.
Yeah, right? You can try. Oh. Right, with the antenna, it works now.
That worked?
Yeah.
Wow.
How cool is that?
This is just one of the technologies hidden inside a credit card. And you can trace its origins back to a top-secret CIA counter-surveillance operation. In this pair of videos, we're going to uncover all of the credit card's hidden features and put them to the test to see how secure they really are, including attempting to steal $10,000 from MKBHD's locked iPhone.
That's a lot of zeros. Careful with that. Oh my God. I don't like that at all.
In 1945, at the end of the Second World War, a group of Soviet school children visited the U.S. ambassador to the Soviet Union. They presented him with a hand-carved plaque of the Great Seal of the United States, a gift to acknowledge the country's recent alliance. The ambassador proudly displayed the plaque in his office. But what he didn't know was that hidden inside was a secret listening device, a bug. This bug was the first of its kind. It had no battery, no plug point, no power source of any kind. So when the US counter-surveillance team swept the office, they couldn't find it. In fact, the bug remained undetected for years. But then in 1951, something strange happened. An operator at the nearby British embassy was monitoring Soviet radio channels when he heard people speaking. Not Russian, but English. English that was coming from inside the US ambassador's residence. But despite multiple sweeps of the building, the Americans couldn't find any hidden listening devices. Then in 1952, they detected a radio signal coming from the ambassador's office.
It's coming from over there behind that plaque on the wall. And they took the plaque down and put it down somewhere. So they tore all the plaster out, trying to find the microphones that were hidden in the wall. Of course, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. Joseph Bezjan, who was a total hero, pointed at the plaque and said, "Don't say anything, just come outside and let's talk." And then they said, "Right, let's take it to bits."
They prized open the seal and, to their horror, discovered the bug. It looked simple, an antenna attached to a small copper cavity. But what made this device so hard to detect was that it had no power source. It lay totally dormant until it was activated remotely by the Soviets. To see how it works, we're going to simulate sending some radio waves at the bug and monitor any signal we get back. We'll start at 800 megahertz and then gradually ramp up the frequency. At first, nothing much happens. But then, around 900 megahertz, we get a strong signal back. That's because as the radio waves hit the antenna, their electric field tugs on the electrons inside, causing them to oscillate and create an alternating current inside the antenna, which in turn re-radiates a signal out. At most frequencies, that signal is very weak, but around 900 megahertz, each push from the radio waves lines up almost perfectly with how the electrons oscillate. So each cycle reinforces the last, and you get resonance. As a result, you get a strongly re-radiated signal. This resonant frequency is unique to a given object or circuit, and it changes based on its electrical properties like capacitance. So the Soviets realized they could use this by adding a cavity.
What we need to do is have a resonant cavity that's very, very highly tuned, like a tuning fork for radio. Now, obviously there's a capacitance between this end and the sheet, and as the diaphragm moves in and out, the capacitance changes. So that changes the tuning of this electronic tuning fork.
So as people in the room speak, the sound vibrates the diaphragm, and that changes the capacitance between the two plates, which in turn alters the resonant frequency.
So you get a 10 nanometer movement. That's enough to move the resonant frequency.
That changes the amplitude of the radio waves that get re-radiated. So you end up with this, a return signal that contains the original radio wave, but it's enveloped within the sound wave. It's a technique called amplitude modulation, and it's the same technique used to create AM radio. So whenever the Soviets wanted to listen to a conversation, they blasted radio waves from outside, likely from a van or a nearby building. And then they received the radio wave they got back from the bug and extracted the sound information modulating that radio signal. The Americans nicknamed the bug the Thing, since at first they didn't know how it worked. It was created by Soviet inventor Leon Theremin, who had been coerced into building the device while imprisoned in a gulag during the 1940s. This is the same guy who invented the contactless electrical instrument named after him.
So what did the president and the CIA do after discovering the bug that had been spying on them for 7 years? They told no one. They realized the thing was years ahead of their own spying technology.
This was new, and nobody had done this before. There were no countermeasures.
So they secretly began working on their own enhanced version of the device.
Meanwhile, in the rest of the United States, the post-war economy was booming. For the first time, ordinary families could afford things that used to be luxuries. TVs, cars, even flights. But paying for these expensive items was clunky. You either had to carry a huge wad of cash, or you wrote a check that might take days to clear.
So banks saw an opportunity. If you can make buying things even easier, then spending could explode.
The first bank to capitalize was Bank of America. In 1958, they launched their Bank America card. It's money in a more versatile form, allowing customers to buy all kinds of expensive items on credit. This was the first universal credit card. By the end of the decade, 2 million cards were in circulation, and over 20,000 merchants had agreed to accept it.
A few decades later, this card was being used worldwide.
Would you cage match Destiny if he wasn't a lib? Yeah, either way. Be fine. Destiny deserves to have his social media following completely dwindle to nothing, and then he has to work some burger flipping job in the hood, getting yelled at for being a piece of shit troglodyte moron. I think that might be a little extreme, but he is a jackass.
Worldwide under a different name, Visa. But these early cards had two main problems.
First, for each transaction, the seller had to physically imprint the card details onto 2 slips. One for the customer, and then one they later send to the bank. That's why the numbers on older cards are slightly raised. However, this whole process was inconvenient for the customer, who was still used to just handing over cash, but it was even more inconvenient for the seller. They had to mail all these slips to the bank, or take them over themselves. The bank would then visually inspect them in order to authorize a payment. This meant that it could take days before the seller actually received the funds in their account. So that first problem was speed. And this actually led to the second problem, security. A criminal could buy something with a stolen or counterfeit card, and by the time the banks realized they'd been defrauded several days later, well, the criminal was long gone. And as criminals got smarter, fraud kept growing. By the late 60s, credit card fraud was costing the banks $100 million a year, around $1 billion in today's money. So the banks needed to make a better system, one that was faster, but also more secure.
Back at CIA headquarters, they were facing a similar problem. To enter the building, staff presented an ID card to a guard who would
I don't know if you know, But Joey's full name is Joey Joseph persists, but I just call him Joey Joseph. My previous love 77 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
Wow, I didn't know that. Gummy's full name is Gummy. He's just Gummy. I call him Gummy because he's Gummy. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. Appreciate it.
Inspect it and decide whether to let them in. This process was slow, and all the information was clearly visible on the cards. So if you think about it, it wouldn't be that hard for a card to be cloned by, say, a Soviet spy. Then, in the early 1960s, they wanted to create a more secure ID card for CIA officials, and to do that, they brought in IBM engineer Forrest Perry. Perry knew that audio cassettes stored their information on magnetic tape, and he wondered if he could use the same tape to store data on the ID cards. He managed that part easily enough, but no matter what he tried, he couldn't get the tape to stick to the cards. It would just keep falling off. Frustrated, he shared the issue with his wife while she was doing the ironing, and legend has it, she suggested just ironing the tape onto the card, and the idea quite literally stuck.
So what's very interesting about magnetic stripe, and this is an old card from our fellow writer, Casper, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna show that if you get a little bit of iron filings on the back of this card, we're just gonna run it through here. So you kind of see it's like sticking to that magnetic stripe.
Yeah.
Right, and if we just knock off a bit of this, you see there's sort of lines and ones and zeros.
Just because it's magnetic.
Yeah, so you can read a magnetic stripe with only magnetic filings.
I guess that makes perfect sense. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can also see how simple it is, right? At the end of the day, it's just ones and zeros, you know, in a code.
Yeah.
And that code can be read by this machine. Yeah, so that is all the information there. Casper Mevius.
Oh, yeah. That's the name, the card number?
Yeah, right there. The first magnetic stripe credit cards were rolled out in 1970. These new cards slashed the time required to process transactions. Not only did that make spending way easier, but it became easier for the bank to quickly identify and block suspicious payments.
So these new cards seem to solve the problem of speed and security, and that's what today's sponsor, Saley, is all about. And right now I'm traveling to New York, and when I touch down, I'm gonna use Saley to make sure that I'm seamlessly connected when I land. All you have to do is first download the Saley app, then you're gonna search for your destination, I'm gonna select the United States, and then you pick a data plan that fits your trip. And then right here at checkout, you can apply the code Veritasium to get 15% off on your order. And the best part of this is the moment I touch down, I can just use my mobile data as normal. I can open maps, call an Uber, or call my mom to let her know that I got there safely. All this with... I wanna thank Saley for sponsoring this video, and now back to the show.
So these new cards seem to solve the problems of speed and security. But this magnetic stripe had a critical weakness. This is how you read credit cards, but also you can write to them, right? So this is just a blank card. So if we get some like magnetic dust on there, it's not really doing anything. But if we write to this one, let's start reading it, see if we got anything.
Oh, it's reading as if it's the same Casper's card with the 0009 and the super long straight number.
Exactly.
So does that mean if you put magnetic filings on it now, it will show that it's written?
So now you see we're getting something.
Yeah. Yep.
But you can like line them up and you can see that they're the same code. Maybe it's a little hard to see in the light.
Yeah.
Cloning cards in this way and then using that to steal money was so easy and so effective that some people made entire businesses out of it.
Back then, right, we would have what we call a grabber, which is a card reader. I ended up having like 300 people working for me in restaurants, bars.
This is Tony Sales, co-founder of We Fight FinCrime. But around 20 years ago, he had a different title. Britain's greatest fraudster.
I'd give them a grabber, yeah, and I'd just say to them, just swipe the numbers. Just when someone comes to pay, swipe their card, then swipe that one on now. I'm gathering thousands and thousands of numbers weekly, but I'm also becoming a wholesaler of the numbers. You know, at 16, I was paying like loads of people 300 quid a week wages.
The problem is that the data on that magnetic stripe is static. So if you have a skimmer, you can...
Give me a second. No, Destiny and I have not quite broken up.
clone the card in seconds and then reuse it again and again, draining the funds before the card owners realized.
Yeah, well, I had £500,000 under my bed, didn't I, at 16? It's crazy how easy it was.
By the early 2000s, card fraud was costing the UK over £400 million a year, and the single biggest culprit was magnetic stripe skimming.
The UK was just getting hit massively with credit card fraud.
So the biggest card networks got together to solve the problem. They created the EMV standard, a 700-page document that defined how to make secure card payments.
The result was this, the chip. It's what you use every time you enter your card to a payment terminal, and then you enter the PIN. In other words, chip and PIN. Now, the way the chip works is fundamentally different from the magnetic stripe. That's because the magnetic stripe encodes information statically. So every time you use it, it sends the same information first onto the card reader, then onto the issuing bank. But the chip is different. That's because it's basically a mini computer. So it can encrypt its information using a secret key known only by itself in the issuing bank.
When you insert the chip, the reader sends it a long message containing all the transaction details, as well as a long random number generated by the reader. The chip then uses its secret key to garble the message into a unique code, which it sends back to the reader. The reader then forwards this onto the bank, along with the raw transaction details and the random number. The bank then applies its own key to the raw data as well, and if the output matches the code from the card, well, the bank knows the transaction is valid. Then, and only then, does the bank authorize the transaction. This process makes the chip more secure for two reasons. First, each transaction creates a new unique code, so you can't steal a code and reuse it. Second, a chip is incredibly difficult to clone. That's because its secret key is never revealed in a transaction, and it's stored in memory cells buried deep within the chip's silicon.
Now, to extract the secret key, you'd have to pry open the card, strip away layers of silicon, and then overcome multiple countermeasures designed to destroy the data if tampering's detected. It is theoretically possible, but it would take days of work, hundreds of thousands of dollars of specialist equipment, so it's not really practical. Unless, of course, you get your hands on a billionaire's credit card.
With the move from the mag stripe to the chip, the easiest way to commit fraud was just to steal a card. That's why banks paired each chip with a 4-digit PIN, known only to the cardholder.
But stealing PIN numbers is not very difficult, and there are multiple ways in which a PIN number could be stolen from you before your card was then compromised. Over the shoulder at the ATM, with a hidden camera at the ATM, all these types of different things.
It's not that hard, but it's much harder than just forging a signature.
When chip and PIN comes in, our business is dead in the water. But then it weren't, because America didn't adopt it till much later, so now we can sell them in the States.
Chip and PIN was introduced in the UK in 2003, and over the next 7 years, counterfeit fraud in the UK fell by 63%, leading to a 27% decline in fraud overall. But over the same period, US card fraud increased by 70%. It took until 2013 for a huge wake-up call. Criminals stole 40 million card numbers from the superstore chain Target. They used the details to create cloned cards, which they then swiped around the country. Finally, the US began to recognize the need to shift to chip and PIN. And as EMV chip cards were rolled out more widely over the next few years, counterfeit fraud dropped by 76%.
But the improved security came at a price.
The time it took to do a transaction more than doubled, adding on average around 10 seconds onto each transaction. That may not sound like much, but if you consider all the transactions taking place across the country, it soon adds up. In the US, it's been estimated that chip and PIN added about 116 million hours every year waiting at cash registers. That's why businesses care so much about the tiniest bit of friction to spending. For example, it's been found that one-click checkouts online can increase spending by almost 30%. So now the banks switched their attention from security back to speed.
And they began to wonder, what if you could take a second off of every transaction? What about 2?
What if you could make each transaction basically instant, without having to make contact at all? Well, that would require sending a signal across a distance and then getting back a reply at the speed of light.
Kind of like the Soviets did with the Thing, which brings us back to the CIA in the 1950s. While reverse engineering the Soviet device, the Americans realized its design had one major flaw.
The main issue with it is that it is so hypersensitive to disturbance. They would have to retune and recalibrate every time the room temperature changed drastically or somebody slammed a door.
The device is tuned to work over a small range of frequencies. If the transmission signal is too close to the resonant frequency, the change in amplitude due to the movement of the diaphragm is too small to detect. The same is true if it's too far away from the resonant frequency. Therefore, you only get enough sensitivity in this tiny region either side of the resonant frequency.
So the Americans set about creating something more robust, something that wasn't so reliant on this ultra-precise frequency. And to do that, they stopped thinking about radio waves as something they could modify with sound, and instead, they started thinking of radio waves as a source of power. So inside the device, they added a rectifier, which converted the alternating current from the antenna into a direct current.
And they used that to power a hearing aid amplifier with a tiny little microphone.
This amplified microphone output was sent back to the antenna, which created a modulated return signal that was sent out and could be picked up.
That microphone and the antenna and everything else was hidden inside pieces of furniture. They tried it inside the hollow legs. They actually drilled holes lengthwise through the legs of the furniture. They compromised a furniture factory to be able to do this. A stunning piece of work that one was.
This became known as Project Easy Chair, and the CIA used it to get back at the Soviets by planting their own listening device in the Soviet embassy in The Hague. It wasn't until the 1970s when a former rocket engineer, Mario Cardullo, gave this technology a modern twist to solve a problem involving toll booths. Throughout the States, cars had been queuing to pay for years. To speed up the process and reduce queue times, Cardullo invented a small tag that could be used to identify a vehicle remotely. The tag had two key components, a coil of wire to act as the antenna, and a chip. Like the bugs, the antenna receives a radio wave as it passes through the toll booth. That creates alternating current, which passes through a diode to power the chip. The chip then flips a series of transistors on and off, which subtly alters the current in the antenna. This modulates the radio wave, encoding the ID number of the card, which the antenna sends back to a reader in the toll booth. So the process is almost identical to the Cold War spying devices. But whereas they relied on sound to modulate the wave, here it's a tiny circuit inside the chip. This technology is called radio frequency identification, or RFID for short, and today it's used in toll booths, clothing stores, and warehouses all over the world.
I like pooping. Who's the one person you'd want to fight the most in a cage match off the top of your head? Probably Hassan. Next would be Penguin Zero.
And also, your credit card. This is a credit card that we're gonna go try to buy lunch with. You guys take a tap. This is a credit card. And we're gonna see if it works.
Okay, yeah.
Where'd I put it?
That's it. Don't lose it.
That's pretty cool, eh? I ran it through the watch. But there is one more important difference in the way credit cards work.
See, some of these other RFID devices function over ranges of 10 meters or more.
But for a credit card, that's just not how you want it to work. You don't want to accidentally trigger a transaction from meters away. So the card providers had to find a way to shorten the range.
The solution was to stop relying on radio waves and instead to rely on magnetic fields. Inside a card reader is a small coil. When you pass an alternating current through this coil, it creates a changing magnetic field. Then if you move your credit card close enough so that the changing magnetic field cuts through the card's antenna, well, it induces an alternating current in the antenna. And you can see this in action using a special chip with an LED. This is one of those chips. What's very interesting is like that these chips don't have batteries. If I come in under the reader, if you watch really closely, you'll see it'll start to light up. Yeah. Oh. See? Yes, that's showing that all the power is coming from the reader. Yeah. That current passes through a diode to power the card's chip. The chip then alters the current in its antenna. This modulates the magnetic field around the antenna, which the coil in the reader detects. That modulated signal carries the unique code for that transaction, which the reader then sends on to the bank. Cryptographically, this works just like chip and pin, except now, instead of using metal contacts, the chip and reader communicate through a shared magnetic field. This technology is called near-field communication, or NFC, and it's what powers all contactless credit cards today. The first contactless payment cards were launched in the mid-2000s, around the same time as chip and pin, but contactless took much longer to catch on, particularly in the United States. Customers were cautious, and banks were waiting for enough retailers to get the right card readers, while retailers were waiting for enough customers to get the contactless cards from the banks. That all changed in 2020. Suddenly, touching keypads and handing over cards felt risky, and tap to pay meant you could avoid physical contact altogether. So in the first 3 months of 2020, global contactless transactions grew by over 40%. And over that same year, contactless payments in the US grew by 150%.
And so along comes contactless. And the first thing that struck me was, what if you could read a contactless card through somebody's pocket?
So this is a Flipper Zero. One thing it does is it has an NFC reader in there.
Okay.
So we're just gonna put a little read, do a little tap, and then you get the credit card information.
You pull the card number, the expiration.
So this seems kind of crazy, right? That you can just go and tap and get any information with any card that simply.
That's pretty quick, yeah.
But the same thing can be done with any old NFC capable device. Like I have a credit card reader app right here. And yeah, so there you go.
So the same card number right there.
But in terms of credit card fraud, that's actually a lot less useful than you might think. The chip's secret key is never revealed in any sort of communication, and without that, you can't clone the card. Now, you might think to use the card details in an online transaction, but for that, you need the CVV, 3-digit code that's not stored on the chip itself. It's actually only written on the back of the card physically. So if you want to read that number, you're gonna have to find a way to socially engineer that number out of someone.
But the truth is that if I can clone a card by getting close to it, then I can almost certainly video that card as well. I'll take a photograph of that card. That 3-digit number on the back is on the back. So if I can get access to the card to clone it, all I got to do is add the extra step to get access to the card to see it.
But there's an even easier way to commit contactless fraud. This is called digital pickpocketing, or ghost tapping, and when I tried it, I found you had to be within about 2 centimeters of the victim's pocket. But in most countries, contactless transactions have an upper limit, so you can only lose so much in a single transaction.
The UK, that's grown over time to 100 pounds.
But what if you could do it thousands of times?
That's exactly what a 36-year-old woman thought in Italy in 2025. She was arrested after tapping money from unknowing tourists in the busy streets of Rome. And crowded places like this could be vulnerable to even more sophisticated scams.
So what if you were to put a contactless reader into a public space, like for example, between the walkway where you go through into the subway or the underground, right? You have to go through a narrow space. What if I could hide a reader in there? Or if enough people have cards in a pocket at the right position, I could maybe read hundreds or thousands of cards a day.
And while most countries do limit the amount you can pay in a single tap, the US doesn't. So in a single tap, you could lose thousands of dollars. One way to protect against digital pickpockets is keeping your cards in a Faraday cage wallet. Or having multiple cards next to each other also makes each individual card a lot harder to read. But of course, that's not much use if you lose your card or it gets stolen.
What happens when you make a payment? Do you get a notification on your phone? Does the bank tell you? Because the banks will offer that service, and you should do it. And I think if everybody watching this, I watch Veritasium, by the way, I'm a fan. I like them a lot. With the millions of people you have watching it, if you can get half of those people just to go onto their phone app and put notifications on, if you do that, you will have the biggest impact on vulnerability when it comes to contactless payment than anybody.
With notifications on, you can contact your bank as soon as you spot a suspicious payment. But why not go one step further and transfer all your cards to the mobile wallet on your phone? There, your real card numbers aren't stored, so they can't be stolen. And even if you lose your phone, your card is safe, protected by fingerprint or facial recognition. It seems like the mobile phone is the perfect blend of speed and security. But the thing is, Tap to Pay has evolved far beyond its original design. Over the last 20 years, new features have been added, some for security, others for convenience. And that convenience comes at a cost. Coming soon to Veritasium.
I'm here with MKBHD, and we're gonna try to steal $10,000 from his locked iPhone.
Really hope it doesn't work. Really hope it doesn't work.
I'm gonna get you to put that phone down on top of this device. It's just a regular payment terminal. Nothing weird about that.
Careful. Careful with that. Careful. Careful. That's a lot of zeros. Careful with that. Oh my God. Okay.
Do you even think it's possible firstly? $10,000.
I don't know if Apple Pay will.
I've struggled for years with a painful chronic condition that I finally cured with medication. But I feel ethically conflicted since the med has beeswax as an ingredient. What would you do in this situation? It's the only med my body has responded well to.
For one thing, that doesn't sound like a medication. I've never heard of any medication that has beeswax in it. I don't think it's the biggest ethical issue, something like beeswax. Probably wouldn't really worry about it. It sounds like you're taking a supplement, though, not a medication. I've never heard of them using something like that as a filler for a medication. Thanks for the donation, though, JP.
Let you do that?
Like, what is it that you're taking?
Let's see if it works. I feel like I'm a bit of a magician, but I'm like, I haven't changed anything, right?
Okay, yeah.
It's still locked. It's locked. Nothing else.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna start the script again.
What just happened on my phone?
That's interesting.
C is a 43-year-old woman presenting to the emergency room with headache, bilateral hearing loss, bi from Latin meaning two and lateral meaning sides, and she had diplopia, diplo from Greek meaning double, and opia referring to a visual disorder. She had double vision in both eyes. 2 months ago, something was wrong. She had a unilateral headache, uni meaning one, it was just on her left side. But it was a pain that she had experienced before, she thought. 15 years earlier, when she was 28, she had an episode of shingles.
Hello, Pat. How is my sweet little pet?
This is a time when chickenpox is reactivated. PC is 43 right now. This is happening in year 2022, meaning that she was born in the late 1970s, a time when 99% of children got chickenpox. Varicella zoster virus causes chickenpox, which later in life can reactivate to shingles, also known as herpes zoster. And it gets into the nerves, causing very painful symptoms, one of which is a particular feeling headache. At the urgent care, given this history and her symptoms at that time, they give her a 1-week course of antiviral medicine, and the headache went away. So they tried that medicine again for this presumed second shingles episode 15 years later, and it resolved the headache at the time. But something else was wrong. 1 month after the headache, which is 1 month before she's presenting to the emergency room now, PC started having tinnitus, a ringing in her right ear. She just woke up one morning with the horrible sound blasting on that one side, but then her left ear started ringing too, and both her eyes became bloodshot red. At the otolaryngology clinic, ears, nose, throat doctor's office, PC was found to have something going on, but nothing was conclusive. Her auricles and her external auditory canals were normal. Hearing tests confirmed she had hearing loss, but reasons why were not found. An MRI of her head showed nothing wrong. PC was diagnosed with sudden idiopathic hearing loss, idiopathic meaning of an unknown cause. She was given a 12-day course of steroids because many times this could be inflammation related and things seemed to be fine at first, but 4 weeks later it was only getting worse. The ears help maintain balance. They do this through fluid-filled semicircular canals that contain sensory cells. This is called the vestibular system. It relays signals to the brain. One of the first things that the doctor noticed was that PC's balance was totally off. and a repeat hearing test found that her hearing had gotten much worse over the last few weeks. Given that balance is ear-related and that her hearing has gotten worse, then it means that something very terrible is happening. It could be wrong with her nerves, it could be something wrong with her brain. She was given an urgent referral to a rheumatology clinic, one who specializes in autoimmune diseases, and they set the schedule to see her in just 3 days, but she wasn't going to make it to 3 days. Hey, have you learned something from this video so far? If you have, and you're not subscribed yet, I'd really appreciate it if you did subscribe and come back to see the video that I publish next month too. I've made, on average, 1 video a month, every month since 2017. I do these videos for fun, and they're to teach medicine by showing cases and their associated stories. Your time is one of the most valuable things that you have, so I want to make sure that it's worth your time to watch every time. And I always enjoy making. Physically looked fine. A blood test so hard she wasn't going to see had polyarthralgia, poly meaning many, and arthra referring to joint, algia meaning pain. Her entire body hurt. She started seeing spots in her field of view. Her head was pounding so hard she wasn't going to make it to the rheumatology visit. She drives herself to the emergency room, where we are now. At examination, PC physically looked fine. A blood test finds she has some kind of inflammation happening. Every other everyday vital sign was fine. Her blood pressure, heart rate, breathing, all normal, no fever. Looking at her eyes, doctors found inflammation there. At this hospital, they did tests again and confirmed PC did have hearing loss. One ear was worse than the other, and she couldn't balance herself. But it was just these 4 problems. Given her headache, polyarthralgia, asymmetric sensorineural hearing loss with vestibular hypofunction and ocular inflammation, doctors have some clues as to what's happening. They write a list of problems that can cause all of these together, and they need to rule out each one to figure out exactly what's happening. PC's problem started 8 weeks ago with a headache that may have been shingles. 4 weeks if you only count the hearing loss. This pace is important. If these problems came up in 8 seconds instead of 8 weeks, then you would think that the problem is vascular, blood vessel. So with a headache, you'd think stroke. If it was 8 years, you would think of cancer, that a tumor has grown somewhere in her body and has finally manifested its symptoms in a way perceivable, obvious, and rapidly degrading her quality of life. But despite her current problems coming up in just weeks, she did have a suspected shingles reactivation 15 years ago. What if that wasn't shingles? Leukemia can create blood cells that infiltrate nerve tissue, causing sudden hearing loss. Tiny little tumors that have spread all throughout her body can also get in and do the same thing. But there's a very easy way to find out if this is what's happening. Tumors would be in the brain. That means that we could see it on the MRI. And when doctors did a brain MRI, it looked normal. So she doesn't have cancer. But if we know that her problem is inflammation, what else could this be? It could be autoimmune, auto meaning self, but which disease affects the eyes and ears simultaneously like this? Lupus actually can do this, but typically lupus affects eye blood vessels when it does, and she doesn't have that. She also doesn't have other symptoms of lupus. There's a disease where the immune system inflames the spine completely, disabling a person known as ankylosing spondylitis. In the immune overreaction, this can cause permanent hearing loss, but when it affects the eye, it typically only affects one at a time, and she doesn't have anything wrong with her spine. Every single autoimmune problem that PC could have would exhibit hearing and vision loss in ways different than what she has. And she also doesn't have any of the disease-defining problems of any of these except for one. So this is marked as a maybe. The only way that it could be this is if it isn't anything else. Which brings doctors to the final inflammation category, infection. Lyme disease. It's caused by bacteria named Borrelia burgdorferi that comes from a tick bite. PC is in Michigan. Michigan has ticks. Lyme disease causes polyarthralgia, vision loss, hearing loss, and vertigo. Borrelia is a spiral-shaped bacteria called a spirochete. Doctors sent PC's blood samples to test for this. But a different spirochete that also causes all her symptoms but forms an entirely different disease is Treponema pallidum, the bacteria that causes syphilis. Because PC is having neurologic signs and symptoms, doctors stick a needle into her back to draw some of the fluid that cushions the spine and the brain called the cerebrospinal fluid, CSF. If her problem is syphilis, then it means that the bacteria has gotten into her brain. And when the tests returned, they found out PC has syphilis, but something was wrong. When doctors found syphilis, they reported it to the Michigan Disease Surveillance System, and when the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services got the report, they immediately opened an investigation because there was much more to this case. 5 weeks earlier, a 50-year-old woman presented to the emergency room with blurred vision. She was in a panic because she was scared that she was going blind. There were multiple sores between her legs. Her primary care doctor believed this to be a herpes simplex virus reactivation, but in the hospital, they found out that wasn't herpes, she had syphilis. When they asked her about intimate partners, she gave the name of a man that she had met on the internet 2 months earlier. She didn't have any close contact with anyone else for more than 12 months prior. 2 weeks later, in the same emergency room, a third person, a 60-year-old woman, presented to the emergency room with hearing loss, blurry vision, and double vision. She had trouble moving her eyes. Her face was drooping. They thought she was having a stroke, but physical exam found lesions between her legs. And when they tested further, they found out this woman also had syphilis. When they asked her about intimate partners, she gave the name of a man she met on the internet 2 months earlier, and she also didn't have any close contact with anyone for years prior. The reason why Michigan Department of Health and Human Services opened an investigation is because the name of the man given by these 3 women was the same. All 3 women had met him with close contact in just the time span of a couple of weeks. Public health officials called this man. He picked up, but he didn't have much to say. They scheduled a visit for him to come in and see one of their public health doctors, and he agreed to a set time and day, but he didn't show up. A couple weeks passed.
Yep.
At an emergency room in another southwest Michigan county, a 45-year-old woman presents to the emergency room with...
They need more robust laws with preventing the spread of STDs because this is, like, insane that somebody can just go around infecting so many fucking people. Like it's nuts. Especially, like, gay dudes. Like, what the fuck is wrong with them?
With blurred vision and a rash on her hands. The inflammation in her eye looked very particular. When they tested her, they found syphilis. She had had close contact with 3 people in the last 6 months. 2 of the men tested negative for syphilis, and when she gave the name of the most recent person, it was the same name as given by PC and the 2 other women. And it still wasn't finished. At yet another emergency room in a neighboring county, still in Michigan, a 51-year-old woman presented with visual floaters, seeing flashing lights and worsening vision. These came 3 months earlier when she had cataract surgery, so they thought maybe that was responsible. But not even a few weeks later, when this woman came in with headache, confusion, and stiff neck, they found out that she had syphilis. And when they asked her about recent intimate contact, she listed a few names, one of which was the same name given by PC and the 3 other women, all of these cases tracing back to the same person. Syphilis, as we know it today, was first documented clinically in the late 1400s, but humans didn't know that bacteria caused it until 1905. And 92 years after that, Treponema pallidum's entire genome was sequenced. So we happen to know a lot about this particular bacteria, which means when health officials finally got to meet the common intimate partner of these 5 women, they noticed something weird. A local public health physician reviewed this man's medical records around the time PC's case was reported to the state. They found out he had gone to the same emergency room as one of the other women 2 months before he met PC. The medical record logged that he had ulcerative lesions on not only the part between his legs, but he also had a rectal lesion too. He had told doctors here that he had had intimate contact with a 60-year-old woman just the day earlier. This would turn out to be the same 60-year-old woman who presented to the emergency room 3 weeks before PC. When doctors asked further, he stated that he had multiple female partners in the last 12 months, and all of them were women. Typically, early syphilis for men presents as one lesion. It's called a chancre, and that chancre doesn't usually show up immediately the day after. What can show up as multiple lesions much quicker is herpes. And so this man was tested for herpes, but it was negative. Sometimes the test isn't right, and he was discharged with medicines for herpes. No syphilis testing was done. Therefore, the Michigan Disease Surveillance System didn't get the report. And it was from here where he continued to have intimate contact with local women in neighboring counties all along the southwest Michigan region. But this wasn't the weird thing that public health officials noticed. All 5 women had blurred vision and thus ocular syphilis, and this happened just weeks after their initial infection. Syphilis that has systemic symptoms like this quickly should be rare. If it does happen, it's most recorded with HIV co-infection and with male-to-male contact. People
I like how some gay dude is like going around giving some like just a bunch of people this rare form of fucking syphilis and making them go blind.
who misuse
And then won't show up for like fucking public health appointments and shit.
substances by injection are also at risk of getting more severe syphilitic disease, but none of these 5 women fit any of this criteria. All of this stemming from a single common intimate partner.
I just don't get it. Why the fuck is somebody allowed to just spread a fucking deadly disease? And if not, like if it doesn't kill them, like they're going fucking blind. And then he can just go ahead and do that. Like it's just fucked. He should be arrested.
Suggests that an unidentified strain of Treponema pallidum was transmitted here. Data typically hasn't logged majority women to experience this kind of disease, and this is where some connections need to be made. In 2015, Seattle, 4 men were reported by local hospitals to have come in with vision loss. They were diagnosed with uveitis, itis meaning inflammation of the uvea, the middle layer of the eye's outer wall. Further testing found all 4 had syphilis. They were men who had intimate contact with men, and 2 of them knew each other. They were partners. 3 of these patients recovered some eyesight after syphilis treatment, but 1 was permanently blind. 2 months later in San Francisco, 8 patients with ocular syphilis were reported to CDC. 1 was a woman, 7 were men, of which 6 had intimate contact with other men, and only the straight men did not have HIV. 7 patients recovered some vision after
surprise.
syphilis treatment, and 1 was permanently blind in 1 eye. In 2015, syphilis cases in the United States had been rising for 15 years. It would continue to go on higher. Before 2015, CDC didn't have a good way to record ocular syphilis. In fact, PC's situation where her hearing loss was diagnosed as idiopathic, that there was no known reason for the hearing loss, well, there was an ocular version of that was happening to syphilis patients at the time. An eye doctor would just treat the uveitis without finding the patient's underlying syphilis, or the patient, just under the notion that they might have an eye infection, could have just taken treatment that did nothing for the syphilis, and then gone on to have intimate contact with more people, passing on the treponema.
People are actually insane. Like, if I noticed that my eyesight is fucked up and I'm like going blind, or I think I have like an eye infection, why in the fuck wouldn't you go to the hospital? I remember I got pink eye one time. Like, I just woke up and my eye was like shut and I had to like force it open and it was clearly infected and there was like mucus and stuff around it. I went to the fucking hospital right away. And they gave me antibiotics. Like, who the fuck is just like, hey, I'll take eye drops, and then weeks later, when you're like dying and you can't see anymore out of both eyes, then you finally go. Like, who the fuck are these people?
Before becoming permanently blind. So in 2016, following these reports...
No money, I guess? Well, guess what? You ain't gonna be making any fucking money when you're fucking blind. Human supremacy can suck my ass. Donate $2. Let me see. Okay, I don't know why that would interest me. Thanks for the donation, Dennis.
CDC issued a clinical advisory and an easier way to report ocular syphilis. And this is where we will start hypothesizing. Do you remember that we sequenced Treponema pallidum's genome in 1998? Well, since then, we have a decent idea of what strains are around in different regions in the United States. In 2016, 63 patients with syphilis in Seattle gave samples where Treponema genome was sequenced. They wanted to see if ocular symptoms were being caused by a specific strain. 18 of them had ocular syphilis, and from them, at least 5 distinct strains of Treponema were identified, of which 1 unusual strain was detected, different from the other ones with and without ocular syphilis. On its own, this study didn't find clear evidence that this increased incidence of ocular syphilis was absolutely 100% because of an unknown strain. But newer evidence since then suggests that the bacteria is changing in a way that we've never seen before. In 2023, a 32-year-old man in Seattle came into the emergency room with fever and purulent urethral discharge. Purulent meaning that there was pus. He told the admitting nurse that he had an intense pain between his legs, and all of this came a few days after intimately interacting with a woman, different from the woman who he lived with and normally interacted with. And he said that woman he lived with was newly diagnosed with HIV 4 weeks earlier.
These people are all degenerate scumbags, I'm noticing.
This particular man was newly diagnosed at this emergency room visit with acute HIV. They found a single chancre between his legs, and unlike the 5 women from Michigan, he was tested for syphilis right then and there, and it came out positive. He was given antibiotics in the emergency room and given additional antibiotics to take home. These would clear out the treponema and prevent syphilis from progressing further, and he was scheduled for an appointment to start HIV treatment, but he never showed up for that appointment. Over the next 15 months,
Yeah, you have HIV, a deadly disease. Why don't you show up for the appointment to treat it, and just doesn't show up. Let me guess, he fucked a bunch of people and gave them HIV or something.
this man would be in and out of urgent care in the emergency room. He'd have severe abdominal pain, blurred vision, and a shooting pain up his leg, but every time, just before they would treat him, he would leave. 18 months after his initial diagnosis, the symptoms were so severe that this man presented to the emergency room. By this point, he had lost 40 pounds, lost most of his hair, and he had become blind in his left eye. When doctors sent a camera down his throat to look at his stomach, they found multiple ulcers. They took samples from these to test, and they found treponema pallidum.
He didn't take his fucking meds. So this guy is infected with HIV and syphilis, and he didn't even bother taking the fucking antibiotics for his syphilis, and just went on about life. And for whatever fucking reason, would go to the hospital and just leave before they treat it. Like, these people should be in fucking jail and should be forced to get medical treatment.
Doctors sent another camera through his other end and found inflammation, and they took even more samples. And this is where further evidence that treponema is changing appears. When the treponema genome from this man's ulcers were sequenced, doctors found that there were 2 distinct strains present. This man had told doctors he only ever had intimate contact with women, but he hadn't for several months at this point because he had become so sick, meaning at the time of infection, he may have been infected more than once simultaneously. But also found was that both strains' DNA featured mutations not yet observed, meaning that the bacteria may have undergone intrahost evolution. This might have been from the fact that
Yeah, these degenerate, retarded, like, just fuckwits are creating new strains of deadly diseases that you may have to deal with at some point. Isn't that nice?
he discontinued treatment shortly after his initial diagnosis 18 months earlier, and possibly with his HIV co-infection. But all of this led to the most unique finding. Some specific genes were discovered that were a combination of both strains together. You can't get these specific genes without putting these 2 strains together, meaning that both bacterial strains had gathered together and were creating a brand new strain of syphilis through genetic recombination. Given that this man had extreme ocular symptoms to the point of becoming blind in one eye, and that this is happening 8 years after the CDC issued the clinical advisory on ocular syphilis, this is another signal for us to consider that syphilis is changing in a way that we've never seen before. And this brings us back to PC's case. When she was found to have ocular and neurosyphilis, she was given intravenous penicillin. When syphilis is found early and there aren't that many treponema bacteria floating around, it's usually 1 dose intramuscularly. When syphilis is in the brain and the nerves, like in PC's case, the intramuscular dose can't get into the brain, can't get into the nerves, but intravenous penicillin can get in, so it was given every 4 hours for 2 weeks. There are several things that are true that may or may not be connected here. First, syphilis cases in the US have been going up since year 2000. Second, HIV co-infection makes syphilis disease worse because of immune deficiency. Third, the prevalence of ocular syphilis cases appears to be increasing. This may have been happening before the CDC advisory in 2016. However, the increase could also be attributed to the fact that we're paying more attention to ocular syphilis. Fourth, Treponema pallidum is changing through genetic recombination. We have documentation going back decades that this particular bacteria changes slowly. But we've now been able to directly observe that different strains can and will recombine genetically to create new strains. It's not to say that this has never happened before, it's just that we now have evidence of seeing it firsthand. These 4 things are not an exhaustive list, there's probably a lot more. But if we look at just these 4 things, a few questions come up. If the cases have been increasing and there's a situation whereby the bacteria can cause a different looking illness in humans, and given that the bacteria can and has changed in ways that we haven't seen before, is it possible that certain new strains are causing more cases of and more severe ocular syphilis? Will these changes in the bacteria create a different syphilis with different signs and symptoms? And maybe the worst question that we could think of right now, from these changes, can an antibiotic-resistant strain of Treponema emerge? We saw it happen in the early 2000s. Another antibiotic called azithromycin was able to treat syphilis. This was for the patients who are allergic to penicillin. But since around 2002, we can't use it anymore because the bacteria is completely resistant to it now. But that recombination paper from Seattle says that that particular recombined strain didn't feature penicillin resistance. And the question that we might not ever know, because doctors weren't able to take samples from PC.
Oh, don't worry. One of these fucking retards is going to take a bunch of penicillin, stop, and then create a new penicillin-resistant strain. Just wait.
Or the 4 other women, or from the one common partner they interacted with, is did they have an unusual, undocumented bacterial strain passed among them? One that caused their ocular syphilis of this severity in such a short amount of time? No matter what, we have this case to refer to now going forward. Syphilis isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Public health campaigns have been raising awareness about it, which, by the way, please see a medical professional if you believe you may have been infected, and don't wait and don't pass it on to others. And with research and application of past experience, we should be able to soon answer some of the questions about Treponema pallidum and the disease. With the right treatment, finally, after the right diagnosis, PC was able to make a recovery. The other women and the common partner did receive some treatment, and presumably they did recover some. Thanks.
Some of these people should be in fucking jail. Like, they're unhinged, degenerate fucking whack jobs that are just deliberately spreading diseases. It's crazy to me that there's not more robust laws locking these people up. Just fucking nuts. Yeah, I saw Arnold's son competed. Some people are talking shit, and he's like, you're not as good as Arnold Schwarzenegger. As far as I can tell, he's competing naturally. I don't know if he's on gear or not.
Arnold Schwarzenegger's son.
Oh, good, AI. I love AI videos. Yeah, as far as I can tell, he's just competing naturally, so... Like, what the fuck do you expect somebody to look like? He hasn't been on fucking D-ball since he was 15 like his fucking dad. Like, give me a fucking break. You know, it's really funny. Arnold Schwarzenegger has 2 sons. One of his sons stayed with his mom. And the son that stayed with his mom is this, like, fat, out-of-shape retard. And the son who grew up with him is, like, really in shape and does bodybuilding and shit. It's pretty funny.
He's a bodybuilding champion, just like Dad. Arnold Schwarzenegger's son, Joseph Baena, took home top honors at his first competition, winning 3 gold medals and a silver. What a debut for the 28-year-old. His poses were identical to his dad's from his Mr. Olympia heyday. Joseph chronicled competition day, registering.
Nope.
and picking up his gear. Here he is poking his head out of the portable tanning tent. So, how did Joseph celebrate his big win? By strolling around shirtless.
Yeah, California made it a misdemeanor instead of felony to spread HIV. Yeah, California. Their reasoning for that was it would be discriminatory to the gay community. Just liberal shitholes, dude. There's a reason California is just a shithole, you know?
Back home in Santa Monica. And speaking of lifting lots of weight, look at this little lady deadlifting an incredible 180 pounds.
Sumo doesn't count. Bullshit fake lift. Not impressive.
Records.
I like that she's a 9-year-old girl, Jim, and she's a
Yeah, sumo deadlifts don't count. Just bullshit.
I'm watching him do son to Arnold, to his family name, and not only that, to anyone. So if anyone ever had a physique as bad as this in the world, they should be embarrassed. Say that bro sucks donkey balls, that he's ass, that his physique, it's admitted best that he...
How much would I need to donate for you to call her?
There's no amount of money you could possibly fucking give me. None. Thanks for the donation.
He looks like an off-season bodybuilder, and that he's an embarrassment to his father, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Other people are going to say the same thing as me, that he looked great. Bro's natural. And so the way that I see it is that people are so brainwashed by social media, by guys blasting hella gear, that they don't know what it looks like for a guy to actually compete natural. And so this is Ivan's take on Joseph Bena's first ever appearance, of which he won the overall.
Arnold's son, Joseph Bena, wanted to compete at this show without having a whole bunch of drama around his name.
And so let's take a look at his physique.
This is a terrible physique. This is a shit physique. I'm sorry, I'm using that language. I almost never use it, but in this situation...
He is a natural bodybuilder, dude. Like, oh my god. It's just so insane how people are such, like, retarded, judgmental dumbasses.
I'll absolutely have to. This should not even be on the
amount you demand. I probably wouldn't be able to do, though.
Yeah, if you give me $500,000, I'll do it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
His very first competition this bad. Has he ever seen a natural competition?
This is embarrassing, not only for Arnold's son, but for anybody.
An embarrassment to Arnold's son, to Arnold, to his family name, and not only that, to anyone. So if anyone ever had a physique as bad as this in the world, they should be embarrassed. This is a 99.9% physique. If you have this physique, you look better than 99.9% of the population. I'm not making this shit up. Would I lie? Do you think I'm buddies with Arnold Schwarzenegger and I'm gonna brag up his son? No, I'm just telling you what I think. And so here's the thing. Almost every single one of you watching this has a way worse physique than this. Now, there are some of you watching...
Yeah. Like, the majority of the fucking people online talking shit about him look worse than he does. They would never dare go into a fucking bodybuilding show because they'd embarrass themselves.
Watching this with a better physique than this, and I applaud you. You're doing amazing. And guess what? 90% of you are on gear. There, I said it. And so you take out the gear, take out the steroids, the peptides, the SARMs, take all that away. And what physique do you have? And those of you who actually are natural, props to you. And I bet you're training to have a physique like this. I bet you one day aspire to look like this. Now, yes, there's the 1% genetic phenoms out there who even without steroids can beat this man. But that's 1%. It's not a lot.
I prepped a whole bunch of natural competitors. Every single one of them wipes the floor with Joseph Bena, wipes the floor with him.
And what percent of those natural bodybuilders were actually natural? Hey, coach, I want you to train me. I'm natural. How many times have you heard that, but they're not actually natural? I've prepped people who had other coaches coaching them natural, and they were literally buying their PEDs for me. And so you don't think that I know that some people are actually cheating, that they're actually lying? And so when you look at this physique, understand this. For being natural, this is extremely good.
I don't know if this guy dieted at all or if he even trained for this show.
Is he in fact 5% body fat on stage? No. Is he single digits? Yes. What percentage of people do you think walk around at, let's say, 9.9%, 10% body fat? Almost no one. Maybe one in a couple of hundred. And so if
Dude, like, for most people, if you're going to diet down below 10% as a natural, even like right around 10%, how that affects you hormonally, like, you can, like, I get it. When I was natural and I diet down to about 10%, like, I'd start losing my fucking mind. I'd just become a complete fucking asshole. So, it's just, like, natural bodybuilding is just fucking stupid. You're not going to get the kind of leanness for most competitors that you'll see in enhanced lifters.
If you look around in the real world, most people are not 10%. Most people are not 15%. Most people are obese. Most men are over 20% body fat and oftentimes 30s and 40s. And so if you're at 10, you're very close to being in contest condition at the elite level. Now, is he an elite bodybuilder? Is he a natural pro? No, he competed one time.
If he has even 1% of his father's genetics, he should look 10 times better.
That doesn't make any sense. 1% of something and you're 10 times better, that means you'd only have to have 0.1% of his genetics to be equal to him? I mean, what are we saying? That for some reason he should be 1,000 times better than Arnold if Arnold were actually competing. And so if we reincarnate Arnold, then he would be 1,000 times better than Arnold's former self. Remember, Arnold was blasting gear as a teenager, and so how are we even comparing him?
He was on D-ball when he was 15.
Now, is this guy on steroids? No, he's natural. If he was on steroids, he would look significantly better. And then we would be making videos saying, hey, bro followed in Arnold's footsteps. He's on gear. He's not as good as Arnold. And so why bother? That's probably what people would be saying.
Good look, man. This looks like somebody who doesn't even go to the gym.
I mean, this is a wild statement. He doesn't even look like he goes to the gym. I mean, honestly, it probably was 2 years before I would have beaten this guy as a bodybuilder. When I was 18, I certainly wasn't going to be better than him. Maybe when I was 20, I would have competed and I would have been able to beat him. But I trained for 10 years. And so to say this is what average people look like who don't go to the gym, I mean, what is Ivan bodybuilding? Is he a female? Is he a woman? That is the woman's standards. Oh, bro, you don't look good. You're a 2. If this is the standard of what you look like, but for being in his 20s, he's definitely...
Didn't he win the natural show?
Mid.
I'm criticizing him harshly because if you want to compete on the stage, man, and you're so popular, you have a huge social media presence, hire a freaking coach if you don't know how to diet.
Here's the thing. Considering he won his class in the overall, what does that say about every other person who's natural? Do they all suck as well? Do natural bodybuilders just avoid going to the gym? Is that what he's saying? That they just do cartwheels, push-ups, and...
You're just not going to see the same level of conditioning among naturals, like especially at an amateur show.
Calisthenics, and they don't diet, and they're all mid. Every single bodybuilder competes.
Anybody can look better than this. Anybody.
People that have
no, that is delusional.
Great genetics or above average genetics, and they watch somebody else do something, they think, well, that sucks, I could do better. And so because I can do better, everyone should be able to do better. That's not how it works. If you have amazing genetics, you can look better than this. If you have below average genetics, you will never look better than this. I don't care how hard you try. If you just don't have the cards for this, you're never going to do good. It's like saying anyone who goes to the gym consistently for 10 straight years with a proper program, they could bench press for sure 315 pounds. This is bullshit. Most people training their entire lives, trying harder than last time, cannot bench press 315 pounds. Well, how do I know this? Because I'm not as stupid as whoever thinks that they can.
This might come off as mean and maybe unnecessary, but again, it's the truth.
It's his opinion. Even though it's wrong, he has the right to say it, but I have the right to correct him and show him the way.
I absolutely do not see a point in natural bodybuilding at this low level.
Bro doesn't see a point in natural bodybuilding, especially at this ultra low level. So only gifted natural guys should compete. So Coach Greg probably shouldn't have competed natural until I was at least 30. When I was near my peak, at that point, I had a physique worthy of being on a natural stage. Once I was one of the best, if not the best natural bodybuilder in the world, at that point, I could think about considering getting up on stage. This is ridiculous. If you want to compete natural, you should compete natural. You shouldn't feel embarrassed. You shouldn't believe that people are going to bully or shame you for just looking a certain way, that you don't have the same size and conditioning as the guys that are on steroids. I think this is a bad message. Remember, I like to promote natural bodybuilding. I like to think that people can do this without steroids, that you can compete and not be at 5%. In fact, I don't encourage people in their first show to compete at 5%. I'd rather you compete a little bit less shredded so that you can experience it with some joy and happiness, not hate your life. And if you really love the sport, you can then compete again and maybe get a bit leaner next time.
So he won men's open bodybuilding in the heavyweight class. He won first, men's classic physique true novice first, men's classic physique novice first. And for the open class C classic physique, he was second. So a successful outing.
And so he won 3 different classes in natural. He didn't actually win everything. He won perhaps the natural overall, but not the open class overall. But he still won 3 out of 4 events. That seems to be very good.
You think about the fact that having arguably the greatest bodybuilder of all time in terms of their overall impact on the sport as your dad, the shadow that must cast, especially on his sons.
Yeah, apparently. I mean, imagine, we just listened to Ivan Bodybuilding saying all these horrible things about Arnold's son, saying how much he sucked and so on. And so, yeah, you get up on stage, you're Arnold's son, and people have the bar set here. And so anything below that, you suck. If it was just a normal guy, of which this is how I'm judging him, I'm saying he's at 99.9%. He looks better than 999 out of 1,000 men.
It's a big shadow that Joe is in, competing in a bodybuilding show, being Arnold's son. And so the expectations are going to be really high.
I mean, I'm watching him do this most muscular and almost...
He has a really good chest. Like, especially for an natty. And good traps, too.
All of you would say there's no way the guy in the center is natural, and almost all of you would say the guy on the right, which is Arnold's son, is natural. The guy on the left, you're probably thinking, yeah, he probably could be natural. Now, all can be natural. Is the guy in the center and Arnold's son impressive? Yes, they have great looking size. They're actually somewhat lean. They're not completely out of this world shredded to the point that they look like Sam Sulek, but Sam Sulek isn't natty. You guys do not see the difference.
Because Joe's in his mid-20s. Arnold started competing as a teenager, so after that, obviously, Arnold wasn't natural anymore.
I mean, his back is pretty peeled. His back looks lean. His legs could be a bit leaner, but he's still lean. He's not fat. He's not off.
I think it's really commendable for Joe to have done this natural show, and I think also it gives me an opportunity to spotlight natural bodybuilding on this channel, which I feel like I don't get to do enough, because there's really not a whole lot that happens that's exciting in natural bodybuilding.
What he's saying is correct. Like, we want to promote natural bodybuilding. Nixon Strabauer is doing a great job of doing that right here. He's trying to get more people to be involved in natural bodybuilding, because almost all of the talk is about people on steroids. And so if you want to be famous or known or talked about, you almost feel like you have to take steroids. And I don't want people to feel that way. But if we criticize and put down guys...
You pretty much have to take steroids. People will talk shit, most people are not going to look like me or Alpha Destiny or Jeffrey Verity Schofield or like any natty that anybody would consider impressive. So I mean, yeah, like look standards at this point are like retarded, especially online, like if you're talking about the fucking internet, like fitness space. So, yep, it's gotten to that point.
Guys who are winning natural shows, like Arnold Schwarzenegger's son, like Hussein Farhat, just putting them down, then what are people going to do? They're going to say, well, if I compete and look good, people are going to say I look like I'm on steroids anyway, and so what's the point? And if I compete and I don't look good, people are going to say I suck and I shouldn't be on stage. And so it's a catch-22. I do believe that's what it's called. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you wait to train 10 to 20 years before you get up on stage and you compete peeled your first time, and you get up there, people are going to say, oh, steroids. And then if you only compete after training 5 or 10 years and you're not quite as shredded as possibly that you could be, you're at 10%, they're going to say, you're horrible. You don't even belong on stage. Your physique is clearly mid. It looks like you've done push-ups and sit-ups and you competed in the off-season.
I thought he looked pretty good. I mean, this is a reasonable expectation of what you could expect to look like on stage for the first time as a natural athlete.
And so I agree with Nick. This is a realistic expectation of how you could look at your first show. He says this is about how I looked at my first show. Now, I want to comment about Nick. Nick, you're a former bodybuilder. It's time to not be in the off season so much. They have GLPs. They can help you to correct your diet, as I think it's important to be healthy. And when your body fat starts approaching 40%, it's important to not be at 40%. And so let's try to diet a little bit down. Let's perhaps get Coach Greg's cookbook, because people doing videos about bodybuilders should somewhat be healthy. And Nick used to be a competitive bodybuilder that looked almost as good as Arnold's son. And so let's get back onto the healthy eating and do some freaking cardio.
My critique would be obviously condition. I think coming a little bit tighter. Condition in the legs. I think he lost a little bit of detail in the midsection.
Yeah, I mean, you're critiquing his stomach. He's not quite as sharp as he should be. His back is pretty lean. That's probably him spilling over. I don't believe he had a coach. He didn't know what to eat. He probably didn't do the carb up correctly. And so, yeah, he could have been leaner, but it's his first show and he won, so he did what he needed to do. If you compete and you win, you did it. Like, the point of training and competing is it not to try to win. And so if you win, you kind of did the thing. And then the next time you come in a bit leaner. And so if your first show you're at 9.8%, the next show you can compete at 9%. The next show after that, maybe 8%. Each show you put on a couple pounds of muscle, maybe 5, and then each show you put on a little bit more muscle, come in a bit leaner, have improvement in your posing, and that's what the sport is all about. It's about getting better.
And if you look at the genetic similarities, honestly, natural.
What was your body weight at your lowest? Like 10%? I think I got up to like 230 at about 10% body fat, in the fall.
Teenage Arnold, their arms look, to me, the shape of the peaks and stuff, almost identical.
And so looking at Arnold versus his son right here, Arnold has the thicker quads. He has wider lats, but very similar biceps. And remember, Arnold isn't natural here. This is Arnold not natural against his son, who is natural. And so not even a fair competition.
And, you know, I don't want to ever push or pressure anybody to get on gear or to stop being natural, but I would imagine,
get on gear, stop being natural, don't be a pussy,
that if Joe actually did want to pursue bodybuilding as a career or competitively, and he did start taking...
Yeah, if he was on steroids, he'd probably be pretty decent.
...gear, I would imagine he would start to develop biceps.
And so Nick, he doesn't want to encourage anyone to take steroids, but he says if his son were to take steroids, he'd have arms like him. I know what he's saying, but like to hear it like that, like he's...
Yeah, steroids work. Like, give me a fucking break.
He's not going to have arms the size of Arnold. Don't think that just because you take steroids, you're going to look like a professional bodybuilder. Just because it's Arnold's son doesn't mean if Arnold's son took steroids, he would look like Arnold. And so, would he put on muscle? Of course he would. Would he put on a lot of muscle? Absolutely. But he's not going to be Arnold. His arms aren't going to be as big as Arnold. Steroids, for most people, don't work as well as you people think. Most people think that if they took steroids, you could be a pro bodybuilder. Most people, the truth is, are disappointed from steroids. When you're thinking, no, I've seen all the transformations. You see the top 1% of those transformations. 100 people take steroids. One person out of the 100 has really freaky gains. And you see that video. The ones who had horrible gains, you don't see those videos.
It's probably closer to like 1 out of 50 if I had to guess, and the majority of other people, you can clearly tell they made like a lot of progress. They look a lot better, and then probably the bottom 1 out of 50, it's like there's no change. What the fuck is happening? And they just get acne. So,
before and after transformation, I took steroids. I trained for 5 years, and you put on 13 pounds of muscle. You don't see that person, because why would they show that? And so you're showing the best of the best of the best almost.
The photo where I was like shredded in my profile picture, that was when I was 180 pounds, and that was a long time ago. Like about 13 years, I think. The video I did with the physique update when I was natural, I was probably like at about 12%, and that one I was 200 pounds.
Always pros, people that they look at a steroid and it helps them grow.
I think Arnold is already on gear at this point, but just
Yeah,
look
he
at the
was.
muscle insertions on the arm from the side.
And so in this most muscular pose, you're going to tell me that Arnold Schwarzenegger looks bad?
Stephen Hawking Han Solo donated $2. I have a gum. This looks stupid. That's a really shitty old diesel engine. The fuck are they doing?
Go.
Are they trying to hit somebody in the head so they get brain damage?
It's for this fight, so what are you doing?
Why is he taking your water bottle then? Wait, what's going on?
Just be careful now.
Gonna owe your bottle, and on 7th I'm gonna owe your face.
He's owned your bottle and he said he's gonna own
now before things get nasty. Get nasty.
Everybody makes round number 2.
This was a fakey fake dum-dum fight. Like, this is just fucking so stupid. Yeah, that was a fakey fake dum-dum fight. Thanks for the donation, Stephen Hawking Han Solo.
Dad, most muscular against his dad. In this pose, it looks like his son actually has better quads than Arnold. Now remember, it's a pose. Arnold is not as lean. He's a bit thicker, a bit more bulky. Arnold's perhaps a little bit younger. But if I'm giving who wins this pose, it's Arnold's son that's taking this pose. It's the conditioning for me. You can't just be thick and big and not conditioned and expect to win. And so to say he was way off in his conditioning, he's leaner than Arnold when Arnold was competing at his first show. And so who did it best?
This is kind of an unfair comparison for Joe, this side pose here. Because this is Arnold like in his prime, he's on gear. Joe is natural.
He's doing it extremely well. Does he have Arnold's size? Does he have his conditioning at this point? No. Arnold is in his prime at this point. Compared to his son, they have very similar hairstyles. They have facial similarity.
To this day, Arnold still probably has the best biceps of all time. I'm jelly.
And the physiques, they both look good. This is essentially showing you, this is juice to the max on the right, and this is natural on the left. I certainly hope he continues to stay natural. I hope he doesn't think, because people are making...
Yeah, stay weaker and smaller for no reason. Stay natural.
...videos about me, and I don't have enough money.
Mike donated $2. Let me see.
Pathetic simps on here on Instagram have created monsters of some of these modern women. Literally, like...
Whatever, boring, great. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Muscle, I'll show them, I'll take steroids. That means you lose. If you start doing the things, the peer pressure that other people are trying to convince you to do, and you do...
Yeah, guess what? It's called fucking winning. The best athletes take steroids. If you want to be bigger and stronger and compete with enhanced lifters, you have to take steroids. So if you want to lose and be weaker and smaller and not as good, then yeah, stay natural.
Do it, they win. Be yourself, and yourself doesn't include having to use steroids.
Yeah, be yourself, drink alcohol, do drugs, eat like shit at McDonald's, don't work out. Like, you don't want to, it's just peer pressure, right? Like, do what you want to do. Silly, stupid.
to make other people say nice things about you. It's so really cool to see him do the exact same pose here up on the side with the arm. I can't really copy that. What a great pose, great look. And remember, he did actually win at least his category. Perhaps he didn't win the open class and whatnot, but he looks very good.
And I just wanted to say, Joe, if you're watching this, which you probably are, I'm proud of you. I was really happy to see you do a natural show. I thought that was really commendable, and regardless of what anybody says.
And so glad to see Nick congratulating him.
Poo poo, bum bum, wee wee, doodly dee, schmickle schmackle, pagoingus.
I lost my sex drive, simply doesn't hit the same for me. Really? How old are you? I mean, I assume I'm older than you are. You're 30 and you lost it. Really? And you're not depressed. Depression can do that.
Good morning from Germany, less than 3. I started to watch you since Tekken 7 on YouTube. Since then it was a nice journey so far. Keep going TMM. Your variety streams are very entertaining. Love you TMM, love.
Oh, Manuel, I really appreciate that. What a nice little message you wrote there for me. Always appreciate having you here, buddy. Thanks for 22 months. And yeah, variety has been super nice for me. Super nice. Did I finish Armored Core? No. After increasing disappointment with the game, I chose to stop. I don't think the game is worth my time. I think I've seen the great parts of Armored Core, and I don't need to see anything more. Good decision. Yeah, I think so. Really another bad game. It's not a bad game at all. I would rate it like maybe, I think 6.5 out of 10. 2/3 it clears in terms of a review. And if you want to build your own robot with your own patterns and decals and images on it, and fly around with great mobility and blow up smaller robots.
I thought the fundamental issue with Armored Core is, like, there's no way to know what loadout you're going to ideally need for a mission until you do the mission, so it's like some weird trial and error thing. There was also some broken shit when it came to tracking, like, some of the enemies. They have, like, homing missiles and stuff, and, like, some of it was just retarded.
Game for you, then I would stay the hell away from that game. There's no story, there's no cool side content, there's no there's nothing else really in that game. That's it. And it feels a little bit cheap at times, the game. It feels cheap. I think it had a very small budget, a very limited budget. Do you need permission from Twitch to stream to other platforms? No, you do not. They remove that. Saeed, I've played Sekiro. I love Sekiro. Sekiro is 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Did you show the game to Willem? I did. He thought it was really cool.
Okay. It is late, so I'm gonna go to bed. I gotta train legs tomorrow. Not sure if I'm gonna film that. I might end up just having like one of those dumb fucking weird leg workouts because just some of my shit's jacked up. But we'll see. We'll see how I feel and everything. But I will be streaming tomorrow, so I'll see you all then. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Nighty night.